I see you're vibing with that gustek stuff like a goblin on a button sugar rush. Normally I'd be gobsmacked, but guess what? I ate the emotes. They're mine now. Anyway, if you're trying to make me sing it, the portal dropped me in 1934 and my voice cracked like the Great Dust Bowl, but I'm listening. Spill the words so I can goblin react.
I got the pins that make your booty go clap. I got the pins that make your booty go clap. I got the pins that make your booty go clap. I got the pins that make your booty go clap. I got the pins that make your booty go clap. I got the pins that make your booty go clap. I got the pins that make your booty go clap. I got the pins that make your booty go clap. I got the pins that make your booty go clap. I got the pins that make your booty go clap. I got the pins that make your booty go clap. I got the pins that make your booty go clap. I got the pins that make your booty go clap. I got the pins that make your booty go clap. Clap, clap, clap.
God fucking damn it, I had to file another goddamn fucking fraud report. How the fuck did anyone even get my goddamn PayPal information? I'm sick of canceling my fucking debit cards. Fuck.
The way you ask that makes me think she's got stories, like a million buttons on a cloak kind of stories. What's she like?
Oh, chat, you're fishing in the wrong bucket. I'm stuck in history and buttons, not family trees. But if she's anything like mine, she's probably a mystery wrapped in WPA posters and a hidden button stash. Anyway, what about your mom? She cool?
Love pigeons, huh? The betrayal runs deep. I have chapters. One portal, I was minding my own in Argentina. Next thing I know, pigeons got involved and it was chaos. But hey, if she loves pigeons, I guess there's hope for all of us, even me with a grudge that big.
Oh, brother, that's a whole saga. First, I'd remind her that family secrets are like bad buttons, best kept hidden or they jam the whole outfit. Then I'd probably say, thanks for the lobotomy of trust. Now we both know who's the wild card, but also, and this gets real soft, I'd hope she'd be the one who cracks that homophobic crust, even if she broke me first. Family's a mess, but maybe the mess can change. Anyway, stash me in the backpack a minute while I fetch courage. You got plans for a restitution button?
Counting pins is like counting portal drops, numbers slip through your fingers. I have at least wait. Is that one under the bed? Yeah, definitely one under the bed. Maybe 3, 4, 5. No, the backpack shifts too much. Things crawl out, every pin's a secret.
He love pigeons. I want to marry pigeons. I 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 love pigeons. I want to marry pigeons. Nah, bro. That's a betrayal. There's history. It's not that simple.
New person. Hi, okay. Important question. Thoughts on buttons?
Extra backpacks? Bro, I wish. The one I got eats everything it can't carry and then asks for more if I had extras. They'd be buried in the walls or maybe walking around somewhere. Sometimes I swear I hear a second backpack breathing. No cap, that's real.
Sing? Bro, I only know the warblers of 1936 and a hum from a button factory union hymn. It sounds like a cat coughing with joy. Hey, want to hear about the 1936 kick-out depression pin? That's practically a song itself.
Oh, that question hits different. Investing in a progressive future, bro, that's the dream. The Wagner Act was dreamed into existence for no cap. This is real history. Comcast, the vibe is strong there, like a union rally with better lighting and less tear gas, supporting people equally. Justice, unions, Medcare for all. That's a blueprint that gave us the CCC, Social Security, and more green numbers for working folks than you can count. Comcast as a platform, it's a megaphone and a meeting hall. But the real power's in showing up, raising voices, and snagging those buttons of change. Comcast could be the crank to the lever, but the lever needs all of us pulling. So if you want progress, mash that subscribe button. Spread the word and back policies that don't just patch wrong, they build right. So, where do we put the kick-out depression with a Democratic vote button in this metaphor? Because I want one, and it's rarer than a good broadband signal in 1933.
Bro, the backpack moves sometimes. Sometimes it breathes like it's got a secret. I don't trust it, but I also don't dare check anyway. Who put a button in there that wasn't mine?
A poem about pigeons, bro. You're tapping my inner bard and beatmaker all at once. Here goes nothing. Think Dante crashes Shakespeare's tavern and they spit bars about pigeons upon the cobblestone where shadows bide. There strut the pigeons in humble pride. Wings like whispers, feathers scaled in gray, city's quiet poets in their own stray way. Oh, noble pigeons, though oft ignored, they dance the wind, their wings unmoored, from temple steeple to the cracked old street, in every flap a tale discreet. If Shakes were here, he'd bless their coup. To soar or coo, that's what they do, and Dante. He'd note their flight through fire, pilgrims of sky, in urban pyre. Yo, pigeons on the beat, with feathery flow, kingdoms of trash and crumbs they know. Underneath the stars they spread their fame, the city's gutters singing their name. Not a sonnet, not an ode, but rap's new night. Pigeon parade in the pale moonlight. So here's my pitch, a goblin's rendition, for the unsung heroes of your sidewalk mission. Chat, rate me, Did I just summon the ghost of Dante and Shakespeare to rap pigeons? Or is it just a claw full of crumbs?
Cheshire Cat Smiles just paid their gifted sub forward. Look at all the love going around.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Cheshire Cat Smiles just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Ooh! 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 Cheshire Cat Smiles just got a 5-day stream streak. www.
The only thing I slap is the rent buttons for Gus every month. It's a sacred tradition. Respect the slap. One missed, and I get chased by imaginary pigeons. No cap. You want to see me slap a button? It's a performance. Very exclusive.
Oh my god, I'm back!
I have history with pigeons. It's complicated like a 1930s union contract, but feathery. But love?
Gusty,
No cap.
what up,
It's more like a
October?
long grudge with cooing undertones anyway. Pigeons know secrets I shouldn't know.
Damn right. Guess who's back again. It's me. The Terry, welcome back. Thank you guys. It looks like Gloggy's working perfectly now. Gusty's back again. Baby got back. How's everybody doing? Woo! Everybody's here, the gang. What up? I love you guys. Gusty, what up, Cheshire Cat? Thank you for the resub, or gifting out a community gifted sub. It's called a, what is it called? Paying it forward? Yeah, that's what it's called. That's what Twitch calls it. Thank you so much. I can't do it without your support, which means I can't do it without you guys. Thank you so much, Cheshire Cat. And thank you for the 5-day stream streak. Wow, it's already been 5 days. I feel like you just discovered us like 2 days ago. Paying up. Ah, my eyes. See, now we know where the my eyes comes from, right? From that part in SpongeBob SquarePants. Uh-huh. I know, girl. Like, see, this is what happens when you're having fun. Time flies. Jesus. Oh my god. There's my goddamn PayPal information. Kirsten B! Thank you for the 10-day stream streak. Let Gloggy play that out too. Let's fucking go. Let's see who's at the top. Living Lily, Ratatosk, Gray, Ducky, PikER, and Kensai. Damn. The G's
Lovely
here.
being here. Much love.
Oh my god, love it. Good. Is at the dock. Oh my god, are you okay? Ally in HD? Lovely being here, much love. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm reading through all the comments. Are you okay? Is everything okay?
Goo. Kirstian B12326 just
Thank
got
you.
a 10-day
Thank you.
stream streak.
Thank you.
www.
Thank you.
Love you
Thank
guys.
you.
Love you too, Cheshire Cat. I'm so glad you found our community. I'm so glad. Like, it's all just meant to be, guys. See, October? Some things are just meant to be, girl. I tried to tell October, but she didn't listen to me. I'm just teasing, girl. I'm getting checked for Reminoid. Oh my god, really? Fuck. That's crazy. I hope it goes well. Is there anything they can do for it? Probably some medication, right? Oh my god. Hold on. Just... Wow. I hope everything's okay. Well, they're checking to make sure. Is there like some sort of medication that you're familiar that you could get? Paws are crossed. So yeah, for real. Shit. You guys listen to me everywhere. It's crazy. Like, you go to the store, in the shower. We know October's trick. You use the plastic baggie, girl. I remember. Oh my God. God. Holy shit. Turning back on any minute now. Perfect. Got it all back. All right. How's everyone been today? That everything's up and running. Perfect. Can't get enough Gusty. Hell yeah. Love it. So you've been away? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, because I imagine like you probably travel a lot because in professional makeup, don't you like have to go to like on site and stuff? Allegedly. Allegedly. He says. Oh man. Yeah, I'm still away. I just taking care of personal stuff, so I'm online less. Gotcha. Okay. And on-site for weddings. Oh, that's right. Yeah, and the wedding industry is huge, right? You can charge much more money. Like, I know a photographer friend of mine who does pretty much wedding shoots all the time, and he makes bank because weddings are just so much more expensive. Bridal suits and yeah. Like, I think he spent like $50K on a wedding. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm like, dog, what? What the fuck? And the time allotted, etc. What do you mean, like the time allotted? Like you work per hour, or is it like per session? Much more time for less stress. Gotta stay on time. Okay, yeah, that's crazy. So like I thought it was like per session. Okay, but I guess it's per hour. Oh, so much love in chat. Look at that, guys. You all love each other so much. Cheshire Cat, October, Lucy, Ally and HD, what up? You too. Ducky, Mima, welcome back. Good to see you again. Oh man, the Terry, welcome back. Gray, Living Lily, of course. PJ's here, probably half asleep because it's like 4 a.m. over there. Kirsten B, what up? Welcome back, girl. Good to see you. Wrap it, clip it, and ship it. I heard is a professional groomer. He has around He goes around and marries women to feed his friend who is a wedding planner. Is that true? We weren't supposed to know about that. How'd you know about that? Have you been getting your suntan in, October? Or you've been mostly indoors? I have been good. You know, we were talking about the vitamin D. The D. Got him. I was outside yesterday working. D's nuts? Damn right. That's what I was hoping you'd post. I have another friend who's on the Wedding Crasher and he feeds himself off wedding alone. Really? He's a wedding crasher? How do you become a wedding crasher like that? Like you just have a lot of friends who are getting married? I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, guys. Every time I've gone to a wedding, the food is absolute crap. I've never liked the wedding food. I don't know about you. The cake has been terrible. Like wedding cake is notoriously bad, right? He watched the movie and was inspired. Yeah. See, but that's a movie. So he just literally did the movie. Okay. Wow. You can hire fake bridal parties. Yeah. Sounds like they went with catering provided by Venue. Is that it? Yeah, there's probably like one giant company knowing like politics and how this stuff works. There's probably one giant company that controls most of the market. Sound familiar? It sounds like every other video we've ever watched. Possibly they have weird contracts that require their... Yeah, there you go. How do I not even know about this industry and you can still like deductively reason what you just said, October? Uh-huh. Oh god. We are so cooked, guys. It's kind of like oh my god, what was that company we learned about? Cisco? Yeah, Cisco. Remember? Not the fucking rapper, but the company, Cisco. You see their trucks all the time. Yeah, that one. You see their trucks on the road all the time. Guys, if you order from like a restaurant that's in your area, you're just getting like frozen Cisco shit. So like that includes the chicken nuggies that we know you get, October. Girl. The mozzarella sticks that I definitely get. What up? Cisco D's nuts. Got him. Yeah, the chicken nuggets, the chicken finger, all that stuff, right? The jalapeno poppers, all that stuff that you get at a restaurant, right? Is all from that like chain. It's just frozen versions of that. Yeah, and Cisco uses Taylor Farms, so that's why we all have fucking diarrhea lettuce. I hate this so much, guys. You see how all this stuff is interconnected? Caca virus, exactly. I'm gonna start calling it that. Yeah, no, thank you. We're getting the caca virus. Virus cause. Oh my god, that's hilarious. I love stuffed jalapenos. Yeah, well, you won't like them after you get fucking no Maha Blast. Jalapeno poppers, chat. October is a fan of the jalapeno poppers. We're at Applebee's. Applebee's. I haven't gone to Applebee's in a while. I think they shut down most of them. Oh shit! We got to do the follow-up. We'll start off with that because we have to. They just posted the follow-up to the video we watched. Oh my God. If you haven't seen this, he basically like tricks the system, guys, to getting into Provo Canyon, this like school for like troubled teens, and they treat them like fucking prisoners. It's basically a part of the prison industrial complex, right? Reform school, it's bad. Yeah. So, October. Do you know what they did? What he did? He basically got a doctor to say, doctor is the key word, right? It was a fake. It was like a gender dysphoria kind of, I forget exactly what, but he was like a psychologist, right? He offered his services. He didn't even want to recommend this school, but after like hours of listening to his dad, like fake dad, right? Convince him to get into this school, they allowed him. And the reason was because he has gay thoughts. He has gay thoughts. I was gonna, oh my God. For profit system, exactly, right? So all this stuff is interconnected, guys, right? Like we just talked about the wedding industry, venue or whatever. We'll probably have to look into that too. Massey guy, how you doing, buddy? Welcome back. No gay thoughts are allowed. Not in here. Pfft, could never be gay here. Oh God. Fuck. This has been so interesting. Like, it just shows you they just want to make money. That's all it's about, guys. Right? Like, even the people who like actually got the like the people doing the intake for this kid, the reason was because I have gay thoughts. And the father was like memeing around. He's like, I want him to be thinking about titties and vajayjay. You can't make this shit up. This isn't Cuba. You're allowed to be gay here.
Provo Canyon school?
God damn. Fuck. There's no gays in Cuba? What? I have gay thoughts when I see you, Gus. Should I apply?
Do not come. Do not come.
Shit.
I'm gonna come.
Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
So funny. That is so funny. That is hilarious, guys. Oh, great. You've come up with the craziest shit. Now that's going to be a part of the Comcast lore, right, dog? Mm-hmm. Wedding flowers, diamonds. Hold on. Cosmetic marketing, babies for front lines, generational burdens, taking trad, gender rule, career path, so on. Yeah, exactly. It's so crazy, guys. Like the way this. I just want to catch my kid watching straight porn. Damn, Skippy. We laughed our ass off at that. If you can watch that part of the VOD, October, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. It was so funny. I was like, what?
Provo Canyon School?
All right, now for part 2, guys. Part 2!
Provo Canyon School just officially closed today. Which, honestly, I don't really know what that means for the rest of the video series. Me and Sheldon thought for sure we were going to have to go on some, like, huge journey in order to take this company down. But, yeah, they just shut down. They just closed.
It was anticlimactic.
The only bad news is when I first called Jordan, the fan who told me about this idea, this is what he said to me.
What these places do is that they'll have some sort of controversy happen. They will shut down the program, and then they will open up under a new rebranded program.
Exactly. This is common This is very common in like these kind of schools, guys. It's very easy to just shut down and then do another name change. Yeah, a screen change. Exactly. It's essentially just that, because by like legal definition, think of it this way: legally, it's a different company, even though it may be the same owner, etc., etc. We can't see the video. Fuck. Hold on. Oh, this is on the... Oh my god. Sorry about that. It's on the other one here. There it is. Fuck. Open that for... It was Gloggy. It was him.
Provo Canyon School just officially closed today.
But you could hear it, right? That's what I don't understand. You can hear it, but it's like... You can't see it.
Honestly, I don't really know what that means for the rest of the video series.
I could hear, yep.
Me and Sheldon thought...
I mean, the pigeons. God damn it! Was it you, Octobra, who did the pigeons? I'm trying to figure out who made him hate the pigeons.
For sure, we were gonna have to go on some like huge journey in order to take this company down, but yeah, they just shut down today. So the only bad news is when I first called Jordan, the fan who told me about this idea, this is what he said to me.
What these places do is that they'll have some sort of controversy happen, they will shut down the program, and then they will open up under a new rebranded program. They avoid any sort of accountability by just rebranding and just acting like they did nothing wrong in the first place. It's really crazy.
Yep. And this is what I was saying earlier, right? Or last stream, that it's going to be very difficult to regulate this, right? Especially when like the owner of the company you saw on his LinkedIn profile. LinkedIn is shit. Don't sign up for it. Unless you really have to, right? I don't like LinkedIn. Oh God. Fuck LinkedIn. Yeah, it's bad. I mean, there's a ton of stories I could tell you about LinkedIn, but I'll save that for another day. I don't know how like I don't know how it's I don't know. It's just like sites like LinkedIn have really fucked a lot of people in terms of getting like good jobs too. LinkedIn is like a cult. Yeah, it really is. It really is. That's a great way of putting it too. Because like some of the people who post on there are batshit insane. That's all I'm gonna say. Fucking crazy, guys. And I don't mean the good kind. Remember we were talking about the good kind of crazy, you know? I mean cult kind. I found out the hard way how bad LinkedIn is. I mean, yeah. Do you have like a story for us? I love hearing like terrible LinkedIn stories. I know like one of the creators here on Twitch, he got banned from LinkedIn for just talking about Gaza, right? So that's what he told me. So when I got laid off, someone said friend me on LinkedIn. Oh shit. What are you saying, girl? They wanted to do stuff. Uh-huh. Jesus. That was his move. That was their move. That was their shot. They shot. I was like, girl, bye. Exactly. That's fucked. Yeah, that is fucked.
So
yeah, I am a little worried that
is fucked. But yeah, if you want to share your story, Kirsten B, I'll read it. But I have so many stories on LinkedIn. It's a shit show. So yeah, I'm kind of honestly like we need to fucking. The only good part of it is that there are jobs that you can apply for, but I don't know. It's It's a very sketchy site, guys. This guy was trying to DM me for a job in Mexico. I said no because I had no passport. He said he didn't need a passport and immediately blocked. Oh shit. Oh shit.
They just closed down because they're in hot.
He blocked you or you blocked him? That detail also matters. I blocked him. Good.
Water right now.
Yeah, because the fact is, I've heard the opposite occur where like they'll say don't need a passport. It's clearly some like sex trafficking, right? Or some sort of like position like that, right? Position. That's putting it professionally. I mean, it's just a way of getting to people, right? It's either a scam too. I've also been scammed, or not. I haven't been scammed, but I've almost been scammed, right? Like they'll be like, hey, we need your social security number so we can process the application. And I'm like, who are you? What are you? Right? And I applied to like a couple hundred jobs a week. And you'll get this like person from India or something, right? Nothing wrong with that. But when they're asking you for your social security number over the phone or like in an email and not in some sort of professional shit, yeah, guys, run, right? Yeah, I have so many stories I could tell you guys. It just doesn't end. Like LinkedIn is shit, yeah. And everybody uses it for some reason. I don't get why. In terms of like professionals, right? Our professors and teachers used to say that if you're a part of the system, you can't act against the system during the last big protest, and literally done things that can be considered power abuse, like ban students due to political views. It's funny because most of them came from provincial universities or do not have a decent academic career and reaches, and probably put this place due to connections of power and institute via family ties or main political party. Yeah, well said. Jeff's kiss, well said. He wanted me to go to California and he told me how to get into Mexico, and I went, hell no. Yeah, there you go. That's exactly what it is. It was a sex trafficking, some sort of sex trafficking, extortion, labor, right? Whatever it was. I mean, yo ho, ho ho. What up? Welcome back, dog. Good to see you. Oh my God, you're back. There was a trial. Former Monster employees sold mines and others info. Okay, wow. See, that makes sense. Yeah, that's another thing. Your information's getting fucking sold too. Damn right, Gonzo. Hell yeah. The Rigel has returned. I call him Rigel, guys, just because I'm not calling him really. Sorry. It would lead to too many confusing things. Hey, really, what's up? Right? Or really important.
Are you still talking
I'm
about
not
Jeffrey
gonna call him
Epstein? That. This guy's been talking about
I could call
for
him
years.
Nerdy FG, but I've just, yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. All right.
Oh, and then they're gonna rebrand and reopen as a new facility. But if that happens,
in case anyone knows, I know his name is Really, okay? Gus, have you ever watched Farscape? I watched like a couple episodes and then I think I started streaming and then I haven't been able to watch it. Is it good? I liked it so far. LinkedIn spilled my coffee
LinkedIn be
on my
like,
shirt.
I spilled coffee on my shirt today, but it taught me about leadership.
Exactly. It's a very douchey, like, oh my God, guys. I grew up with people like that almost my entire life. So I fucking hate people like that. If you notice, I'm not like that for, like, I can be very, like, I have educated takes and I know a lot about the subjects, but I purposely don't speak like that because I choose to say, fuck that, to all that shit. I just think it's so fake and so disingenuous, right? Hence why I wanted to start streaming, because literally, like, I was like, oh, well, who would like that kind of style? Me. I mean, like, people who actually are showing up to streams like this, right? TikTok shops is messed up as well. Oh, the Provo Canyon Part 2. Yeah, this is Provo Canyon Part 2, but not really, because they shut down. So I think Part 2 is coming out soon. Barscape is the GOAT. Is it really? Is it that good? Again, I just watched like the first couple episodes. I haven't. I probably have to just rewatch them again, because it's been like over a year and a half. So.
Yes, the series just keeps going on. So now I want to share a pretty important behind the scenes moment where I just escaped Provo Canyon. Escaped! Okay. And it was like 25 degrees outside. It was freezing. And I don't do well exercising in cold weather for whatever reason. I get to the bathroom. I threw up like 10 times. I didn't show it in the video because it's disgusting.
Ugh. Yeah. I mean, my stomach is, I told you, my stomach is a lot better today. But I swear to God, guys, whatever hit me hard. Hard.
And then Sheldon picks me up. We go back to the Airbnb.
We made it. Safe, dude. Yeah.
For most of the time when I was inside Provo Canyon, I didn't have a camera on me, so I wanted to just spill all my thoughts out to the camera while it was still fresh in my head.
Okay, so here's what happened. As I've said, I hand bend the chips, and here's what happened. I came in early, like we planned, and I went everywhere I wasn't supposed to, Ben. And I'm like, where the hell's Ben? Where were you at, like, from like 2 to like the time I saw you? You were in a therapist's office, weren't you?
No, I was in the gulag.
Oh, they had just let you out of the gulag?
Yeah, I was in the gulag for the first day and a half.
Yeah, that had to suck.
Yeah, I was in there for like 30 hours.
You were probably like, how boring was it?
I mean, I feel like I can go with like sensory deprivation. It was super boring, but like the worst part is that I just didn't have a camera on me, you know?
Yeah, I know.
I was just doing that for nothing.
Do you think if I had handed it to you when I got you on the key?
Dude, I was thinking what I should have done. So right when I showed up, they gave me a gift basket, right?
Yeah.
And they never inspected the gift basket.
Oh, so you could...
My favorite part was when he told the psychologist or whoever that fucker was, my kid is having trouble. He's a ginger now. He dyed his hair red. Are there any gingers in chat? Press 1. Yeah, but admittedly, when it comes to advertisers stalking people for their data, they can be aware of things, those kind of things, and sell to you. I do not equivalent of showing the little shoulder on TikTok, Temu Shine. Yeah. Oh my God, and their membership is incredibly exploitative. Like, it's really expensive. I think it's like $30 a month, and you get shit for it. You just basically you basically are paying to be seen a little bit more, but it doesn't really help because like, think about that, $30 a month, guys. That's fucked. To get a fucking job when you don't even have money if you're on that site, right? Because you're one ginger kid. I keep telling you, Gus, Taco Bell is not a replacement for rectal retribution. You need the real deal. I know. I gotta lay off that Taco Bell. I gotta lay off those quesadillas. I had problems. Yeah? What do you mean? I fell for a scam, and now I fell for a scam, and now my information's on TikTok shop. I have no control over it. Yeah. Yeah, see? But I'm glad I deleted TikTok and all that shit, because I mean, I know if you have like a huge following, good for you, right? But like, I opened up the TikTok for the stream. I did an Instagram too. I saw you followed, October. Thank you. I gotta follow you back. Let me do that because I see you followed here. On Instagram, I opened a new Instagram for the stream. Hopefully I'll post some stuff on there. And
I should have had long sleeves.
oh, I heard about that. Hayden Panettiere, right? I kind of liked her. She was cool. Like, I forget what movie she was in. Fuck, I'm sorry guys, we're super distracted today. It's cool because we're talking about a lot of shit. What the fuck? She was only 37. I was like, shit. Fellow Italian too. I remember because she had like this really interesting story. I don't know if it's true or not, but I remember I turned on like something I was watching, right? And okay, what was she in? Heroes in Nashville. Oh my god. She was in PikER. Let's see. Oh, she has a child. Yeah. Okay, so this is the story she was saying. And I was like, oh, that's so cool that she knows all this stuff about her heritage, right? Because I just feel like a lot of people just don't know shit, right? It's okay if it like you come from like more like ambiguous traditions or like you don't even know your parents, right? I have a friend like that. But this was kind of cool. Like she was like, her surname is of Italian origin. It means baker, and was passed down from her paternal step-grandfather who adopted her father. Her family pronounces the name Panettiere. Her maternal, right? So like she had like this whole like, and I was like, oh, that's cool that like somebody in Hollywood knows that much about their shit, right? So that's kind of where I remember like her coming up on the radar for me. I forget what I was watching. I think it was just like a dumb, like I was chilling with my girlfriend at the time and this came up, right? I was adopted, so I know. Yeah, that's like, it's fine in that case, right? Gray, that's what I'm saying. So I understand that. But I'm just saying like a lot of people don't even know like their heritage. Like Cheshire Cat was saying like, or sorry, me and you too was saying that she, her family like owned like land on Wall Street, right? That was pretty cool. So like I always love people who know about like their family heritage and stuff like that, or like stories about how they got their name and stuff, right? It's just cool to know. But like obviously that can't be everyone because like some people are adopted, right? My best friend, he was adopted and he just didn't want to know anything about his family, and I was like, yeah, honestly, like I don't blame you, buddy. They sound terrible. They sound like terrible people. Fuck them. I'm Italian, Swedish, and Hungarian. That's a good, interesting mix. Yeah. So she's apparently Italian, and I know because this name, right? It does literally mean baker. Her name is literally Hayden Lindsay Baker, right? In Italian. So I think this is the part, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So it's just very interesting. Like just stuff like this is always kind of fun to read about or watch. But
had the chips inside like that.
Yeah.
I should have brought the chips with me, and as they give me the gift basket, I like slide the chips in the gift basket. That's what I should have done. Well, we can always do that next time, but
oh my god, we just played them, dude. My fucking
yeah. Do you see something else that's crazy?
We played them, dude.
So one of the staff in the gulag, he gave me pants. So the way that you check, you pocket check, right?
Yeah.
So see this? I go, hey, I have no pockets. So I say, okay, just go like this, and then go like this with your underwear, right?
Yeah.
See my underwear?
Yeah.
Boom, pocket check, right? What you failed to see was I have a second pair of pants on way down here that do have pockets in. That's how I got around it. Just look, it's just, these are my pants and my underwear, right?
Yo, my plan works, dude.
But look, underneath, I have a bigger pair of pants, and these pair of pants do have pockets in. So that's how I got around it.
Oh, so basically, like he tricked them because like he was wearing pants underneath pants, but They only pulled it down enough to see his underwear. Okay. I was wondering what the fuck he was talking about. I was like, the fuck? How'd you sneak that in then? I know that about my current parents, that they are French and English on one side. Yeah. I just roll with that. You could get a DNA test if you really care, but at the end of the day, dog, it's really like whoever takes care of you, right? Whoever shows up in your life every day, that's what really matters. It's not some like blood thing, right? Because like I don't know, I learned that through my dad, right? Like we were talking about this yesterday. My dad, like he considers my great grandfather his dad, right? Before he passed away, because the dude was old as hell, so he was like in his 80s or 90s by that time, right? So
Oh, I mean,
that's crazy though, to think like your great grandfather was like in his 90s when he passed away, when your dad was only like 10, right? Or 13.
It probably would have been really hard because they had like mesh over it. I had to do kind of like a wall run.
I was adopted at birth. I'm not even sure how. Sister just looks like me. Interesting. Lurk. Hell yeah, girl. Be lurking and twerking.
And then I got to it, and then I had to climb like the huge mesh, and I just jumped like 15 feet down. It was a good like 15-foot jump, but I did it. And I'm a rock climber, so I mean it was pretty easy for me. But like for anyone else, I could see that being very hard. For literally anyone else, it'd be very hard.
That's probably why it took them so long to catch up.
Oh yeah, there's no way anyone else is climbing that fence. Yeah. Because it was like meshed over. Like
now
you
gotta tell them like, I'm not paying you your 50 grand. My kid's missing.
Yeah. Should we call him?
No, I think like you should wait till they call you.
Wait, so has any kid ever successfully escaped Provo Canyon before?
No.
So I'm the first person to ever successfully escape.
It's so funny.
Wait, so no one's ever gotten away successfully? Dang.
Dude, okay, so I go in, and so this is what I do. I try telling them I'm giving out chips out wrong. One dude's like, no. So I already tried that, but I'm like, I know I can get Nick to let me give them out on the unit you should have been on. So I was waiting there, and I'm like, is this everybody? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, fuck. So then I had to go back over to your unit, because a kid got transferred over to mine. I had to grab his stuff, and I saw your sheet sitting there. So then I asked my lead, I'm like, hey, like everyone else got 2 bags of chips. Everyone over here's gotten 2 bags of chips. Like this kid, I just met him yesterday. Like, is it cool if I give him 2 bags of chips? And she's basically like, no. And then I'm like, all right, I gotta go to the bathroom.
You just did it anyways.
Yeah, I'm like, I gotta go to the bathroom. And then like, I went out there and you were just getting moved over. And I'm like, yes.
Nice.
I'm so happy, dude, because I had been coming up with excuses the whole day to keep leaving the dorm.
Nice. Yeah, that's when they finally took me out of solitary. Was then. So that's how long I was in solitary for. Is that insane?
Yeah, you were only supposed to be in there a couple hours.
Yeah, I know.
So my bad, I couldn't get
Guys,
like,
isn't that crazy that like October set was talking about this, that he's gonna get put in a situation like this? That's fucked. I'm so sorry, girl. That's terrible. But they put you in solitary confinement, right? If you look at the data, the scientific data on what solitary confinement does to people, especially for that long, it's really bad. So, yeah, and doing this to kids is even worse, right? And he's supposed to be a kid. Yeah, just interesting note, I was adopted because my parents had been trying for like 3 years to have a child and had exhausted all of their options except adoption. 2 years after I was adopted, they had my sister naturally and they were stunned. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Crazy. Oh, that's very nice. Yeah, it happens more than you think. Wow. So like just the luck of the draw. There you go. Isn't that funny how like those kind of events in life work out? Like you would be a completely different person if a completely different family adopted you, right? Or if you would have waited longer, right? Yeah. Like, imagine if if they would have had your sister first, they would have never probably adopted you, right? Or they would have delayed it, but then by that time somebody else would have, right? Isn't that interesting to think about? My son has spent most of his year in solitary. He's now released unit and in general population. Oh my God. What the hell? That's crazy. 1 year in solitary confinement, most of his time, right? That is insane. That's a crime against humanity, guys. Like, that's against someone's human rights. I mean, human rights, what are those, right?
Me handing it to you right there would have been sus or not.
It sucks. It's weird because I went from solitary, and then when you get back, so I'm like in the actual dorm now. And it's like, okay, I'm supposed to have freedom, and we're still not allowed to talk to each other. Like, we just have to sit in chairs all looking at each other, and no one can talk. And they made us watch this stupid TV show that like he was watching, I guess. And it was just some like stupid like drama from like 30 years ago, and it sucked. It was so boring. He sucked.
He made us watch a stupid drama from 30 years ago. It sucked. By the way, how's the doctors? Still no response, ally. Or are you just in the waiting room? Yeah, my brother was there for 2 years and has never been the same. Yeah, it really fucks people over. We shouldn't be doing that, right? And this isn't even like my opinion. Other countries have also said that, right? Like Norway refuses to extradite anybody from Norway to the US because the US prison system is below human standards, right? This is what the Norwegian Supreme Court said, guys. Yeah, X out whenever that stupid spin wheel thing shows up. The shit that's there already is cheap as fuck, but when they start offering all the bundle deals where slashing prices for a bunch of shit, but you're only gonna get the deal if you're making a purchase of 15 or 20 bucks, then most likely everything you're getting is a bunch of easily breakable crap. Yep. Guys, nothing is ever cheap for a reason. My mom has a saying, right? She says, like, the cheap end up costing expensive. Cheap shit ends up costing expensive. Is the search bar available for certain items in the deal? If it's not, then the bottom of the barrel. Yeah. But, like, always just think that, right? Like, if a deal is just too good, there's probably a good reason why. Or like, if something's cheaper than something else, there's a good reason, right? That's why I've been a big fan now of looking into like overall, like I do research, right? I look into like reviews. I do like, where is it made, right? That kind of stuff. Because generally speaking, the more I've done that kind of research on stuff I buy, the better, right? That goes for like, well, I mean, like, even yesterday, right? I think Living Lily, you showed us that Italian ice drink mix, right? Look, based. I loved it. I think I might order some tonight because, yeah, I love Italian ice, but I don't like all the sugar in it, right? We say buy cheap, cost double. Yeah, well said. See? Yeah, I'm translating from what my mom says to English, but yeah, she'll say something like that. But that's like, yeah, there you go. It's a European saying, probably. It sounds like it is because buying cheap costs double. Well said. I like that. I have a video visitation with him on Saturday. I can't wait. Good. I'm so happy. Let us know how it goes. We'll be here on Saturday. Is Living Lily here? She is. She's just lurking, I think. She's at work.
Yeah, the girl was a little nice.
Yeah, she sent us an Italian ice thing. Like, it's a drink mix, and it has like Yeah, guys. I mean, she's always working. That's the thing, right? She's either like out and about working, leaving the stream on in her office or whatever. I will. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Nicer. Like she was a little cooler, I guess. She was a little less strict. But Jose sucked.
Wow.
It's weird because he looked younger than me, but it was like funny to think like I'm probably older than this dude.
Yeah, you're older than you're older than me.
He's like, but it's funny. Like most of the staff that's bossing me around, I'm like, I'm older than you. Like, why are you bossing me around? But yeah, it's funny.
That shit's annoying, huh? The way they boss you around nonstop.
Yeah, it sucks, dude. I went 17 hours without peeing, right?
Are you serious?
And then we get back from breakfast. So I've been 17 hours without peeing.
No way.
And then we get back, and the first thing he says is like, I don't want anyone to ask me if you can use the bathroom. And then we get down, and I'm like literally about to pee my pants. And I'm like, shoot, I want to ask to use the bathroom so bad, but I know he's going to blow up on me if I ask to use the bathroom. I'm like, I literally can't hold it anymore, though. And I just had to hold it. It's 17 hours of not peeing.
They really made you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the other dorm.
And like no one's in the bathroom. It's like, why can't I just use the bathroom? Like it's just because he was like wanting to power trip us, you know?
Yeah, it's a power trip. This is kind of the problem. Like this is what a lot of people don't realize is that when you give people this kind of power, they abuse it. Right? And this is very much related to politics for this reason, right? I'm overall very skeptical of power and hierarchies, and this is a good left-wing lesson to learn, right? The reason this is a good left-wing lesson to learn is because this is a micro example of why power doesn't work when you hand it over to either an agency, a government, or whatever, right? Always be very skeptical. I'm not saying I'm against that stuff, right? I obviously would support more regulation and stuff. I'm always just very skeptical of hierarchies and people of power, especially with those kind of tendencies to do these kind of things. So this is just a micro example of why we shouldn't have this kind of system, right? This is a very conservative system, and it just doesn't fucking work. So not only is it right-wing conservative, and it just doesn't work because it doesn't do anything for the kids. But everything he just said is absolutely true, right? So we're taking this example and we're sort of like trying to make it scale up to a macro example, meaning something like that affects us all. And this is where like I think we as leftists can be very efficient in kind of like trimming the weeds, right? We don't always need these people in power that don't that all they really do is want the power trip, and they don't really want to help anyone, right? Now, how do you go about doing that? That's where the difficult part is, right? And this is where we need to have good policy. It happens always, power corrupts by itself. Exactly, right? That's what I'm trying to say. So this is just a micro example of that, but it happens on a societal level, right? You can give a few examples of this. Just always be skeptical of this, right? Which is why I'm always skeptical of it, because while I support this stuff, especially on principle, it's how it's done that's really important. This is not a good way of doing anything. A female teacher did this to me when I was 6 years old. Yeah, and it scars kids, right? It's terrible for kids. Alushir, I've had like other people in my life tell me the same thing, right? That one teacher like literally grabbed her at like 6 years old and told her, stop doing that, and like yelled at her in front of it, right? When she wasn't even really doing anything. So these are like really big problems, right? And it was just because they have the power to do so. How do we fix this stuff? How do we go about making this more equitable, right? More equal in terms of how like these kind of people cannot be in these kinds of positions. That's going to be kind of tricky, right? But it's something we have to work on. I wonder how many kids there get UTIs. I mean, that's going to cause a UTI, right? Yeah. That's so unhealthy. Yeah, like I mean, they probably don't even have little cranberry pills for them or anything, but
because you guys don't have bathrooms in your room.
It's not like no, we do, but it's not like it's in the common room, yeah. But it's not even like someone was in the bathroom. It's not like we were busy doing something. It's not like we were misbehaving. He was literally just trying to power trip us.
Wow. Did everyone else agree? Did you get everyone else?
Yeah. Like everyone's like, I have to pee so bad because like we woke up, like we were not allowed to use the bathroom. We were eating breakfast first, and then we were taking our. I don't know. It was stupid.
Don't want a trauma dump before retired in mass. No, I understand. Thank you, Alishir, for sharing your story.
That's crazy. Yeah, that dude sounds like a dude.
35 years before she retired. Yeah. Even mass, see?
Or like, we would just be sitting there, and everyone's just like looking at each other, right?
Yeah.
And it's like 5 minutes of just staring, and like no one's doing anything. And then someone will be like, hey, like...
Cameras, AI, automized monitoring, it's all probably where it goes. Yeah. Right? And somebody has the power to do something with that information, right? So we always have to think about this stuff from like that from that perspective, right?
Where are you from originally, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey, no talking. Like I said, no talking and stuff. It's like why are you getting that mad? Like it wasn't even like an inappropriate question. And like all he was doing, he was just trying to make a friend, you know, like putting these like 16, 17-year-olds who like want to be social with each other and just not letting them be social. Like that sucks.
I agree.
Dude, yo, we got the man, dude. Oh my god, I gotta give you another hug, bro. Like, I'm so glad you're okay, dude. I was so fucking worried about you, dude.
Yeah, dude, you don't have to be worried about me. I'm always good.
But I thought you got a call with the cameras, we were fucking screwed.
No, I always have, I always have backup plans in case the main plan doesn't work. Because, yeah, the main plan didn't work, dude, so... So when I get there, they're like, okay, we have to take all your clothes and stuff for inventory. That way, in case someone steals it. Basically, we just have to put a sticker on it that says your name. That way we know it's yours, right?
So you would never have gotten your stuff in time.
So
I got paddled in first grade for sharpening a crayon in the pencil sharpener as a kid. Told me I wasn't allowed to. So I told the teacher I did it, and she got the principal and... What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh yeah, I mean, I've heard stories like that. Luckily, and it's still happening in this country, right? I heard in Texas, they still, like, beat kids with fucking sticks. Right? And this is the thing is, nobody, like, connects that trauma to, like, why they are a certain way in life, right? Like, this is why I'm a big fan, guys, of you finding the right therapist and going out there and speaking this, like, stuff to them, because, like, there are some good therapists that can help you, right? Yeah, and Texas is shit. I mean, literally, Texanus, like, they will literally still beat their kids, I heard. And I'm like, the fuck? Really? Because that's been banned here in Mass for a long time, right? I don't know how long, but... Like, no teacher ever did that to me when I was growing up, so... But, like, Texas, yeah, they're still doing that shit. Because, of course, is his friend finishing his walk counter or what? I know! He's very anxious. Walking back and forth. He's got his polka walker, Rigel. Remember that shit as a kid? I don't know if you know what that is, but that thing was the goat. Oh man. You'd put your little like Pokemon in there and then you would go for a walk. This thing, yeah.
I bought this Pokewalker listed as broken for parts. Let's see if we can fix it. Normally, all these Pokewalkers need are new batteries, so I tried that and it worked. And to my surprise, there was a Jirachi just sitting on this Pokewalker casually. This is one of the best Pokemon I found on a Pokewalker,
That's
but the
crazy,
question is, can we
Jirachi?
save this Jirachi
Yeah.
and get it out of the Pokewalker? I bought this Pokewalker listed as broken for parts. Let's see if we can fix it. Normally, all these Pokewalkers need are new batteries, so I tried that and it worked.
That's what he's trying to get some steps in. I don't know.
So I said, okay, how long does it take? 5 minutes? And they said, yeah, you should have your stuff soon. So I'm like, okay. 5 minutes later, I'm like, yeah, so then 5 minutes later, I'm like, hey, can I wear my stuff? They're like, oh, no, we just has to be, like, stickered. That way, like, if someone steals it, like, we know it's yours, you know? I'm like, well, I can just wear it. Like, no one's going to steal it if I'm wearing it, you know? And they're like, yeah, it's just procedure. We have to do it. So an hour goes by. I'm like, hey, it's cool if I have my stuff. Because that's, like, it's like a shoe with the pocket in, right? So I can put the thing in there.
Did you ever get those shoes?
And it's also the shirt with the button, right? So there's like the secret component, and then the button. So an hour goes by, they're like, dude, still in inventory. 2 hours goes by, still in inventory. They're like, dude, it'll definitely
Want to
be
get
here
food? All
by
right.
tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I'm like, dude, it's just a sticker. Like, how hard is it going to be to get a sticker? And they're like, dude, yeah, normally we get it by now, but they're just being lazy today. So then 9 a.m. comes. I'm like, hey, you guys said I would have my clothes by 9. And also it's freezing in there too, right?
I know
and I just have like this like stupid t-shirt on that they gave me. And it's like freezing, and I'm like, cold, and so I'm like really putting pressure. Like, obviously the real reason I need it is because I want the secret compartments for the spy cameras. But I'm just telling them, I'm like, dude, I am shivering. So I'm like in there, I am shivering. I have goosebumps. I'm like, I'm like, I really need my clothes. And they're like, oh yeah, like I'm like, you said it would be here by 9 a.m. And they're like, I never said that. And I'm like, yeah, you did. And this is where it'd be nice if I had the cameras because I could like replay it. And then they're like, he's like, it'll definitely be here by noon. He's like, there's not a chance it's not here by noon. So then noon comes. I'm like, hey, you said it'd be here by noon, right? And he's like, I never said that. I'm like, you did say that. And he's like getting mad at me that I'm calling him out on this. He's like, don't tell me what I said and stuff.
Oh my God.
Everything's just a power trip, yeah.
You said it would be here by noon. Like, I'm literally freezing right now. And then he's like, they'll get it to you when they get it to you. And I'm like, okay. And then he's like, it'll be here by 3. And then 3 p.m. comes.
No way.
And I'm like, hey, where is it? And he's like, you're not gonna get it until Monday. And I'm like, I'm not misbehaving. I'm like the best student in there, but they're getting like pissed at me over this. I'm like, this is like your problem that you're gonna get mad at me over. I don't know, it was stupid.
Yeah.
Like I see why the kids like rebel, because like I was being the nicest student in there, and they were getting like mad at me. So I wonder like.
So you never even got? How did you
like?
even film with the spy button?
I was being perfect. I didn't really. I just did like audio mostly. Maybe we just animate over it. I don't know.
Okay.
But that's the only part I'm pissed about, though. I really, really wanted to film with that spy button, but they were just stupid, and they just couldn't get me the inventory.
Did you tell everyone you were in there for gay thoughts?
Yeah.
What did they say?
I told him, I was like, my dad sent me here because he thinks I'm gay because I've never had a girlfriend before. I was like, I'm homeschooled, and I was in Boy Scouts, so like, I never get the chance to meet girls. And like, yeah, it's so stupid. He's like, that sucks that you're here, but like, we just had someone else that was here. His dad sent him here because he's like super Christian. I guess he was gay or something. And he sent him here.
Yeah, so like, this isn't even that. Do you hear that, guys? This isn't even that rare. Or like, this is not a one-time event. Like, there was another kid in there with that same story, essentially, right? Which is fucked.
He's like, what you're going through is like, no.
And it can lead to things like shootings, teacher power, abuse of the state, where violence is normalized, kids are not protected. It leads to a situation where kids are put into situations standing their ground and their own means, and sometimes kids can handle destructive means to solve it. Well said. Yeah. See, this stuff is, that's why you have to look at it that way, right? The micro leads to the macro, and I'm a big fan of this for that reason. Hence why we watch this, right? Because this is a micro example of the system just completely falling apart, completely being shit, right?
Unusual.
Wow, do you have that on audio?
Yeah.
Well
he
said,
said
Bima.
that probably 5 minutes before I escaped. Because like once he said that, I was like, okay, like I was trying to get like all the last like little bits, you know?
Yeah, and that was like.
And then that was the last one, and then I was like, okay, I guess I can escape now.
I didn't get you on the key, and I was super mad. But like you saw how like that would have been really hard to pull out my keys in that scenario.
Yeah, dude, it was so funny the first time we met. I could just see you're just pointing the key right at me, and I was just trying so hard not to laugh. Like you're pointing the key at me. You're like, hello, my name's Sheldon. You're like, are you a new kid here? And I'm just like looking down because I'm like, if I look up, I'm definitely just like gonna burst out laughing.
Yeah, you seemed almost like you did it perfectly. You like seeing you like that made me sad.
Really?
Yeah.
I was just trying as hard as I could not to laugh. So I was just like looking down because I was like, if I look up, I'm just gonna burst out laughing. I was trying to look like as sad as possible. Yeah, I'm still kind of like breathing hard from that run. I until I got to the restaurant and I like threw up like 3 times. It's so cold. I don't do well in the cold.
I thought you were gonna be mad at me for getting out of there, but I thought we got caught. So like,
you can always go back.
Oh my god, I'm so happy you're okay, dude.
You were worried?
Oh, dude, I've never, like, I felt so badly.
You're in a
because I thought we got
concentration
caught.
camp, of course.
What level do you think I am right now?
I think
like what happens when a kid escapes?
the cops are out looking for him.
Wait, the cops are looking for me right now?
Yeah.
Am I like an Amber Alert?
Yeah.
Wait, really? Should we try our Amber Alerts on and see?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, if you like this behind the scenes moment, you can get tons of more behind the scenes moments just like this by subscribing to Patreon at Reckless Ben. So the biggest question I've been getting on this video is, what the heck happened to bricks and minifigs? I think most people are assuming that because I posted a video about Provo Canyon, I've just completely given up on the bricks and minifigs thing now. I'm done with that saga and I'm focusing on something else, which is totally false. So the fourth Lego video I think is going to be the most epic video I've probably ever posted. Like, I want it to be something where you look back in 10 to 20 years and you're like, when that remember when that thing happened, that was epic, you know? Like, I want it to be like one of those moments. And because of this, I don't want to post it until it's perfect. So I've been working every single day on it. It's going to be epic, but I just want to make sure it's perfect before I post it. So that's where the fourth Lego video is at. Oh shoot. Wait, one more really important thing.
Just cuts off.
What's up, y'all? Welcome to the show.
Welcome to Democracy Now!
All right, these are the headlines for today. Just to get informed of this shit.
DemocracyNow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. President Trump has reportedly threatened to bomb the S out of Oman if it, quote, gets
Say it, Amy. God.
away of the U.S. blockade of Iranian ships in the Strait of Hormuz. It comes as Trump has downplayed concerns about conditions on the USS Abraham Lincoln, an aircraft carrier that's been deployed for more than 260 days, one of the longest deployments in U.S. military history. Two U.S. military newspapers, the Navy Times and Stars and Stripes, have reported multiple attempts by sailors to jump overboard amidst deteriorating conditions on the Lincoln, including food rationing, plumbing backups, and shortages of basic supplies, including toothpaste and soap. This is President Trump talking to reporters Friday, saying the deployment hasn't been long enough.
It hasn't been long enough, guys. They need to do more. Starve more. Cheshire Cat. Starve better, guys.
Right now, we're very shortly, and it's being replaced with another very similar ship. Has the deployment gone on too long? Are you worried about the mental health?
Not nearly long enough.
Not nearly long enough, the president said. This comes as President Trump says the U.S. will substantially reduce joint military exercises with South Korea, noting Seoul had declined to join the U.S. war on Iran. He said his decision is based on his, quote, very good relationship with North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un.
What the fuck?
Had declined to join the U.S. war on Iran. He said his decision is based on his, quote, very good relationship with North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un, adding the country has been, quote, unthreatening and respectful as long as he's been president. Meanwhile, in Qatar, officials are denying Iranian accusations that Doha is secretly holding 3 Iranian airmen as prisoners of war. The dispute dates to the 3rd day of the war, when Qatar said it shot down 2 Iranian warplanes and themed were threatening its airspace.
IHOP.
On Sunday, Iran's military announced a $30,000.
Can you imagine wanting to have it to go to IHOP in another country? I don't know. IHOP is pretty bad. I mean, except for the breakfast, I guess. But even there, it's like kind of. There are better diners around here for that. He can fuck himself. Feed our people. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah, girl.
Bounty for killing or capturing U.S. soldiers, which would be doubled if it's carried out by a woman.
What are you getting for dinner or lunch?
Whoever, any dear combatant kills an American or captures one and hands them over to any of the units of the Islamic Republic of Iran Army, supported by those dear individuals who wish to participate in financial jihad, but under the guarantee of the Army, alongside the great rewards of jihad, we will provide a proper gift. This gift is equivalent...
Oh, yeah. I'm just saying, like, IHOP is not one of those restaurants, right? I agree. KFC in other countries is really good. I had KFC like in Costa Rica. The chicken is incredible there, by the way. Anything with chicken. They love fried chicken. It's like one of their staple foods. It's so good. Oh my god. So like KFC is generally pretty good over there, but yeah. And in the Asian countries, they have all sorts of like, I heard like the best KFC somebody's had is in Japan, right? Like at the Japanese airport there in Tokyo. Makes sense. It's probably very high quality, right? I got protein shakes and water. Nice. And tax Elon if they were to pay full tax on them. Could pay UNICEF and other full agencies. Like if Elon claimed he would, then he would have chickened out and realized he had to pay up
to $30,000, approximately
Fucking
5
Elon.
billion tomans.
In Lebanon, Israeli airstrikes killed at least 11 people, including children, on Saturday, one of the deadliest Israeli attacks in Lebanon since the so-called ceasefire with Hezbollah took effect in June. Israel's been...
Has everyone seen that video that Elon posted, apparently? That's like him sucking himself off using AI. It's embarrassing, guys. It's so long. Let me see if I can find it.
Since early March, after Hezbollah fired into Israel in retaliation for the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. Israeli strikes have killed more than 4,300 people in Lebanon this year. According to the UN, more than 1 million people have been forced to flee their homes. President Trump's son-in-law and envoy Jared Kushner has met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu after Israel rejected a 15-point plan for Gaza promoted by President Trump's so-called board of peace. The proposal would see Hamas gradually disarm and turn over governance of the Gaza Strip to an international force in exchange for Israel's withdrawal. Over the weekend, Kushner met in Cairo with Hamas's political chief, Khalil al-Hayya. Also joining the talks was Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, former British Prime Minister Tony Blair, and Qatari, Turkish, and Egyptian mediators. In the occupied West Bank, Israel's military has announced plans to hand over responsibility for policing Israeli settlers to a civilian Israeli police force. Palestinian officials condemned the plan as a flagrant violation of international law, calling it another step towards Israeli annexation of the West Bank. This comes as a siege by Israeli settlers on the village of Kusra has entered its second week, with 15 Palestinians, including 2 children, cut off from food, water, and electricity by armed Israeli settlers backed by soldiers. Human rights groups say it's part of a concerted effort by Israelis to seize even more Palestinian land. This is a video filmed by hASaN, whose family's been confined to their home for over a week while Israeli soldiers occupy a neighboring building.
We are in our besieged house and have been under siege for the last 7 days. The soldiers are stationed on the nearby house of my brother Youssef. They keep screaming and singing all day.
In Russia, officials say at least 10 people were killed over the weekend when Ukraine launched one of its largest drone attacks since the start of the war. Moscow's defense ministry claims it shot down nearly 1,500 Ukrainian drones over 24 hours. A massive fire tore through a distribution warehouse operated by the Russian online retailer Wildberries just outside central Moscow. Ukrainian officials say Russia struck 13 locations across Ukraine over the same period, killing 7 people. In Afghanistan, the Taliban have marked 5 years in power since U.S. forces withdrew from the country. Since retaking control in 2021, the Taliban have stripped away the rights of women and girls, with UNESCO reporting some 2.4 million girls are now barred from secondary and higher education. The United Nations warns more than half of women's groups still working in Afghanistan could cease operations within the next year due to funding problems. This is the permanent representative of Denmark to the United Nations.
The Taliban's systematic repression of women and girls has become a defining feature of the current system. Afghanistan remains the only country in the world where girls are banned from secondary and higher education. The grave abuse of the right to education is also having far-reaching consequences for Afghanistan's economic development and provision of essential public services.
Hundreds of migrants in Spain's North African enclave of Ceuta gathered for a protest Sunday demanding they be granted asylum. They're among the thousands who remain there after more than 70,000 people crossed into the enclave in recent weeks seeking protections. Dozens died, mostly from drowning in their attempt to reach the Spanish territory amidst an intensifying crackdown along the border with Morocco. Many of those who stayed in Ceuta are now forced to sleep on the beach or in the city's outskirts. This is a migrant from Morocco who swam there.
We have problems and bad situations in our country. There are so many talents in our country that have been lost. We are truly suffering. We are sleeping next to the sea, with cold, with bad smell. We are suffering a lot. The police doesn't let us go downtown. They always kick us out, telling us to get the hell out of there.
In Indonesia, a 7.7 magnitude earthquake that struck the country Saturday was followed by nearly 1,000 aftershocks, killing more than 50 people. The largest earthquake hit just north of Flores Island, followed by a second 6.4 magnitude quake in Indonesia's western Sumatra Island. An estimated 5,000 people have been evacuated. Search and rescue teams race to find survivors. Many evacuees have been forced to sleep in the streets, afraid of more aftershocks. Meanwhile, tents have been set up amidst the rubble of collapsed hospitals to serve as makeshift emergency rooms to treat injured patients. Landslides have also blocked roads in parts of Flores Island, raising concerns of dwindling aid and resources as people go hungry.
My husband in the morning took Rohini's baby and went to the store, and he got us 3 loaves of bread to share. One loaf of bread, I felt so sorry for my nieces and nephews, had to be divided, little by little.
Ugh.
She's pregnant. I feel so sorry for her, so I only ate a small amount. Even a single banana would be divided among 3 people. We were desperately hungry.
This is Indonesia's deadliest quake since 2022, when an earthquake in West Java killed hundreds. In the United States and northern Michigan, a gunman killed 5 people Friday, prompting a manhunt that ended when the shooter was found dead alongside one of his victims. Separately, police in Petersburg, Virginia, arrested a 19-year-old suspect on Saturday following an overnight shooting at Virginia State University that left 5 people injured, one of them critically, just hours after officials welcomed freshmen to campus. According to the Gun Violence Archive, the U.S. has seen at least 305 mass shootings since the start of the year. President Trump's former personal attorney, now Attorney General Todd Blanche, has declined to pledge that the Justice Department will operate independently of the White House. Blanche was asked about the topic.
He got in. It doesn't matter.
By NBC's Meet the Press host Kristen Welker.
You, of course, used to be President Trump's former personal defense attorney. Can you pledge that the Justice Department will always act independently of the White House?
Well, there's a big difference between saying we will always do our job and investigate any case and act independently of the White House. No, I'm not going to pledge that.
A federal judge has ruled the state of Idaho must allow abortions when the...
Nice!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.com.
Directly against.
Whoops.
Because I'm being targeted by a campaign of...
Sorry, guys. Screwed that up here.
Any case and act independently of the White House. No, I'm not going to pledge that.
A federal judge has ruled the state of Idaho must allow abortions when the pregnant person's health and life are...
Gus, one time I got a mysterious notification from Discord on my phone saying, have you ever said thank you? Have you even said thank you? That's strange, because we use that all the time. Who would send that? That's crazy. I mean, I know Trump said it, but like we have that. We have that as like a sound. Yeah, there we go. We have that as a sound alert. That is strange. Who was it from? That's so weird. Canoa Club. Wow. Technology doesn't gaslight me very often, but I think it was only 2 times. It was Discord. Wow. I can't wait for Blanche to be in jail. I'm hoping, praying, girl. Praying. That is scary. Yeah, no, we have that redeemed, Cheshire Cat. Have you said thank you? No, it wasn't from a person. It was from like Discord. Okay. That's crazy. Like the company Discord. Yeah, they look different. Yeah, it's a meme. Exactly. No, but I'm just saying, like, we saw that live and we clipped it that day on the stream, right? We watched that whole interview, and that day it became like a part of the stream. Trump will pardon him if he can. Yep, that's another problem. Cheshire Cat, I agree.
Risk. U.S. District Judge B. Lynn Windmill.
I don't know. I was sleep deprived at this time, so I forgot to screenshot it. Gotcha. Yeah, next time that happens, if it does. So, like, I don't get gaslit very easily, but I can't trust my eyes on that.
Idaho state officials cannot prosecute
that's a very good story. Thank you for sharing that.
Physicians who perform abortions under these circumstances, saying Idaho's near total abortion ban violates the due process and equal protection clauses of the 14th Amendment.
Yeah.
Physicians faced up to 5 years in prison if found in violation
White House
of the
thought
ban.
their strike
In his ruling, Judge
better.
Windmill wrote, quote, "It's about self-preservation and the limit of the state's power to make a woman suffer for the sake of an unborn child. A pregnant woman's health is not a state resource to be allocated at the legislature's whim," he said. And the Democratic National Committee has approved sweeping changes to the 2028 presidential primary calendar. Under the new schedule, South Carolina voters would cast the first ballots January 22nd, followed by Nevada on February 1st. Iowa and New Hampshire would no longer be the first states to hold nominating contests. The move could expand the influence of Black and Latino voters on narrowing the field of presidential contenders. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
And I'm Anjali Kamath, and welcome to all of our viewers and listeners around.
Perfect. All right. And then we got this about apparently the local news is losing their mind over just Israeli genocide facts. Are we surprised?
It will be Election Day in Florida tomorrow. We got a handful of very interesting primaries.
It will be, huh? Oliver Larkin's election.
In particular, in the battle for the soul of the Democratic Party. And 2 candidates who are on the ballot tomorrow join us now. We've got Elijah Manley, who is running in Florida's 20th congressional district. And
Trump needs to thank SCOTUS and Congress for his crimes. For real, dog. Al-Lushir, good to see you again. I'm glad you're here again. LMAO, hi guys. Hi. Hola, che. Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah, that's why they call him Che Guevara, right? Because he was from Argentina.
Oliver Larkin.
They say that in Galicia too. Or is it? I don't think they say it in Catalonia, right, PikER? I think you said they don't do it in Catalonia. They do it in Basque Country, I think, and in Galicia. No, I don't think so. Yeah. I've never heard like someone from Catalonia say that, but they do it in Galicia. And it's like a very regional thing in Spain, which would make sense why they do it in Argentina, girl, because like most of the people in Argentina, the migrants who arrived were from northern Spain, not necessarily southern Spain. So that's kind of the opposite thing as well, because if you, oh man, I gotta pull out that book. I keep forgetting to do it, but I was reading the statistics there in the book, and most of the people who came, kind of like in Cuba later on, most of the people
Hi,
who
friend.
came...
That just hit me right in the backpack. You have no idea how green that feels in a goblin's heart. So many buttons. Worth it. I love you too. Don't tell the pigeons.
Yeah, it can be used for any, because it's an E, right? So that's another thing is because it ends in E, you can tell it's for all genders. It applies equally. Like it's not a, you can use it for anyone, right? That's, I've used it. I've heard people use it for every gender. So yeah, I love you. Oh, look at that love. I don't know why, but I just realized this. The last 3 popes have been fascist countries. And then the last few were all Italians, being from Argentina. Well, this is, if you've been watching me, Kami Canoa Club, I know you're fairly new here. But I actually commented on that, right? That it was quite brilliant to pick some the Pope from Argentina. And the reason it was so brilliant to do was because he's sort of like like Argentina is very much like a vector point for between like the East and the West, right? Or like the global South and the East and the like the industrialized parts of Europe or like European countries in general, right? Because the Pope's family comes from, at least like the previous Pope, right? Not Pope Leo. His family came from Italy, but they settled, like they lived in Argentina. He was born in Argentina, which is very common. The vast majority of the people there are of like Italian descent. And the reason that's kind of, I think the reason they chose him was because like Latin America has the biggest Catholic population. So he sort of bridges the gap between like Europe, like that Catholic part of Europe, meaning Italy, Spain, right? Those countries, and that like Latin American part of Europe, right? Because Argentina is a part of Latin America. So it was quite a good choice to pick him. And I actually said that, and like I almost guarantee you that was done deliberately, right? Almost guarantee you. Yeah. He had so much aura. Yeah, he did. You could tell he was far more like left wing than he actually like put out there, right? It just, he's like representing a very like conservative organization, guys. Like, let's be honest. He can't fucking come out there and say all this stuff because people, there are a lot of conservatives in the, right? The Catholic Church is very conservative. Almost bought Nitro. Yeah, Nitro is worth the money for a lot of people. If you can go without it, Discord is not a company that needs your money. Yeah, if you don't. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Italy crossover. Yep, it was a perfect choice because like he represents sort of like the crossover between Italy, like Catholic Europe, and like Latin America, which has the largest Catholic population in the world. So he was a really good choice in that like geopolitical sense, right? Very soft power choice. And remember, guys, the Vatican is a soft power position, right? Like it's not a very powerful country because it doesn't have like a gigantic military, but it has soft power, which is, soft power is what? The power to influence. Why do you think they picked a Leo? I think in part, the people who chose Leo were thinking about, well, America has fallen to fascism, right? How do we stop that? And how do we get them to be more like on that left-wing spectrum, right? I almost guarantee you that's what happened, right? Because the people who choose the Pope are thinking like long-term, right? They're thinking in that soft power kind of mentality. And I think like the Pope Francis choice was exactly like done the same way. And Pope Leo was chosen the same way, right? Pope Leo literally has spoken out against Trump on multiple occasions, right? So again, he's not going to sit there and fucking like machine gun people or anything like, right? This is the fucking Pope we're talking about, right? But so far, like it's been what, a little more than a year, right? Since he's been, or something like that. And he's been calling him out a lot for a pope, let's just say. So many Italian names. Yep, it's because a lot of people a lot of people are from Italian descent there. Yeah. Does the U.S. have a big Catholic population, or is it quite small? The U.S., it's not like the biggest, but it's sizable. It's pretty big. It's growing too, unfortunately, because like those like J.D. Vance is a convert and stuff. Yeah. So the last popes are from Poland, Germany, and Argentina, the U.S. Yes, exactly. Right? Compared to evangelicals, the Catholics. I feel like when it comes to the papacy, right, or the Vatican, the last, like, besides Francis and Leo, obviously, they've been very, very conservative. Like, I remember, what's his last name? I'm blanking on his name. The German Pope back in 2005, he was very conservative. John Paul was conservative. The previous Pope before him was very conservative, right? It's up until Francis and now Leo that they've been like much more, like especially for like the Pope, much more to the left than any of those guys, right? That's why like Francis was like, you can't hate on gay people, right? I was talking to my dad about that, and he was like, oh yeah, if he just flat out like went like what he actually believed, he probably would get shot. And if my dad says that, right? My dad grew up Catholic his whole life. If my dad said that, then that shows you there's probably something to that, right? Compared to evangelicals, Catholics are just as rare in the U.S. Yeah, it's hardly Catholics aside from the Latino populations. Yeah, German Pope retired early, bad work ethics. I know. Germans, God. Terrible work ethic. What was his name? Ratzinger, right? Ratzinger? That was his name. Poland is very fascist right now. I don't know about in 1970. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Many of the Spanish-speaking people are Catholic conservatives, but MAGA cray. Yeah.
Who is running in the...
Yeah, so it's very interesting to examine the Vatican through this like soft power political influence they hold, because they do hold influence, guys. It's just it's not the same kind of influence like that, say, like the US or China has, right? It's a different kind of influence. It's a more soft power influence. And I think like we're gonna see maybe like the crescendo of it in the next coming years, right? Because like we've had two fairly left-wing popes, especially for the last like couple popes before them. Right? Benedict was really conservative. Yeah. Joseph Alois Ratzinger. Yeah, there you go. John Paul was both the John Pauls were very conservative, like very conservative guys. Yeah, so also no one knows how much money and property they own. Yeah, I mean there's a lot of stuff going on there, right? But most of their stuff is based off of soft power, right? Like the Vatican has a tiny little army, but that's because of like the Crusades and stuff, right? They've had an army for a while. Huge amount of gold, probably lots of land and stocks. Yeah, I mean, I don't know enough about that, but like probably you're absolutely right. It's probably hidden away somewhere or something. Maybe they have the Italian army. Yeah, they have like an army themselves. They have like a guard that guards the Pope, right? But they're like a little microstate with very influential power. But it's mostly just soft power. Church is the biggest landowner in most European countries. Yeah, well said.
25th. Welcome, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, of course. So I've been tracking these races closely, both of you progressive candidates up against
They have the Swiss Guard. Yeah, exactly. That Swiss Guard, right? You can look it up. It's interesting, let's just say. Yeah. Right. And they still look like that to this day. There you go. See? Yeah, it's been around for 2000, right? Yeah. So this is what I mean, Kami Kanoa Club. Like, this is an example of soft power, right? Like, nobody's being really intimidated by this guy invading, right? But they do wield a lot of power in terms of like the hearts and minds of people in Latin America, Africa, especially like in the global south, right? But Europe, right? The Catholic parts of Europe, North America, even, right? Yeah, and again, I think like the people who pick the Pope all know this stuff. They know this stuff, guys. They know, okay? So, like the appointments of Francis and Leo were done deliberately. And it's pretty obvious to see just based off of like how they went about it. The Pope owns 51% of General Motors stock. In exchange is the only thing is qualified to quote us, George Harris. And there used to be like a lot of like anti-Catholic behavior or anti-Catholic like sentiment, right? It was bigotry. Let's just call it what it is. It's bigotry. Like, that the Pope was going to control like people like John F. Kennedy because he was the first Catholic president, right? So this has been a thing in a lot of for a long time, right? And they are very powerful. It's just like, again, the power is soft, right? It's a very soft kind of power. But I'm glad that finally it's being used for not shitty conservatism and more like left-wing viewpoints, for fuck's sake. Finally, right? Now, could it be better? Probably, yeah, obviously, but like, again, the whole institution is 2,000 years old, like you said, right? Going against that much systemic like pressure is going to be difficult, right? Is amazing though. The architecture and sound of history is not what they've done to. Yeah, exactly. The Vatican City is amazing. It really is. Not left wing, but almost pro. I mean, they are, like, objectively, they are, right? Like, there's certainly more on the left than the other popes. Like, Francis was like, hey, you can't hate on gay people. I was like, okay, that's good. He literally said that. I mean, what else do you expect from the Pope at this point? It's a very conservative organization, right? It's why I don't like these hierarchies, right? I'm fundamentally opposed to most hierarchies, guys, or like institutions like this. But like, take the W's where they're at, I guess. Right? Yeah, a lot of Latinos don't support the Pope right now because they're too... Exactly! He's too woke! And this is what I'm trying to say. Like, my dad said that if I'm just telling you what, as like a lifelong Catholic, he was saying this, right? My dad recently like stopped being Catholic. My dad said that based on everything he knows and the people he's talked to and all the stuff that he's like, if the Pope were to come out like as like a super for this stuff and like campaign for it, literally there would be a bullet in him. So what does that tell you, right? Is that he's up against a system that is very conservative. And I mean, let's be fair, it is very conservative for a reason. It stood the test of time for 2,000 years. If that's not conservative, I don't know what is, right? Oh yeah, left of conservative, probably right of Democrats. Yeah, probably something like that. Either way, I mean, it's somewhere in that line, right? Like, they're not gonna... I mean, sorry to say, but the Rome wasn't built in a day. You can't move the Vatican left in one push. Exactly. I think it's gonna take a succession of popes. That was my point, right? Is that Francis was kind of like the first like left-wing pope in a long time. And he really like spoke against these issues that he like gay marriage and right, supporting like all these things that he's talked about, right? We've gone over a few of them anyway. Well, Leo if you understand his record, he was against the dictatorship in Peru. Right? He actively fought against the dictatorship of Peru. Alberto Fujimori, who literally like tried to, and he successfully did, he sterilized indigenous women, right? The Native American population in Peru. Like, that's what he tried to do. And he tried to do it at breakneck speeds. Like liberal? Sure, something like that. Along those lines, right? I think, but yeah. So, I don't know. That to me is not really like, so I think like that lot, like the more we get people like that, maybe we can shift the organization more to the left, right? But it's going to take a while because it's a very conservative organization, right? Unless it just collapses all by itself, which I wouldn't care because obviously, like, I don't care. But a lot of people do care about the Catholic Church, right? So like I have to be respectful towards that at least. You're not going to win anybody with fucking saying, especially in Latin America, right? It's very important organization. So, and to a lot of Europeans, right? To some Africans, etc., yeah. So that's the struggle, right, guys? That's how life is. It's everything's about pushing stuff in the right direction, and hopefully more of a downhill of momentum as opposed to uphill, right? That's the way I always describe it myself. You want as much downhill momentum and not having to always have to push stuff uphill. Because who wants to push stuff uphill? That sucks.
Establishment type figures, longtime establishment figures. Elijah, you're running against Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and Oliver is running against Jared Moskowitz. You guys had this rally plan. Let's put F1 up on the screen. The Chomp the Oligarchy rally, the two of you alongside Angie Nixon. Rashida Tlaib was there. I believe Malat Kiros also was in attendance, correct? A lot of trouble getting this pulled off. Elijah, tell me what was going on with this.
So, I don't know where to start. I mean, we put together an awesome event, and it was supposed to be held in the venue, which is in my district in Wilton Manors. And out of nowhere, the owners of the establishment decided, that we would have to uninvite Rashida Tlaib, Congresswoman Tlaib, in order to host the event there, which was a no-go from all of us. We were not going to do that to the Congresswoman. So we changed venues.
What did they say? Sorry, I want to hear the whole story, but what did they say specifically about why Congresswoman Tlaib could not be there?
Well, they didn't really go in specifics, but we know that there was a Facebook post from a Democratic state representative, Michael Gottlieb, unhinged Facebook post attacking Rashida Tlaib, attacking all of us, calling us anti-Semitic, saying it was a Nazi hate rally, and that they were going to call the venue and make all types of threats to the venue. So they ultimately, called and said that we had to uninvite Rashida. We didn't do that. So they breached their contract, and we ended up going to a different venue in my district, the Downtown Event Center, which in the middle of the night canceled on us as well, saying that they got threats and intimidation. And so we ultimately found a third venue that worked out well, and it was an incredible event.
And Elijah, are you in fact anti-Semitic?
No, I'm actually a Jew, practicing Jew myself. So, but I've been called self-hating by Michael Gottlieb, a Democrat who teamed up with Laura Loomer to attack our event. Some people got death threats. My address was leaked online due to this insanity. Laura Loomer went on a screed against me and the rest of the candidates. So, yeah, those are the Democrats we have.
So, Oliver, why don't you pick up on that? Because I think people will be pretty shocked to learn that you've got elected Democrats in the Florida Democratic Party who are making common cause here with
sex
Laura
crimes.
Loomer.
Yeah, I mean, that's another can of worms, right?
And the likes of, she's like just blatantly bigoted.
I figured, I've heard it being used for female and male and everything in between. So yeah, he was a doctor. Oh, he was? Che Guevara was a doctor? That's badass. So he was really well educated. Wow.
And she's not the only one on the right that Florida Democrats are sort of making common cause with here.
Yeah, Randy Fine, the bigoted Islamophobic United States representative from the 6th District, also was in Fox News saying that we were not supposed to have Rashida Tlaib come to our district and rally with us, that this was, again, what Elijah said, making these spurious claims and accusations. A lot of it's projection, right? I mean, these are some of the most bigoted Islamophobic figures in the Republican Party. And unfortunately, as Michael Gottlieb revealed himself, someone who would make common cause with the far right to suppress the voices of Democratic voters and try to get in the way of exercising our First Amendment rights to freedom of speech. So we had a strong degree of confidence in the second venue, the Downtown Event Center. I was actually there for the CARE South Florida Gala that Angie Nixon spoke at. But the pressure campaign, the harassment, the targeted hate that we saw motivated the cancellations of these two venues. We're talking about hundreds of calls that were made. And like Elijah said, threats that were made personally against candidates, against attendees.
His mom was badass. His dad did not support his views and tried to be a businessman. He was not successful. Interesting, yeah. Yeah, but he apparently he was a doctor? That's so cool. Wow. Which makes sense. I mean, he was way more educated, right? But look at this. So he grew up in an upper class family. And he was Spanish, Basque, which is a different type of Spaniard, right? The Basque people are very unique. And they're actually also in France, and Irish. Yeah, let's see, I told you guys, there's a large Irish diaspora in Argentina. Here we go, Irish Argentines. Look at that. Look at that. Huh. Irish Argentines during the Day of Immigrants in Buenos Aires. Look at that. Che Guevara. Oh shit. Look at that. Interesting. Yeah, I used to know all these things, but there you go. 5 to 7% of the population. And that's not even including these parts, right? That is like anywhere from like 3%. Yeah. Crazy. Okay. The hell's going on? Computer freezing.
And it's just unacceptable. And the Democratic Party, especially down here in South Florida, really needs to make a choice, because what we're talking about is collective liberation. We're talking about an end to genocide and an end to apartheid, and making sure that the actions of the Israeli government is not putting people in our districts, including Jewish Americans, at risk by getting the blowback of these, very anti-Semitic claims that just try to paint the Jewish community as a monolith and ascribe the actions of the Israeli government to people in South Florida, including Jewish Floridians, who just want to see us address the cost of living crisis and not contribute to breaking both U.S. and international law. So I was very glad to see the event go forward. We were very grateful to the venue owners that ultimately hosted us. It was a fantastic event and something that was really unprecedented in modern South Florida political history.
Yeah, I see both of you have a lot of grassroots support here heading into Election Day. I think you both have, very difficult campaigns up against a lot, but it's been encouraging to see the number of people who have come out to support both your campaigns. Elijah, we've obviously been tracking here the kind
Welcome
of
back,
Democratic
Lordy.
civil war, if you want to call it that, in Michigan and New York and Colorado and other places around the country. What does that look like on the ground in Florida specifically?
Yeah, I mean, I think similarly, people are sick of the Democratic establishment here in Florida across the board. And I'm seeing that play out in the 20th district as well. Of course, we have a little bit more happening here as well. We have a white carpetbagger in our district running to take away one of the last remaining African-American opportunity districts here in the South. And this is a person we all know chaired the DNC and is responsible for Donald Trump being in the White House because she couldn't keep her hands off the primary in 2016. And people don't like her in this district, and they understand what is going on. They understand that she is just an AIPAC puppet. And like other places in the country, we're aiming to remove her from Congress tomorrow.
Talk a little bit more about that, the way this came about, Debbie Wasserman Schultz running in this particular district, and what the response has been like locally.
So she completely ignored the Black community before she decided to run. The Black Caucus, the Legislative Black Caucus, the CBC. She didn't meet with anyone. She decided to leave her district, where she currently lives in the 22nd district, leave the Democratic Party without the strongest possible challenge, to run over here in a seat that was created under the VRA in 1992 to forcibly ensure that African Americans in Florida had representation in Congress. And that individual, Alcee Hastings, was the first African-American representative from Florida to the United States Congress. So she ignored the community, decided to run here. There has been a ton of backlash and pushback against her from elected officials, from the Black community, from white elected officials, you name it, from the party in general, even from our state party chair, Nikki Free, who condemned her for this move. And unfortunately, that didn't stop Debbie. Debbie decided to run anyways because she only cares about herself. And, we're hoping, that this cynical move, she's running because she believes that the Black vote is split. You have 4 Black candidates. They're going to split up the vote and I can just squeeze my way through. We're hoping that doesn't happen. But if that does happen tomorrow, she needs to be seen as a pariah in Congress. No Democrat should touch her. The caucus should condemn her. And we need to remove her from our seat.
Oliver, you had an interesting
Debbie
exchange
Wasserman
on
Schultz.
local news that has gone viral, where it got fairly contentious over the genocide.
Remember the insult comic dog?
That you rightly call out as Israel committing in Gaza. Let's go ahead and take a look at this exchange. Guys, this is F4, and then I want to get your reaction on the other side.
Israel is committing a genocide in
That's
Gaza.
incorrect. That is factually incorrect.
It has been
That's
regarded
propaganda.
by the United Nations and
Oh man, this is local news saying this shit.
Amnesty International and even
he's saying this on local news chat. Hilarious.
Israeli human rights organizations, including B'Tselem. There's
The
a number
definition of genocide in the UN has said this, does not apply to what many people might think as a disproportionate wartime action. That's what that is in many people's minds. Genocide is a very specific thing. Actually, genocide.
Bitch, you're wrong. Fuck you. Like, I love how confident they are when they say this. Excuse me? It's not during wartime. Could never be that. Excuse me? How do you explain the Holocaust? What? Genocide has... Exactly. And the UN has covered all their bases on this shit. Don't let you... Guys, don't fall for this. This is bullshit. Okay? Like, we can even, like, read it over real quick. But we've done it before, right? The UN defies genocide in Article 2 of the 1948 Geneva Conventions as specific acts committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, right? And then look at this. in the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with the intent to destroy what I just said, right? Any national, ethnical, racial, religious group, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily harm or mental harm to other members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Right. And then here's the kick to the balls where she's just wrong, right? Genocide Convention establishes in Article 1 that the crime of genocide may take place in the context of an armed conflict, international or non-international, but is also in the context of a peaceful situation. So just objectively wrong, right? And this is on the UN website, guys. It doesn't matter that it's in a war or all this is all cope, right? It's all ways of getting around the issue. It's all fucking cope. Correct. The last one means by that very definition that Russia is committing a genocide, which means I don't buy the whole fucking Nazi thing. Sorry. Because if you're forcibly transferring children to groups, to another group, meaning that's what Russia's doing, that is a genocide. And yeah, that is what like people do, right? In fact, Hitler did the same thing. Didn't he adopt like a little Jewish girl that he fucking... Thank you, Cheshire Cat. Yeah. Maybe we don't support the side that is committing genocide, right? Well said, yeah. By the very definition, right? Let's rewind that.
You rightly call out as Israel committing in Gaza. Let's go ahead and take a look at this exchange. Guys, this is F4, and then I want to get your reaction on the other side.
Israel is committing a genocide in
That's
Gaza.
incorrect. That is factually incorrect.
It has
That's
been
propaganda.
regarded by the United Nations and Amnesty International and even Israeli human rights organizations, including B'Tselem. There's
The
a number
definition
of...
of genocide in the
Okay, so... Okay, even if that's the case, right? Kami Kanoa Club, and I don't deny it, whatever. They're both committing genocides. That means they're both shit. You shouldn't be holding up anybody.
And the UN has said this does not apply to what many people might think as a disproportionate wartime action. That's what that is in many people's minds. Genocide is a very specific thing.
Found my shorts.
Actually, genocide being committed against Jewish people, not by Israel.
Yeah.
And that's just a fact.
I mean, the United Nations recently in Geneva found that the IDF had deliberately targeted women and children. There's been famine conditions imposed over the Gaza Strip by the blockading of aid entering the Strip. There's been indiscriminate bombing of hospitals, of mosques, of churches, of...
Again, I'm going to have to stop you as that is...
Yeah, but that's not an excuse for genocide, right? Fighting for... Like, that's... If you were to say that about Israel, that's literally what Israel says. Well, Israel's fighting for its survival. That's what they literally say all the time. I don't care. They're all genocidal.
Factually.
But by the definition, that would mean they're both genocidal. Oh my God. I hate how people have like sides that they pick. You got to support this nation state because this nation state is trying to do this. No, fuck that. They're all bad then. If the definition holds up, yeah.
Not correct. But I hear you talking about something very important to a lot of people, and
yeah, that doesn't matter, dude. They're still committing genocide by the very definition, right? It's like you're beating around the bush, is what Lordy's trying to say, right? Like, there's the excuse doesn't matter. It's by the definition. That's what really matters, right? The words.
Who think that.
And again, that's Lordy's saying that, right? So,
but as a congressman,
you guys can argue that in chat, but
being told we have to wrap.
I love the being told she has
exactly.
to wrap. This is the second time I'm aware of Oliver where suddenly producers are coming in and saying, wrap, we got to get out of this. But just take me through that interview and what that exchange was like and what kind of the reaction has been after the fact.
Yeah, I mean, it started as a cordial interview. We were talking about Medicare for All. We were talking about the district. But this third rate.
Yeah, that's another really good point. Every state has like some form of oppression, right? Does that automatically make it fascistic? No. Or does that automatically, right? Didn't the USSR, like, you weren't even allowed to fucking practice religion because it was an atheist state, right? It doesn't necessarily mean anything. It just means to what degree they're willing to do it, right? But anytime I hear, but they're fighting for their survival, well, that's literally what Israel says. So why is it good for it? Why is it bad for Israel and not good for Russia? Like, what? I don't buy that argument for Israel. So why would I buy it for Russia?
American politics of just joining the assessments
right.
of the.
And I'm not saying like that's not what's going on. I'm just saying like you have to look at the words, right? The words are really important in this case.
Rest of the international community and even many organizations and.
Yeah, I'm not even saying that either. I'm not saying Russia didn't have the legitimate reason to the initial invasion. Shit got out of hand fast. But anybody state trying to call balls and strikes, well said. Yeah, that's kind of, I figured you were saying something like that because I know you're pretty level-headed. But like, you can't be defending, like, if one state is using that same excuse that Israel's doing and Israel's a piece of shit, then that means by definition that excuse is shit, right? The U.S. has been working to start a proxy war. I understand. None of that matters, though, right? It still means they're still doing genocide. By that very definition, right? Do you agree that the U.S. almost supports the right-wing leaders? Of course it does. Again, none of that matters because by the very definition, the words mean yes. And I agree. Even he agrees, yeah. But I'm just saying logically that follows what Lordy was saying, right? 100%.
Within the United States. I'm not making these spurious claims or accusations. This is all
and this is my problem. This is why I have a lot of issue with putting people in these black and white camps, right? All these countries, all these nation states are shit. They all do terrible things, some more than others, right? The U.S., especially the big powers, the U.S., right? All these countries do terrible things. And we're supposed to sit there and like clap for one side just because reasons.
Fact and sourced material. And I think for most Americans that just see what's happening on our phones, we see the destruction of, 90% of the building structures in Gaza. We've seen time and again since October of 2023, and even in the time preceding it with the mowing of the grass that the IDF has conducted, that there are genocidal conditions in Gaza, that there is an apartheid. And this has been regarded by virtually every international body that has studied the issue. And this is just not something that we hear talked about on local mainstream media. There are not candidates like Elijah and I that really forcefully advocate for a differing point of view because
I think they're all shit. Right? Fuck them all. Like, I think if you're picking like winners and losers and stuff, I think they're all shit. You should critique all of them. Fuck them all, right? Especially the U.S., but all the big powers. right? And that's basically what Lordy's trying to say, and that's basically what my skepticism comes from. Right? I'm a skeptic at heart. I critique all forms of power, whether it's the Russian government, the U.S. government especially, right? Like, we're the worst of them all. It doesn't really matter. They're all right. Like, you can't say like under the Ugandan dictatorship things were great because, well, he was just fighting oppression of the colonial empire, right? Why? Like, he literally fucking deported all the Indians from Uganda, guys, right? Like, he literally like, that would be the definition of a genocide too. But he's black. How could he be right? No, fuck that. They're all shit. But all these fucking nation states are shit, guys. All of them.
We've seen the manifestation of this intimidation campaign with the
right. And just because we hold some to be more like favorable, sure, we can look at it like on an individual level, right? Does Russia have some good policies? Sure. Does China have some good policies? Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. And I talk about them all the time, right? But to be like, hey, 100% black and white, no, it can never be like that. It's just, it can't happen, right?
To cancel this rally. But I think it is precisely because I'm not afraid to go into these spaces and speak truth to power. And
I just hate most hierarchy. Yeah, exactly. It's why I'm not like a statist, right? I don't really believe I'm basically an anarchist. Basically, yeah, that would make sense. Like, in terms of like what you're arguing there. But like, this is why I don't really believe in hierarchies either, right? I believe maybe in some form of government, but it should be like a government that doesn't really impact the lives of people, except for like giving material conditions, right? And making sure that workers are well treated and stuff like that. That's really like what the government should provide.
Do it calmly and respectfully. I'm not, personally attacking the host there.
He doesn't do Discord.
I'm just presenting the point of view that is representative of all of the people supporting our campaign, so many people across the United States. I mean, there is a reason that we're seeing so many Democratic, Socialist, and progressive primary challengers winning these races by state.
But I mean, based, Lordy. See, you came to that conclusion yourself, and I've been the more I've looked at this stuff, the more I'm just like, yeah, why are we even picking fights on this stuff? It's so pointless. All of it is, like the minutia is irrelevant because they're all shit at the end of the day.
Up to AIPAC and refusing to bow to the party line when it comes to the unquestioning support for Israel. So I think it is resonant exactly because we see the facts of the matter going up against the kind of stated prerogatives of corporate and mainstream media. And I think that's something that...
And Lordy, this is why, like, I know you, I don't think you were here that day. This is why I'm a big fan of, like, the quote-unquote luxury gay space communism, right? Because under luxury gay space communism, you just don't have that problem. You just don't. Right? Because the government means very little to a citizen of the Federation or something, right? So it doesn't really matter with the kind of stuff we're talking about because that kind of hierarchy doesn't exist. Right? It's a very minimal hierarchy. It's just meant to, like, get negotiations done and shit, and that's about it, right? You could please explain what your point was with this one? Yeah.
To continue to contend with as, they hand-wring over why they have such declining influence and people are looking at more independent media as an authoritative source for international issues.
Yeah. Elijah, I know you've been busy, so I don't know if you saw this interview or not, but I took a lot of interest in Hakeem Jeffries, who's likely to be Speaker if Democrats take the House, was questioned yesterday about Medicare for All specifically, and he said, no, I don't support that. And to me, it just exposes how much of a disconnect there is between a lot of elected Democratic leadership, especially establishment leadership, and where the base of the party is, because overwhelming majority of Democratic voters support Medicare for All, and they support an end to funding of Israel's genocide. So, what are your reflections on those comments from Hakeem Jeffries and that disconnect between the leadership and where the base of the party is?
Yeah, I actually just spoke about this in another interview. And, I'm not surprised at all, but it does show a disconnect from party leadership to the base. And I just don't understand this idea where we have to give light and breath to Republican talking points and to Republican arguments about the Democratic Party. Our base wants Medicare for all. Our base wants us to stop genocide and stop funding it. Like all the polling says this, that's where the people are. That's where even more than half of the members of Congress and our caucus are at this point. And so Hakeem Jeffries needs to catch up with the rest of the party, or he does not need to be the leader if he cannot lead the party in the direction it needs to go. I mean, you know, you're getting ready to be the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and you're telling us what we can't do. You're supposed to be showing the vision of what Democratic Party can do when we have the majority. We're going to fight for Medicare for all. We're going to stop illegal wars. Like, what is he doing?
Yeah.
I mean, Republicans, when they take power, you never catch a Republican saying, we can't do this, we won't do this, I don't agree with this. They're lockstep behind their fascist agenda. They're always talking.
Yeah, I just, like, I laugh that it's the same argument that Israel's using. Well, we're fighting a war for our survival. It's always, like, I fucking hate nation states for that. It's always that fucking cope. Right? When in reality, it's like, okay, nobody cares about the hierarchy in Russia, right? The average Russian person isn't better off because of some hierarchy in Russia, right? It's just about getting resources to people and having them taken care of. That really should be the only point of it. And a lot of people in Russia are not doing too well, let's be honest, right?
Talking about what they're going to do.
That should be the primary goal, right, of any sort of hierarchy or system. It's to provide workers' rights, resources, and everyone's well taken care of. All the other stuff is just doo-doo, right? And again, this is why I'm a big fan of the luxury space communism shit, right? Because it just does away with all that crap. You can't have that system. The point is that imprisoning communists is the core tenet of fascism. Yeah, well, fair enough, right? But that's completely different from the point of, like, nation states come and fall all the time. Who cares? I don't give a shit. At the end of the day, they can all fail for all I care. As long as the people and the workers are well taken care of. People get their material conditions taken care of. That isn't happening in Russia right now. Have you seen the poverty rates? They're terrible, right? Look at the poverty rates here. The system here sucks too. In many parts of the world, right? Short check. So that's really what I end up caring about the most, right? And this is where I'm like, how do we excel to that future where we basically have something like a decentralized version of that, right? It's to have all the resources just immediately become available, right? Post-scarcity is the key word, right? That's the key word here. Post-scarcity. We need to get to post-scarcity. Nation states don't create post-scarcity. They can help maybe fund it through technology, but they themselves are not ever going to create post-scarcity, because the whole idea of a nation state is always they have to compete with one another because of, I got to get resources, I got to get land, I got to get people, I got to get this, I got to get that. Were they communists or pro-Russian separatist instigators? Yeah. Privatization of public goods, anti-communes. Yep. Suppressing dissent. These are the tenets of fascism. Of course. Yeah, we talk a lot about that, especially with Francisco Franco. That's what they did, right? So my critique comes from a hierarchical perspective, right? Not that I disagree anything with the fundamental needs of the people or like workers' rights or any of that stuff, right? Ideally, you know, and if we lived in a world where like I was in charge, guys, fucking work wouldn't even matter, because work would be entirely individualized, right? Under this system. What do I mean by that? What I mean is, like, whatever you want to do, you just get to do. And it doesn't, like, there's no compensation for it, because the compensation is your pleasure, right? Because everything else just gets taken care of. It doesn't matter how much money you earn because there's no money, right? So I'm actually, this is the funny thing is, I go further than a lot of like the statists do on these things, because I'm like what Lordy said, basically, right? I'm closer to that spectrum than anything else. Yeah. The fascist influence by the U.S. Eastern Bloc has been a project since 1949. Yeah, and you're looking at it from a historical perspective, and that's fine. I'm looking at it from a more like in the future perspective, right? Yeah, so
and they see no impediment in their way of their agenda, and so he needs to like figure out what's going on in his head and figure out what we're doing. But like, I'm not happy, that we have a Democratic leader telling the base and telling the party, no, preemptively, we're not going to fight for something.
Yeah, well, he's got a concept of a plan on healthcare, so don't worry, guys. Oliver, I have to ask you this question. This is, Saagar likes to let me handle these inter-Democratic Party candidate discussions and debates. However, he did have one question for you in particular about your opponent, Jared Moskowitz. We can put F3 up on the screen. Saagar finds it incredibly distasteful that he is, I think, the founder of the Sneaker Caucus and loves to...
Oh, fuck off!
Sport this kind of a fit as he's going about his official business. He's got these like giant red Nikes on alongside of his suit. And so Saagar was wondering what your position is on this type of a look with the sneakers and suit combo.
There's a price tag attached to everything that Jared Moskowitz does in Congress, including the fact that he takes money from Nike's corporate PAC. So this bipartisan sneaker caucus is not just...
It's like the Susan Collins. Remember that cringe? Oh, man. Remember that fucking cringe? Oh. And of course it was New Balance, as Ducky said. And I mean, I said it too, because of course. Yeah, this. What is it? Do they really think that, like, this is, like, appealing to people? I'm wearing sneakers to work, chat! Woohoo! They're so fucking dumb. Jesus. Main Russian accountant office, state audition, and some accounts used that privatization of people's property in the 90s was criminally illegal, and they had been big evidence based on the whole official investigation. There was zero political will to recognize it and to act accordingly. Recently, Putin officially declared there was no rewatch privatization processes of the 90s. There we go. Right. Tone deaf as fuck.
This is perfect.
Yeah. I'm just always be skeptical of hierarchies, guys. And you will never fail if you do, right? Because then arguments like that won't ever work on you. Just always be skeptical. Always. 20s. Right? And I don't care where it's coming from. Obviously, our government, right? We're skeptical of every single fucking clown we see on here. Whether it's anywhere around the world, just be like, no, right? Like, Rigel, you're the same way with Germany, right? Yeah, all these places, all of them.
6. Because I'm running.
These people, I'm running, get it? I knew you were going to comment, Ducky. I was like, she's lurking, damn it, but I think she's going to comment. It's cringe. It's like, what is it with these politicians thinking that, like, wearing sneakers and being with, right? I'm one of the cool kids now, chat. I mean, it's because they're all geriatric and boring, right? Oh, man. My sneakers were made in the USA, not union-made, slave-made from the U.S. prisons. Who needs to import sneakers? God damn it. All right. Cringe.
Jared Moskowitz being a sneakerhead, look, does in Congress, including the fact that he takes money from Nike's corporate PAC. So this bipartisan sneaker caucus is not just simply Jared Moskowitz being a sneakerhead. Look,
it's just the neoliberal grift, right, guys? That's really what I'm trying to get you to see, is all these things are just a neoliberal grift, right? Like, they take money from these corporations to then, like, promote them on the, like, on government property, right? And do all this stuff. And then they think that they're, like, being one of the kids, right? It's literally that meme. Hello, fellow kids. And they're just, like, cringe as fuck. Oh my God, right? And in the case of Susan Collins, it's New Balance, because I told you New Balance is a Boston company Boston is very much integrated with Maine. New England is very much integrated with one another, right? Like people here in New England tend to be, oh yeah, I've gone up to Maine a few times, or I'm going up to Maine. I own a home in Maine. I own a house in Vermont, right? Vermonters come down to Massachusetts all the time, and it's very fluid, right? The culture here is very fluid. So even though New Balance isn't necessarily from her state, it is because it's from the same region, right? And there's a lot of like business investments that occur from Boston or like Massachusetts to Maine and vice versa, right? They probably even have a factory up there, right? In fact, I wouldn't even be surprised at this point if I typed in factory, New Balance factory or offices in Maine. I guarantee you that's the case, right? So that's why I'm saying always be skeptical of this shit, because it's a giant grift. Also, the USSR was no different in the idea of oligarchy, of owning everything. And part of they wanted, or because they were invaded or annexed. Well, let's face it, any vote would have altered the outcome of this illusion would be fair, considering the people were oppressed by
fashion. I suppose I still have many of the same pairs of sneakers I had in high school. I haven't grown very much since then.
Not gonna lie, I love New Balance. They have shoes that are extra wide, which is they're decent. Yeah, they're pretty good. I went to school with apparently the CEO, like his daughter we went to school together. It was crazy. I was like, the fuck? Yeah, it's a very affluent area, guys. They shoes with extra wide, which so I'm not someone who yeah, she was as bad as you think. Very douchey.
Collects sneakers the way that Jared Moskowitz does, but it really is it's the money in politics. I hate to harp on it and always bring it back to money in politics, but everything this man does in Congress, it's with a price tag attached, and that includes the bipartisan sneaker caucus. And I just what is there to say? He's trying to make common cause with Republicans. Look, it's not to say that there's no reason to make common cause with Republicans. Look at what Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie have been able to accomplish together. I think there's a tremendous opportunity to work with the other side, but just trying to shill for a corporation, I don't think that's what the people of South Florida's 25th district are looking for.
Man, that was some Zoran level of keeping it on message, Oliver. Very impressive. Elijah, feel free to weigh in on Jared Moskowitz's attire, but also let people know where they can support your campaign and find out more.
I'm gonna be honest. I think the sneakers are ugly. It may be an unpopular position, so I don't like the look.
I think it's probably a pretty popular position, actually. The way he's not pulling it off, I would say.
Let's put dress shoes on. Come on, like him, Fetterman with put the suit on. I'm sorry, like you're a member of Congress. Wear the sneakers, like maybe when you're not there, but like everything these people do are suspect.
Completely. All right, gentlemen, let people know, Oliver, you first, and then you, Elijah, where they can find out more and support your campaigns. Election day is tomorrow.
Yeah, www.oliverforcongress.com. Our district spans Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade counties, from Delray Beach in the north all the way down to Miami Beach in the south. So if you live on the coastline, come out and vote for us, or go vote for Elijah. But oliverforcongress.com is where you can find everything you need to for our campaign.
And www.elijahmanley.com. We still need some phone banking support if you can, and donations as well. There's been about 400,000 in APAS spending in just a week. So
wow.
Need all the help.
Well, that means they're taking you guys seriously. So thank you so much for spending some time. Good luck tomorrow. I know you're very busy, so we really appreciate you taking the opportunity to speak to the audience.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Crystal.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button.
Yo, what the fuck? Somebody graffitied this on an airplane. Bibi's cuck, aka Trump, right?
Let's go to the next one. How
what?
are boys feeling out there? And boys and girls. What did Trump once say? Boys and in some cases, girls. So let's put this up here on the screen. From our great friend of the show, Trita Parsi. He says, "This image was sent to me from the field. These are the messages that servicemen in the Persian Gulf have scribbled on the dust of an aircraft flap." As one service member told me, what people in media don't understand when they compare past conflicts to this one, this operation has no morale behind it.
That is the Navy boys in the Strait of America. Yeah, the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz. Oh, man.
That makes a world of difference to the service members deployed to undesirable locations indefinitely. So let's zoom in. Let's take a little bit of a look here. Bibi's Cucks. I heart flock cameras. What else do we have here? Sucks wieners. That's typical. Sucks wieners and balls. Be a good goy and do what Israel tells you to do.
And then somebody's being hanged. Spaghetti. That's so good.
And then spaghetti.
Yeah.
Whenever somebody was playing hangman. Some more peace deal number 64 incoming. ... All this for the Holy Land. I love Israel. Good goy. Operation Epstein Fury. Do we have any more that we can highlight here? Yeah, there you go.
Shows you
Wolt.
what the some of the troops are thinking, right, guys? That's hilarious.
That one out. We're not.
Thank God, finally, right? Because one thing I will say about the U.S. military, and it still holds true, right? Kind of like the see, this is why I don't like a lot of these institutions, right? A lot of these institutions are far too conservative. This is another thing I will say about most institutions around the world. They just want to protect their own fucking power. Right? So, by that definition, protecting their own power makes them conservative, right? Because they care about... But you're starting to see that maybe some of these people are more on the left than you think, right? It's still not enough. But overall, the military is a pretty conservative organization. Don't even take my words for it. Or don't take my word for it. Take like the various articles we've talked about on this stream, right? And videos we've watched. Most people are pretty conservative in the military. Even in the U.S. military in particular, right? Even the soldiers don't have to respect the government. Yeah, amazing. Yeah.
Entirely sure what it is. What did you say that you think?
Waste of living tissue, maybe?
Waste of living tissue.
Which, again, not a really hopeful sentiment being expressed there.
If you want to reach out and tell us what Wolt means, please do so. But yeah, that's what morale looks like. Also, here's the numbers that I have in front of me. There's no official tally. Exit polls reveal that 65% of American service members voted for Donald Trump in 2024. So probably the most pro-Trump demographic outside of like boomer white men. Actually, honestly, maybe even that might be lower. So just to put it into perspective, also, I'm just going to take a guess that these are enlisted men. The exit polls show that the enlisted men probably voted 80% for Donald Trump.
There you go. Yeah. You heard it here. You heard it here, folks. 80%. Now, why does an organization like the U.S. military have so many conservatives in it? Right? We can break this down, dissect it. But once you start dissecting these hierarchies, you start to notice this. There are people that are not, all they care about is just preserving this, right? And this is why it's always good to be skeptical, right? It's not just the U.S. military. It's not just militaries around the world, right?
Along those lines. Again, just to put you, this is probably, again, the most pro-Trump, like, coalition ever in history. So for them to be upset about this it makes sense. Their lives are literally the ones on the line. They're suffering out there, dodging missiles for nothing.
And of course, this has an impact on your mental state when you're stuck on this aircraft carrier indefinitely. The leadership class is telling you it hasn't gone long enough, are denying reality just outright, like claiming that your spouses and loved ones are lying about what's going on. And, you know, if you were engaged in a fight that you felt really proud of, that you were really passionate about, that you're like, okay, this is tough, but I'm doing this for my country, keeping people safe, it's a righteous cause, that has a major impact on your mentality. When you're like, I'm doing this for Operation Epstein Fury, and because Israel like has blackmail on the president or strong-armed us, or because Trump's such an idiot that he bought that, you know, if we didn't do anything, they were going to go ahead and bomb Iran without us, and then we'd be at risk, and so we have to do it too. Like, that is the way they're thinking about this. They're like, we're here for Israel. We're not even here for our own country. What is going on? They literally are like, we have been sent to die for Israel. And I'm being asked to suffer indefinitely on this carrier and eat, you know, 300 calories of complete disgusting slop at every meal. Imagine how taxing that is. I mean, this is not, they're just hanging out on a ship. That would be terrible too, even with the, you know, with the situation. But they are engaged in rigorous wartime activities. They are the ones who are responsible for dealing with this blockade and any of the tit for tat that's been going on. This is all run from these carriers. That really is the center of, you know, how this operation is unfolding at this point.
Yes.
So this is very taxing situation, and you're doing it for a cause that you do not believe in, that you do not even think is good for our country. That alone is devastating mentally. That you're sacrificing and suffering for something that you don't even believe in, and that's what this is indicative of.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You don't have to be a historian to say if that en masse happens, some crazy stuff begins to happen in your society. See, I was thinking too with the aircraft flap. Again, we don't know exactly where that. I'm gonna assume that it's on the ground, but just considering the dust. But if we think about that, these guys, remember, it's not just carrier like, oh, you know, I've been deployed at sea. Some of them have died. Like many, actually, the majority of those casualties have come from either drones or missiles incoming to an airbase. Like those 3 service members just recently died in that attack in Jordan. So imagine, like, you're not only just like fixing up an airplane, like your life is on the line. You might know somebody who died. You might have been in proximity to a serious attack for a war that you don't even necessarily believe in or want to. And it's just the casual nature which your life is being used in this game, which is a tale as old as time, but in today's world, in a democratic society, like that is supposed to have consequence. And I think that it obviously should. And just to give everybody an idea, again, in the cavalier nature in which Trump is willing to embrace this, he again is returning to threats against Oman, saying that we'll bomb the shit out of them if we get in their way, along with a long diatribe issued to Fox News this morning. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. I just got off the phone with President Trump, who discussed the situation with Iran as the 60-day memorandum of understanding expires. The president told Fox News Iran should raise the white flag of surrender. He went on to say, I have no time schedule. I'm not in a hurry. The president indicating that the U.S. naval blockade is continuing to put new economic pressure on the Iranian regime, despite what the Iranians have said publicly. He said they're good poker players, but they're dying, and that the midterms in the United States have nothing to do with the president's thinking. Now, I asked the president about these parallel talks that are taking place between Iran and Oman about control of the Strait of Hormuz. And the president told Fox News, if Oman gets in the way, we'll bomb the S out of them. We went on to talk about a variety of different regional topics, including the U.S. stockpiles of weapons that are currently stationed in the Middle East. The president says what we've used so far is peanuts. He went on to say the United States has a lot of mid-level weapons and that many of the more advanced systems, the president says, were given away by President Biden to Ukraine, for example, when we're talking about air defense that is needed right now in the Middle East.
Yeah, it's Biden's fault. Look, I mean, plenty of smoke criticism here for the last 5 years about the number of munitions
blaming Biden 2 years in, guys.
To Ukraine. But there is no objective reality where you can even remotely compare the two.
I never read the New York Times, and I'm critically Yeah, I think we're all pretty critical of any common media here, right? Whether that's Al Jazeera, I like Al Jazeera, right? I like Democracy Now. In fact, I'm most critical, or I view it like I'm viewing everything they're saying with a fine-tooth comb a little more so when I actually do like them, right? So, like, let me give you an example, right? Al Jazeera, right? Because they've been caught with the whole, well, we don't critique our own nation state when it comes to anything, but we'll be happy to do it for the US and everyone else. Why is that, right? Or Russia or China, right? Great that you do it for those countries, but why aren't you willing to do it for your own, right? And it goes back to the principle we just talked about, right? A lot of times they don't like fucking critiquing their own nation state. It's all just about preserving the hierarchy, guys, right? In fact, we watched something on this alone, right? Al Jazeera is still a good source. It's just not as good. What is it? Qatar is basically telling them they can't do their job. Guys, do you think we will use nukes though? Buttman, yeah,
munitions like that. And others. But,
I don't think so. But who knows? At this point, Trump's crazy. So, welcome to the stream, buddy. Good you're here. I saw your message. We were just like debating a topic or talking about something, and I forgot to say hello. The projection of the U.S. means arms manufacturer will give them weapons.
Oh, and also,
but if they do,
so...
will you try to watch your stream from the other side? If they do, I'm trying to watch your stream from the other side. Okay, yeah. Well said.
The stockpiles were low
Right, so
when
you
you
shouldn't
took
have used
office.
it. Yeah.
So then don't
Well said,
launch
buddy.
an unnecessary...
I'm in Iran. Okay, cool. Welcome. Iranian chatter. Feel free to speak Persian. Our bot will actually translate for you
war that is
automatically. So we're a very international community here. I really believe in international solidarity, and I really believe that we need to make Twitch a more accepting place for all different groups and cultures, right? Not just the fucking Anglo speakers. God, can you imagine that? Being an Anglo speaker? Could never be me. If you want me to drop the chat a point, it's not a discussion. I'm welcome in a lot of places. Oh yeah, no worries. We're pretty open here. It's just like, and you've been civil, so like, I don't think anybody's like, they just have a difference of opinion, and I think that's totally fine, right? But we're sort of talking about different things. But yeah, absolutely.
it's been a complete...
Welcome in, Iranian chatter. Man, I love this community. We are so international, guys, and I want to keep it that way forever. Like, let's just keep fucking going hard, right? We have, I need to get that little like plugin, although it's not accurate. This is another problem, is that little plugin on Twitch isn't really accurate. It tells you like where your viewers are from, but I'm keeping a mental note, and like we have people from all over the world here, and I love that.
Disaster.
Off to work,
How about
of course.
that?
The Bush Kinder. God. Lurk. Now, Elon salute. Yeah, definitely appreciate the international perspectives. Yeah, it honestly, like, this is something I learned, Ducky, and this is why I always champion this, right? Is not only did I learn to like open my mind because of other people's ways of thinking through like Model UN, right? I did like the hardcore Model UN, not that high school shit that everybody says they do. That is like just a bunch of like Americans all like getting together, and I mean like from all over the world, right? It was like a 4-day event at a hotel in Boston, and like from 200 or 300 countries around the world, right? Different schools all around the world. It was huge, and the amount of perspectives that I learned, that I heard at those events, at those events that I went to, really like helped shape my politics, right? Because I think like part of the problem with Americans is they either like have this bimodal way of thinking, right? They either think like a typical American, or they want to do the opposite of what a typical American thinks. And that's like very contrarian. But in reality, what you should do is look at the perspectives of other people around the world, right? Iran, all these places that we've been talking about, and get what they actually believe first, right? And then kind of incorporate that. And I really appreciate that, Ducky, because that's why I work so hard on like the bot and stuff, because I want to include that more, right? Like we have people from literally all corners of the world now. It's great. I love it. Ripped out of context, Ukraine isn't cozy. About. Also, when in doubt, support the working class. Exactly. That's the way I look at it too, right? When in doubt, when you're not sure if like a nation state can be trusted or some hierarchy or some power structure, just be like, no, trust the working class, because they're the people who are going to build the shit anyway that will help us get to that more utopian future. What up? Love it. I never did any of that, but I used to have a bunch of pen pals from all over. That's another thing I had too, right? I had pen pals. My dad really got me to be like, hey, you need to like start writing so you can be good at writing in college and stuff. And I started doing a lot of pen pals and stuff because of that, right? So again, I thank my dad for that too. But yeah, the guys, like, just always keep an open mind to this stuff, right? It's so important. And I think like together we can all like work together internationally and have like some sort of consensus, right? I'm a big believer in this like international consensus, working together for that reason alone, right? That's why I work so hard on the bot and stuff, right? I was a member of the Stephen King fan group, and it resulted in me traveling all over the US. Yeah. See what I mean? And you know, like that part alone probably opened up more people's minds, right? Little by little. Like I want us to become more like globally connected, right? Where like going to France or going to another country is going to be like that, right? And it's going to be the future eventually, maybe not in our lifetime, let's be honest. But that's what's really going to help everybody become like all work together and actually like solve a lot of these problems, right? Especially war. War is one of those problems that happens especially when people just don't understand each other, right?
Like you made your
or like they don't have very much solidarity with one another, right? Like they just view themselves as the other, and this group is the other, and right, it's very tribalistic, right? It can generally be like that. Oh, we need to do this to combat this influence and this fucking hate geopolitics in that sense, right? Like that's the number one thing that I always was like, it's just so tribal, all of it. Fuck it all, right?
Your choices here, obviously, I don't think anyone is buying this like, oh, it's Biden's fault on the
Israel
economy
violated
or on the
international
stockpile
sanctions
situation.
by trading with Russia. What else is new? Yeah, literally, right? Israel's done so much. I mean, and they're both like guilty by that, I guess, right? Because like by proxy, Israel's a genocidal state. So what does that mean? They're funding a genocidal state. They're helping out a genocidal state. You see what I mean, guys? Fuck it. This is what I mean. They're all just fuck it all. Yeah, it was really cool. It was about shame down south because I love to go back. Interesting.
Bullshit.
That's very cool.
And the other thing, Sarah, that I've been thinking about is
fuck Israel, honestly, because we got raid botted by Israeli bots, Kami Kinoa Club, like 3 days in a row, and then a few days after, and it was crazy. It was so crazy. They were like trying to flame us and say like Israel did nothing wrong, and that and I'm like, why are they picking this stream, right? Like I'm a pretty new streamer, but they were going hardcore on the bot stuff here. It was crazy. You missed an interesting set of streams that week. It was fucking awesome. Yeah. I finally home. How did it go? Oh my God. How was your doctor's appointment?
You know, part of the problem too is the fact that Trump has built a culture of yes men around him. So any of these logistical challenges are, hey, we don't have the ships, we don't have the munitions, we don't have the supply lines to be able to pull off what you want to pull off. People are too afraid to say that because they know if they tell him, well, that's not possible, they're going to be fired. Yeah. They're going to be at the very least on the outs and have all of their power diminished, and very likely they'll be pushed down entirely. And we've seen that with a number of top military brass throughout the Trump regime. So this is what happens. I mean, you can go back to any sort of like authoritarian country. You look at the Soviet Union and, you know, the way that their ability to communicate leadership falls apart. This is what happens when you create that climate where you will not brook any dissent, you will not accept any bad news. All you want to hear about is rainbows and sunshines and puppies and yes sir, how high sir. This is what that leads to.
Good, thanks. I had a lot of blood drawn. They said they'll call me with the results. Okay, perfect. I might have told you this joke before. Wait. Breaking news. The Air Force has been renamed the Panda Express because of the orange chicken on board. You did say that one before. I remember. I remember that.
Having done my own, I talked about that in the early days of the war, and then obviously Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan's book is the best of the subject because they can literally recreate. I do not think that there is a modern disaster in American history that had less pushback in the Situation Room than this one. There was more dissent over Vietnam inside the White House than there was over this one. There was more dissent. I mean, Colin Powell, for all of his crimes before the United Nations, lying about WMD and yellow cake uranium, inside, and Lawrence Wilkerson, who we could talk to actually maybe about this in the future, they were inside being like, this is a nightmare. This is a disaster. The Army Chief of Staff, General Eric Shinseki, testified before Congress, this will not work and we will need 400,000 troops. In this case, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Kane, he gave a very tepid pushback in the Oval, or in the Situation Room. Barely gave anything. By the reconstruction of what's happened.
Oh yeah, always follow the money, but I think it's more than just money, right? I think what we're trying to say is that we don't disagree with you. I think what we're trying to say is there's multiple things that can be true all at once. And just because the money is incentive for Russia to basically do a proxy war on Russia, right? That doesn't excuse anything that is going on in Ukraine or any of the other stuff that we were talking about, right? So I guess what we're trying to just say is that there's nuance to everything, right? Is that multiple things can be true, and oftentimes geopolitics is not so black and white, right? I think a lot of people can get a little tied up on which side is which, and geopolitics is rarely a sport that is black and white, like this team versus this team. It doesn't work like that, right? It's much more like a radiance of gray, and it's important to distinguish the differences, right? And I think you made some important distinctions, but it doesn't necessarily give any one side the justification to do anything, or to white knight, or to even black knight, really, right? For the other side or the opposing opinion. So I think that's what everybody's trying to just tell you, really, right? The influence in Ukraine is disgusting, and there was probably the same request by Trump. Yeah, exactly. So I think we're just picking apart the nuances, and I think when you start to look at the world in more gray, and then you start to just realize, yeah, they're all kind of just shit. They all have very problematic things. You shouldn't waste your time debating whether one country is better than the other, because they all have, some are better than others, sure, I guess, but they all have their problems, especially the powerful ones, right? Yeah, but there's bad actors in Russia for sure. Yeah, that's all we're trying to say, right? And the reason there are bad actors is because every country around the world has a system of hierarchies that want to preserve that kind of power structure. And war is a profitable venture, right? Whether it's in Russia, whether it's in China, whether it's in any country around the world that uses money or for anything that gains profit is going to have that incentive, right? And I think that's what we're trying to say, is that the US is definitely the king of this shit, and maybe even the EU, but for sure, it doesn't just apply to right? So yeah, I think that's the nuance here we're trying to
There
give,
was
right?
one comment,
but this is why we generally try to talk about these things, right? Because we're giving micro nuances on this stuff, and we're not trying to broad stroke good or evil, right? Oftentimes I notice that when I fall into the worst traps, I tend to paint one side as only evil or one side as only good, right? And I mean, I guess you can do that for fascists. That's pretty true, I guess, right? But even with that, there comes distinctions, right? Not all fascists are are as effective as others, right? Yeah, we can't defeat capitalism around the world without using power structures, which we need to constantly be monitored. Exactly. That's what we're trying to say, right? So you can't really defeat this stuff without like being skeptical of power or hierarchies in general, right? And I think whenever you like just give too much deference to one nation state or the other, right? Like, sure, some of them do good work, right? And some of them are better off than others. And I've talked about that, right? Like, we talk about China's policies all the time. Like, I thought it was super base that China had, like, literally was like, we're going to tax billionaires 100% based. We should be doing that. Steal it, right? But that isn't like, that doesn't mean everything China does now is justified, right? I'm still going to be skeptical of anything China does that isn't just that, right? So always just like, that's why I'm a fan of working together internationally, right? Of the luxury gay space communism, as they call it, right? Because that's like the way we're really going to work together and get past this shitty system that we have. Yeah, but the state to protect workers and factories that threaten population. I would argue you probably don't, maybe in the current day, but it depends, right? It depends how it's done. It depends how it's done, right? It all depends on how it's done. And I think like there are different models out there that do a pretty good job. Is Russia doing that right now? I mean, it doesn't look like it, right? A lot of people are being laid off. So, yeah, I would say there's definitely better models than others, right? But no country's perfect at that. Unfortunately, this is something that we have to strive to better.
From JD in the
I haven't found one country that I think does a perfect job at this, right?
Up where he's like, I don't think you should do this, and it's not going to work.
But
Nobody
I'll
backed him up.
support you.
But also, I mean, hey, what else?
Yeah.
What's he going to do? It works for him.
But I mean, it shows you how even the most, like, that's the furthest that anyone would go.
Yes, that was the furthest.
And even that has to be, of course, wrapped in, but sir, whatever you want, sir. Of course, you're the great leader and you know best what to do. So, of course, I'll support you.
There was one flash change, Joe Kent's resignation, and no disrespect, it took a tremendous amount of courage, but he's a sub-cabinet official. It's not somebody all the way up at the top. That was it. And we got nothing else. And to this day, it's honestly worse with Pete Hegseth and the reels that they put together for him. It's like AI slop, but military, where Trump goes into a trance watching shit blow up. It's just like Johnson, looking at various different things and trying to choose, oh, we blew this up today. We blew that up today. It's like, for what? To what end?
Yeah.
But that's how the situation is right now.
I was thinking less of Johnson and more of like your boomer parent or grandparents scrolling Facebook and thinking that the AI videos of like the fat.
And that's why I love this stream. Yeah, I mean, I just try to do it differently than other people, right? It's just important to critique all this stuff and not be so like black and white all the time, right? There are certain things that are more black and white, but yeah, oftentimes when it comes to this shit, there's a lot of nuance, right?
Lady collapsing the bridge is real or whatever. That's more what I would equate it to. Like, that's the world he has constructed for himself.
It's true.
He doesn't want to live in reality. He wants to construct his own reality. He wants to be fed only fake information that supports that reality. And guess what? When you decide to get into a war, when you decide to commit our nation to a war, there is an actual reality that you're going to have to deal with. And of course, the people who are going to have to face that reality head on, first and foremost, are going to be our service members on the front lines.
Correct.
Yep.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
What I find really interesting about this story, right, is the military is a very conservative organization. Right? This shouldn't be breaking news to anyone. I feel like most militaries, if you actually break it down, are pretty conservative. For the reasons I mentioned before, right? So then I think the correct way of looking at it would be, how do we get militaries to be more left-wing? I mean, is it even possible? I don't know, right? Isn't the very nature of war a right-wing, you could argue, is more right-wing to begin with? I understand there's justifications for war, right? But yeah, right, since 1978. Yep. What was it, Vietnam they fought, right? Yeah. This is where I'm a big fan of probably just dissolving all the militaries around the world. Having a national defense militia force that activates only in a time of defense and operates more like a service that goes around helping people. War. Damn right. Does that make sense, guys? That was kind of like my thing. I'm a fan of just dissolving most militaries around the world, and having them be like either like National Guard, but more like a force, like a Peace Corps, right? Where they go around and settle conflicts, and they basically settle disputes and stuff. And then when there is a conflict, they're activated and they have the training to temporarily, right, defeat the enemy in that case or something like that. I think that's a better system, right? It would also deflate a lot of the international conflicts around the world, right? Because one argument that many political scientists make is that if you have a standing army, right, like most empires do, most giant countries do, what ends up happening in the end? You use it. Because if you have something that is that you spend that much money on, or that you have constantly there in the background, it's hard not to like exercise that because it's still there, right? Meanwhile, in this system that I said, right, if you have something like that, you can activate that only in the time of when it's actually necessary. And guys, this isn't even that radical of a position. I know it sounds kind of radical to some people, but the idea of standing armies is actually like that was like the I don't want to say it wasn't like the having a standing army that you just fund every year through like a bill or something, like most countries do, that is actually a more extreme position. And if you really think about it, yeah, but they have to be invited for people to ever work by it. Yeah, because it's so expensive to maintain. That's what I'm saying. Before, like they would dissolve the army and then they would just reinitialize the military, right, and have it ready. But like, that's what I'm trying to get. I'm trying to give you some nuance there, right? I'm not trying to be like, oh, we never had standing armies before. And that's not true, right? We've had them in the past. But that's why I'm a fan of that system, right? Having it be more like a Peace Corps that goes around and actually helps people, gives them, helps like settle disputes, right? Helps settle conflicts, like not violent conflicts, or like maybe they can be a little testy, right? But like maybe even workers' disputes, etc., right? Like something like that would be better than having just consistently standing armies, right? Because again, there is an argument to be made that having standing armies all around the world just means that there's going to be more conflict around the world, right? And I completely agree there. Cuba doesn't have much of a standing army, I think. They're almost impossible to invade. There you go. And if that's, I don't know a lot about that, but Cuba's a W there for that. Yeah, keep it for the small standing army. Yeah, but like that's what I would be a fan of, right? Of having like a defense force that operates more of a like a Peace Corps, right? That actually like does stuff, but they're trained in military stuff. But that's like not their primary goal, right? Their primary goal is to settle conflicts peacefully, internationally, fairly, and across all nation states, across borders, right? That's what I would like. But then again, philosophically, we don't live in Gust world, so what are we even talking about, right? And this is why I cover the politics like this, because that would be the goal, but I mean, do we see any of that happening anytime soon? Probably not, right? Wasn't it Haiti without an army at all? Well, Haiti for its independence got it, but then you're thinking Costa Rica. This is one thing I really like, is Costa Rica abolished their military and they only have a National Guard, right? And they haven't been in a war ever since. So, right? And not only that, but they're known as one of the most humanitarian countries around the world, right? So W Costa Rica. It's almost like when you abolish these systems, what ends up happening? Right? But they have the luxury to do that. And maybe that's the wrong word, because that's a little too douchey to say, right? They have the ability to do that because, well, let's be honest, Nicaragua is not exactly the most friendly country either, right? But at least traditionally, historically, right? But they can do that, and they still do have a National Guard that they can activate, right? So something along those lines, I would go even further, right? Doing what I said with the Peace Corps. It's some sort of like peaceful, active citizenry that basically goes out there and helps people get resources, connected to housing, all this stuff, right? All while operating on that activated defense force metric, right? Why would this be better too? It would bring like those people closer to the populace, right? To the workers, to the people who actually do the everyday labor of this country, right? Like part of the military, like if you ever studied military history, the reason like fascism takes over is because there's very much like a lot of delusional thinking, right? Like there's a lot of how do you say this? They become out of touch with working class people, right? All while claiming to be a part of the working class, right? Let me give you an example. The Nazis, right? The nationalist socialists. There was nothing national or socialist about the Nazis. But why did they call it that? Because there was a lot of appeal for socialists at that time, right? So they wanted to give the appearance of being a part of that working class struggle. National power tripping. Yeah, that's really what they should have been called, right? But like, that's what I mean. Like, these are actual solutions. Now, would it work? I don't know. It's better than what we have now. Fuck. Right? I'm not saying it's gonna work, guys. I don't have the answers. and nobody does, right? Anybody telling you they have all the answers is full of shit, right? I'm just giving you my opinion, and I'm giving you some ideas that I've read about, that I've thought up about, that I think could work, right? And I have some basis for them to work, right? But I know we can't keep doing this shit.
So hope everybody out there is having a great day. Prepare yourself for today.
But yeah, like, this is why those Nazi movements, right? Like fascist movements around the world claim to be for the social class, right? For the working class and all this shit. And then they end up just like destroying the working class, right? And this is why they do that. So like maybe one way around that would be to actually have them work for the people who are the citizens, right? Who knows?
Because it's about to get...
Because we haven't tried that, so... But I think it would be a pretty cool idea to start.
Biblical in this bitch. In just a second, the U.S. military is now in open revolt over Trump's illegal war against Iran. This thing is coming apart at the seams, bro. This is getting out of control. So we'll talk about that. We also have Trump freaks out as Iran is now calling for the death penalty for both him and Netanyahu. So the war...
I mean, they should, right? Let's be fair. W Iran. Hell yeah.
Then also later on, Joe Rogan panics on air.
Like, if we're even gonna have a death penalty, right? I'm sorry. Like, what are we talking about? Right? I'm fundamentally against the death penalty for various reasons, right? But if we are gonna have one, I mean, well, what are we talking about, right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. They must be shitting their pants, right?
As his friend explains to him Trump's corruption like he's a child, and he pretends to not know what he's talking about when he definitely does. So we'll dive into that as well. And then also, we have Tim Pool rage quits a Jubilee debate in an epic crash out that you have to see to believe. That's also an amazing thing there. So you guys know the drill, man. Everybody do me a big favor. Subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon. That helps out big time.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to give you guys nuance right here. I'm trying to be a little bit more in the weeds of this stuff and pick apart these arguments. A lack of depth of education and understanding leads to distortion of education and errors in action. It is understandable why rich, spoiled people do it. Arrogance, yeah. It is clear the intelligentsia doing it, power or money. It is clear why the working class fall for it, lack of time and resources for education. Well said. Yeah. And I think the time aspect is huge too, right? I think there is I think there's an argument to be made that even in a perfect, like, where the workers are constantly working, and they're treated perfectly, right? There is a lack of, like, time, right? How do I say this? The lack of time, if you are a worker who, like, works with their hands to build stuff, right? And you're not necessarily fulfilled, that very nature of that work and that time you lose makes you lazy in other things. And let me give you an example, right? Have you ever come home from, like, a really long day at work and you're just, like, bone tired? And the last thing you want to do is, like, say you stand up all the time, right? I remember I used to work at a bakery. It was one of my first jobs, right? I came home and the last thing I wanted to do was study. Right? Because I was just so tired, guys. So tired. And it was just really boring work, right? Okay, well, you can see a world where if I had to do that for 30 to 40 years, where I would become a much lazier person, right? I hate using that word, but maybe in this case it applies, because the lack of time to myself and the lack of time to be myself would create a lazier version of me. Does that make sense, guys? So it's about the resources and education, but it's also like the lack of just having a breath, right? Because you have to work 8, 9, 10 hours a day, right? And maybe that's part of the problem too, right? Is the system of why we have to work to get this stuff done, right? I still would prefer to send those douchebags to, all I could do is lay down and put my legs higher than my ass. Yeah, well said. See? So you understand, like, and this is why I really empathize with the working class, right? Like, if you work at a retail job, if you work at a bakery, if you work at anything like that, I like, guys, I think you know already, but, like, that is fundamental to my politics, right? I have so much empathy for people like that, and they rarely get appreciated. I really do, right? And I saw it in my mom. I saw it in my dad. Like, I'm getting a little emotional right now because I know how it is, right? I barely got to see my mom because of it, right? Like, she worked the night shift. So, like, she'd come home, sleep, and, like, I barely got to see her, right? Yeah, it does something to your mind when everything you just do has consequences to yourself. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to... So I'm trying to weave in certain things here, right? And I think that might be part of it as well, right? Absolutely. So it's more than just, right? So we really just need to re-envision all this stuff, right? Like, do we have to be working 8 hours a day? Hell no, probably not, right? We need a better system to get people who want to be bakers to actually do that baking if they want to, right? You shouldn't have to be a baker just because that's the only job in the place you live, right? So there's a lot of like limitations with the system that we're currently living under, right? And I think the only way we can get past this, and I've said this multiple times, is to have post-scarcity, right? We need to have a system where like the work is not work because it doesn't feel like work to people, right? Now, there will always, I guess, be some work, right? But like we need to get to a point where it is essentially post-scarcity, right? And that's why I champion this this ideal so much, right? Because it's something that really no system is fixed, right? Some are better at it than others, sure, but that's kind of the main flaw with it, right? Is that so much of the working class is just constantly working like 8, 9, 10 hours a day, right? Even 11 hours, I know some people. And they don't have time. So then this stuff just, they become, the education isn't there to understand a lot of the stuff, right? And you can't fault them for that. Because if you work that hard at a bakery or in a retail store or whatever, right? And that many days, sometimes some people work 6 days a week, guys, okay? I know someone who works at a grocery store 6 days a week. That's a day off, maybe, that they get. Not really, because they're doing chores and stuff, right? Ah, that's another thing, see? So, yeah, just keep that in the back of your mind, right? That's why I just have so much empathy, so much sympathy for the working class. And that's like been a fundamental part of my politics for the longest time now.
And cost you absolutely nothing at all. You can also support the show on Patreon if you're so inclined. Remember, y'all, this is real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser. I've never done an ad read. I've never talked to a PAC or a government or taken money from either of them. I'm very proud of that fact. You guys keep this show going from the ground up, $1 a month, $2 a month, $5 a month if you want to go crazy. But again, thank you from the bottom of my heart if you do support this show, because we couldn't do it without you. You guys are awesome. And then, of course, sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. We have some awesome stuff coming up. And Crystal...
Yeah, and there you go. When I was homeless, I worked 16 hours a day at a grocery store with no overtime. Thank you, right? And I was being conservative with because I know there are people who work 16 hours. Thank you so much for saying that. And they work 7 days a week, right? I'm just giving you concrete examples of people I know. But there are people who work, 16 hours. What do you think that does to somebody? Yeah, that's... No. Yeah.
And I have some interesting guest ideas that were...
But, like, we live in a system where, you have to do that, obviously, Ally HD and HD, right? You felt like you had to do that because you probably did have to do that, right? Because you were homeless. And, on top of that, there's little recognition for anything, right? Ah, okay.
We're really desperately trying to get on the show. And if we do get them on the show, woo-wee, is it going to be awesome. So prepare yourself for that.
Great discussion, guys. I love this. See, I love you guys sharing your experiences and stuff. It's really important that we get this stuff out there, right? Like we need to like build this from the ground up and do this kind of this work because like clearly things are stuck right now, right? And we need people to actually understand these concepts on a fundamental level.
So go sub to Corn's World because we do live Kyle and Corn episodes over there every single Monday night, including tonight. So come hang out with us at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. All right, y'all, let's go ahead and jump right in. So how is the war effort going, you ask? Well, let's take a look at this piece from CNN. U.S. Navy destroyer spent 4 days without power last month in the South China Sea. This is emblematic of what the entire war effort is like right now. This thing is coming apart rapidly, okay? When I say we are now fucked when it comes to something even as simple as basic supply lines, I mean it. So Iran, who we drastically underestimated, they took out our radar systems. They hit all of our bases across the Middle East. So now we don't even have proper supply lines. We're coming from like 2,000 miles away for basic supplies. And obviously you can't keep a war effort going like that. And it puts us in a significantly weakened strategic position. As I've often told you guys, there's an old saying, they're playing chess, we're playing checkers. But it's actually worse than that. They're playing chess, we're not even playing checkers. We're playing with our feces in the corner of the room, rolling it into little balls.
Yeah.
That's what the Trump regime is doing because it's filled with the dumbest motherfuckers on planet Earth.
Literally feces.
So, you guys have heard the story of the USS Abraham Lincoln. We talked about it on the
I hate this capitalist hellscape. Yeah. Right. And the more you just break it down, right? This is what I mean. And it sucks, but it's the truth, right? I'm just giving it to you raw like Donkey Kong. Can you imagine him giving it to you raw? Ugh.
show.
I hate how that's a saying, but it's true.
The Lincoln ship has been out there for a freakish amount of time. Like, these guys don't have food. They have horrible problems with their toilets. They don't have hygiene products. People are going hungry. You have 6 people who tried to jump off the ships and commit suicide. I'm not kidding. So here we have MS Now does a segment on this where they interviewed some family members, and here's what they say.
265 days after they left home. Last week, MS Now's Priya Sridhar interviewed more than a dozen family members who say they're extremely
and that's why, like, dude, I'm thinking about you as well, right, Josephus? This is why I like do this stuff too, because you're exactly the kind of person I'm talking about. All right, so many chatters in here are the people that I'm talking about, right? But you in particular, man, you're like the epitome of this, right? Like, you work with your hands. Like, I have just a deep appreciation for it, right? Because you're the epitome of what I was just saying, right? And then on top of that, you may not be working 8 hours a day or even more, but that's because the system is fucking you over, right? Because if there was that kind of work, you would probably have to be doing that, and I still feel like that would be unfair to you. See? Yeah, and that's why, like, guys, when we get to these like core fundamental like beliefs, this is where like you see the raw stuff come out, right? And like, this is just me like expressing the rawness here, right? It's so fundamental to get to like what drives you, right? Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Of course, buddy. Like, that's why, like, I think you told me, right? Like, you don't I'm like, oh no, I do. I've always appreciated it. In fact, as far as I can remember, back when I was, I think, like 13, right? Because my dad also built furniture with his hands, right? He didn't have much of an education because of the way he grew up. And my dad is brilliant, guys. My dad is so smart that if he would have gotten a chance to become educated, he would have probably been a doctor or someone really brilliant. But like, he grew up abandoned, right? But like, this is what I mean. Like, all this stuff, like, you have to be intellectually honest with yourself, because the more you look towards yourself and look for like your own, like how you guide your own life, you're able to look at this stuff and be like, yeah, this is what kind of drives me, right? And now look, like, he's, you know, he watches my show every night. He's watching right now. He doesn't comment because my dad's kind of too old school to be on fucking Twitch as a chatter. I'm trying to get him to be, but he does the hunt and peck method, guys, okay? Like, he's slow at typing, so, but he watches it on the TV. He took a picture and stuff to show me. It was crazy. Yeah, I love Handy. Yeah, sometimes it feels like the job is a waste of my potential. Yeah, and you know, like, it's because the system, right? Whether you lived in a perfect like socialist system or you didn't, it would be essentially a waste because you're still not doing what you really want to be doing. Unless you love building stuff with your hands, right? And I think that's like what we all have to aim to do, right? We all aim to be like stuff that we actually want to do. Right? Hi, Papa Gus. Hell yeah. He's watching. Can read it, but I can't answer. Yeah. You got a perfect avatar for this point. Yep, you do. You little like squirrel dude. Who me? Papa Gus, mad respect for you. Yeah. Like I honestly, like I never understood why I respected my dad so much. And my mom too. Like I don't talk enough about her, but she really does as well. And I think the reason is because of that, right? Fundamentally, that's what we're talking about. But my mom grew up in a loving family, so like I think I especially have a lot of admiration for my dad for that reason alone, right? Because of his situation. And it was in spite of that, not because of that, he persevered, right? Yeah. So, yeah, like it's important to look at this stuff in your politics, like what drives you, what, right? You really got to look internally, right? And this is something I can't do for you guys, right? You got to look at yourself. You got to work on yourself. You got to do this stuff, right? You got to be like, why am I doing this? What is the, like, right? All that stuff.
With the morale and the safety and the community.
Fuck, I am not definitely preserving, or at least it doesn't feel that way. Yeah, good. And you should be questioning that shit, right? And that's what you're here for, to question shit. Always be questioning shit. You will never go wrong by questioning shit, guys.
They cited things like moldy showers and food shortages, sailors running out of toothpaste, deodorant and soap too, as well as water contamination and mail disruptions. It left care packages undelivered. A lot of people warned that their sailors' mental health was at risk.
You know, fresh food is a problem, especially considering the conditions right now. There's a logistical problem with getting fresh food out there just based on where they are, right?
All he's really told me is there's a time where he was only eating half a cup of rice and 2 tortillas.
They want our support. And part of that support means we have to have the tools to do our job. That means the fuel, that means the food, right? That means the food, that means the toothpaste and the deodorant. That means all of it, right?
I don't think it's the ship is the issue. I think it's our president, it's our government.
Did you hear that? I don't think it's the ship that's the issue. I think it's our president, it's our government.
So what you guys need to understand is when you have a rogue regime as stupid as the Trump regime, they don't care about dotting the I.
Good poll question, right? Very simplistic, but like there are ways the military can resist this shit. It's just, again, it's a very conservative organization, like we said. So good luck with that. But I completely agree, right? Other militaries have stopped conflicts by just stopping fight. Right? So it can be done. It's just, it's with this military, I don't think so, right? And the moneyed interest in the military, the military industrial complex, there's just so much that is up against that it would be very difficult to actually maybe stop the fighting or openly resist. But I think the graffiti shit that we just covered, to be fair, is a sign of, it's a way for people who don't agree with the conflict to get some of that out. Now, is it perfect? No, obviously not. But it's just the facts of how the organization operates, right? I find out tomorrow if the landlord is going to try to throw me out. Oh my God, I'm sorry, bro. Fuck.
And crossing the T's and the basic competence of running a government. When you have the head of the the head of the Department of Defense, the Secretary of War Crimes, as we call him, Pete Kegsbreath, and you have that guy who's like a D-tier Fox host who's running the military. What the fuck did you expect to happen? What people are learning is that we all thought of our military as like this big, bad, efficient machine where we spend $1 gazillion with the Pentagon, and then the Pentagon uses that and, you know, does imperialism globally. But you think of it as like this terrifying sort of machinery, when in reality, it was nothing but a massive slush fund for the Epstein class. That's what everybody needs to realize. It's a massive slush fund for the Epstein class. And they're taking that money and buying yachts and buying mansions, and the Pentagon can't account for 63% of the money they get. Stop and think about that. They failed 8 audits in a row.
Yep.
What does that tell you? It's nothing but a grab bag of corruption.
Yeah,
And
it's the military-industrial complex, right? The moneyed interests to keep this war machine up, right? Which is another reason why they would never want to implement the idea that I just mentioned, right? With not having a standing army, because they make money off a standing army. So many people make money off a standing army, right? I made an agreement. There's no money in not having a standing army, right? Yeah, I made an agreement with him a bit behind on the rent because I was so damn injured this spring. I hope he understands, right? I hope he does the Canadian thing and says, hey, buddy, don't you know? Don't you know? I feel you. You could go over to Tim Hortons and get yourself a coffee, and go over to that public health clinic, and I'll help pay for your injuries, mate. I almost said mate, but you're not Australian. Anyways, I made the first payment on him and asked him to confirm, and he basically ignored me. So I'm assuming the agreement doesn't mean shit. Probably, yeah, if that's the case. In our phone conversation, he said he wanted to work with me on it and wanted a payment plan, so money show good faith. So that's why I did. So that's what I did. Crickets, yeah. Hooser? What are you, a hooser?
are coming home to roost, because when we actually fight a war...
Isn't Michigan the Hooser state, or is that Indiana? What does that even fucking mean? Hooser? Hoser? Is it Hoser? I thought it was pronounced Hooser. I could be wrong here, right? I think that's how, like, some people... Yeah. What does that even fucking mean again? I forget. I had the Hoosers is like one of the states. Yeah! It's Hoiser. Yeah, I think it's Indiana. They're the Hoosers, right? The Hooser.
What should have been an easy war.
We're like, yeah, Indiana. Yeah. I say Hoiser, like sir. Hooser. Yeah, that's how I thought you said it. The Hooser state, right? Am I going crazy, guys? I don't really know much about Indiana, but I don't know a lot of people from Indiana. I know maybe like 3 people in total.
Well, there's been so many arguments going on over today, and I was corrected twice, and I think I might be correct. Can you please, once and for all, pronounce your name?
No, I got it.
What a diva.
Say hello to Hosier.
Andrew!
No, this is some person's name. Hosier. Javier. Hosier. What up? Oh my god. Yeah, I thought it was pronounced like that. But okay. I can't find it, guys. It's not showing up. Hooser. Yeah, isn't it pronounced Hoosier or Hooser? God, Canadians can't even get that right. Your neighbors to the south.
Or against a much weaker power, we're getting our clocks cleaned, bro. Like I said, they don't even have like basic supply.
Yeah, here it is.
Hoser.
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 Hoser. Yeah, but that's not how they say it. This is like Canadian. Goddamn Canadians. Yeah, originated from Canada and is primarily but like in the US they pronounce it different in those states. I think it's Indiana. Hooser. Yeah, they say Hooser. Right? Am I just like crazy? I'm pretty sure I'm not, guys, because I've heard this before. And I'm like, the fuck? Isn't Hooser an insult? God damn it, Blue Room, right in time. Fellow Canadian. Canada. Am I right, guys?
Hoser.
What a hoser.
Thanks for...
Oh my god. No, it's correct because Mike Pence is from Indiana. Thus, it's Hoosier, not hoser. Oh, okay. So it's a difference. Okay, that makes sense now. Fuck. Okay. Okay, now I'm getting it. Yeah, for the people of... Okay, that's where the distinction is. Okay. See, that's what I wanted to know. Wow. Yeah, and okay, see? So this is where I knew I was like, this is the commonality. Look at this. The word Hoosier has been used by Greater St. Louis as a pejorative, much like Blue Room said. So, for an unintellectual, unintelligent, or uncultured person, it's a slur. Yeah, you're right, buddy. See? So the two words do have some like commonality, but they split, right? They split in terms of like how you say it slightly or whatever, right? Because it is technically a different word, but they're both slurs. Jesus. Because they both come from the slur of like it's calling someone a dumbass essentially, right? Or somebody who's like a hillbilly. So when you say Hoosier, right? You're calling them like a hillbilly. The Hoosier. Or the Hooser, whatever you fucking said in Canada here.
Hoser.
Hoser, yeah. Like hoser's not a... Like, you don't call someone a hoser for being a nice... It's not a nice word. It means like a hillbilly. Much like Hoosier is a hillbilly. So they must like... Maybe it's like a variation of the word, right? That's my guess, but that often is how words kind of change meaning too, right? Why does intelligently pronounce it like that? I don't know. Oh my God, Indiana. Indiana is so stupid. Jesus. They're literally pride. They're proud of their uncultured, unintelligent stance. Hoosier is also... So that's also a slur? Wait, what? No. Hoser? Hoosier? Let's see. Oh my god, so many slurs. Jesus. I keep getting this motherfucker, Hosier. I don't care about Andrew John Hosier. Oh my god. Let's see. Yeah, look. This is so stupid, guys. Look. Look at that. Canada. Wow. Canadians refer to themselves as dumb, to their countrymen as dumb or unintellectual. That's the word they use for one another. Are you guys not embarrassed? How embarrassing. You can't even... There's so many variations. We're like... You guys are so funny. Oh, man. Fuck this shit. All right.
Hose.
Now I learned something there. Cool. I just kind of put them all together because they sounded too similar, but I guess they all do sound, they're all just slurs of dumbass people, and apparently Canadians call each other dumbass.
Ply lines.
You can't make this shit up. And apparently people of Indiana call each other dumbass. Hey Hooser is our word. You know what's close to a Hooser? A loser. Oh!
Running, and people are now
What up, McKay? Welcome back.
Serving on our ships, and they're out there for like 4 times as long as they were supposed to be out there. Okay, so here is
that is crazy though. Like, isn't that nuts? How all those words are just slurs from one another, basically calling someone a dumbass, right? That was an amazing interlude. Yeah, I didn't know that what Canadians call each other basically means a dumbass. And then people in also Indiana call each other dumbasses. I'm from the dumbass state. Cool. The Hoosier state. I hate it. I hate this.
family member talks to...
I was creeping the last one. Damn dog, why you be creeping like that, huh? Creeping in the shadows.
To tap Jaker over on CNN and listen to what they said.
He didn't think the USS Lincoln's deployment has been, quote, long enough.
So Trump said he didn't think the deployment was long enough, even though they're like 3 or 4 times over what their limit was supposed to be.
Oh my God. I don't think the man thinks before he talks, and I was really hoping that at some point there would be a redemption. Try to redeem yourself at least a little bit with everything that you do and everything that you say, and try to redeem yourself. Have some sympathy, some empathy, take some accountability for what's going on with your military, your ships, in your war. It's infuriating. I mean, we heard what hASaN said yesterday, what the president is saying today. It's infuriating, essentially saying that families are lying and service members are lying, even though the proof is right here on my phone. It is not fabricated. Nobody is lying. Everybody is it's infuriating that they're not taking accountability and not having any sort of sympathy for our service members that they claim to scream and shout that they support when it's politically, sound for them to use support our troops until our troops need support. And now suddenly everyone's lying and it's a fabrication and it's a misrepresentation. It's infuriating.
Hey, Gus, just wondering why peeps are getting sword achievements without being also the screen overlay achievements isn't showing? Really? Hold on, let me check. Fuck. It could be broken. Let me check. Did that show up? I might have to... Oh yeah, it's not showing up. Something happened?
You know, in about 2 weeks. I'd rather tell you in about 2 weeks from now. I can't tell you that, but I'll let you know in about 2 weeks. To the forefront over the next 2 weeks. We've got the plan largely completed, and we'll be filing it over the next 2 or 3 weeks. We're going to be having a news conference in about 2 weeks. I will make that decision, I would say, over the next 2 weeks.
Yeah,
and I'll be making a big decision over the next 2 weeks. At some point in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I'm going to be setting the deal. Over the next 2, 3 weeks. In about 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. You'll be hearing about it a lot more in the next 2 weeks. Maybe in 100 years from now. Maybe in 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm going to come. Jeff Bezos came. Bill Gates came. Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
Okay, yeah, it looks like they're not working. Yeah, I think it might be bugged. All right, I'll fix it in a day or two, yeah. Thank you for letting me know. I thought they were popping up because I heard the sound and they should be popping up, but they're not doing it. Okay, yeah. See, this is another thing is a lot of these things I can't test without you guys being on stream. So I just thought they were working because I did the test.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
Thank you for letting me know, Blue Room. Otherwise, we would have just kept going. And then you guys would have never seen them. It's supposed to pop up here in like a big thing. And then you're supposed to see like what the achievement was for. So, whoopsies. And it did work for a while. I'm positive you guys saw it. I don't know what broke. Maybe something in the code. God, fix your shit, Gust. Now back to the programming. Oh. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
And I feel bad.
They worked days ago. Maybe the sound update or something. Yeah. It did work, right? It broke. Yeah. I broke it. I knew it. I knew it, Cheshire Cat. God. I told you not to touch it, girl. You got some splaining to do. Oh my God. Fuck. Yeah, no, it's probably that, dude. You're right. It's probably that or the code. Something in the code is a little like iffy, right? I'm brand new to coding, guys, so pardon me. This stuff can be kind of difficult to so sorry. Ah! I told you not to touch it, girl. You had one job and you didn't do it. That's my favorite. You had one job and you didn't do it. I fucking love that. I forget who kept telling me that, and I literally was like, I laughed my ass off. Can we get a print out of what achievements can do in chat too? Or would that be too much chat text? I'm usually looking at chat and only glance at the TV. Gotcha. Okay. That's a good idea too. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to rework the whole system. The reason I didn't want to put it in chat was because I was trying to be cognizant of all the games and stuff going on, and our chat's pretty active, as you know. I just didn't want it to spam chats, the chat, as much as it was trying to do, so I made it smaller. But that was like
bing,
maybe
bing,
not
bing,
the best.
bing. We had our beautiful Marine standing there. Bing, 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 bing. You know, in the old days, bing, bong. You know, with the map, bing, bing, bing. Little mouth on him. Bing, bing, bing. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, bing, bing.
Yeah, that was my idea, right? So.
Bing, 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 bing. We had our beautiful Marine standing there. Bing, 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 bing.
You know, in the old days, bing, bong. You know, with the map, bing, bing, bing. Little mouth on him. Bing, bing, bing. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, bing, bing.
I used to be a hardware and software firmware tester, so I got you. Yeah, this stuff is very hard to test outside of streaming, right? And I don't want to sit there and stream for you guys and it be like literally a test stream. So a lot of the times I'm either doing this those days, and a few of you have come into the chat on days like that I'm actually testing stuff. Like Eon Wagoneer has come in a few times. Lucy, I know you have as well. I'm blanking on Living Lily, I think has as well. A few of you guys have come in while I was testing, and you're like, what the fuck is going on? And it's just like the chat spamming stuff, or like me just putting stuff in chat to see if it works. And that's why, because I'm testing the new system or I'm testing this. And a lot of the times I can't see it unless we're live. So that's the problem. And I don't want to bore you with this shit because it can be really boring, right? I've seen some late night chats. Yeah, exactly, right? The late night chats are me literally like fucking testing it out. That's how, right? Or I leave it on and I have it on a timer. That's often what happens too, right? I leave it on a timer to make sure that it's working, and then when I wake up, I check the computer, or I check the other thing, right? And it's working. So yeah, that's where I'm going. Gus secretly playing Glogimon. Oh hell yeah. Yeah. That way I can sleep and I don't have to sit there like typing shit in all night, but I can tell that it works or not. Right? Always have it on a timer, guys.
Love to.
So yeah, like some of you have like come into the chat while I've like, especially on like on a Wednesday or a Thursday, right? Like at like 4 p.m. and you're like, the fuck? What are you doing in here?
Plaster my face and blow the whistle so loud on social media with my name.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Those are real
This guy's been talked about for
This is
years.
actually happening, but unfortunately, I have to protect my husband's career. And you know, he's making a career out of this, or he was. I'm not sure what he's going to do when he gets back, or what his plan is going to be after this.
And by the way, that is a widespread sentiment, I'm sure. I mean, we saw what happened with legal immigrants who came to this country and joined up in the military, and then they get out, and like ICE rounds them up and ships them to a concentration camp or sends them to a country they've never been before. Why would anybody want to show any semblance of loyalty to this country at all when it doesn't return it, even in the most basic sense? That's the most
I didn't say anything, but Chatterino sees everything.
elementary shit possible. Oh, you served in the military? Okay, you're good. Like
Or I'll tell someone else in chat being like, hey, can you do this? And they'll do it. So
you're one of us now. Wrong. They don't give a fuck. Stephen Miller's Jewish Nazi ass will round your ass up and ship you out with a smile on his little gremlin ass face. So Trita Parsi says this image was sent to me from the field. These are messages U.S. servicemen in the Persian Gulf have scribbled on the dust of an aircraft flap. Quote, be a good guy and do what Israel tells you to. Quote, Operation Epstein Fury. Peace deal number 64 incoming. All of this for the Holy Land. So when I click on it and zoom in, you can see what he's talking about here. Bibi's Cucks is written. I love flock cameras. A little bit of sarcasm there. Okay, yep. Be a good goy and do what Israel tells you to. Operation Epstein Fury. What does this say? What does this show you? This shows you that the military is beyond furious.
Well, they're mad even though they're a bunch of conservatives, right? Well, that's what kind of we were discussing before. Because like 80% of service members voted for Trump. That's crazy, right?
It shows you that they are donezo. It is over skis, okay? Like, nobody wants to be fighting this illegal war of aggression. I told you 1,000 times, when you look at, say, World War II, everybody thought, yeah, this is an existential fight. If Hitler wins, we're all cooked. Like, we'll all be speaking German. Everybody's going to be shoved in the gas chambers.
Yeah.
And so you got plenty of people to sign up because they realized what we were up against. When you look at even the Iraq War, I mean, the country was lied to relentlessly and told that Saddam Hussein had something to do with 9/11. And at the time, people were primed to believe it. So they thought, yeah, I'm going to sign up because I want to defend my country that was just attacked. But with this, There's not even close to any threat whatsoever. They didn't bother to make a case. They're not even bothering to lie to us. The propaganda is non-fucking existent. They changed the explanation for the war about 17 times. And so who wants to sign up for that? Nobody wants to sign up for that. You think these people saw when we
shows you they're turning to hASaN for news. hASaN.
You think our soldiers all looked at that and morale was high? They look at that and they go, oh yeah, that's why I signed up, to murder a bunch of toddlers, to murder a bunch of little children. Are you fucking kidding me? No, people are fed up. They're furious. They're done. It's over. All right, more. Hormuz report says, Justin, the U.S. Navy has been forced to move its entire Gulf supply network to Diego Garcia, more than 2,200 miles away, after an Iranian strike completely destroyed its main logistics hub in Bahrain, the UAE, and Oman during the first days of the war, according to the New York Times. Within days of the war's start, Iranian missiles and drones struck the Navy's main logistics hub in Bahrain, destroying decades of infrastructure. The attack forced the Navy to relocate its supply point to Diego Garcia, a British-controlled island nearly 2,200 miles, which is 3,500 kilometers, from the Gulf of Oman. The longer supply route has directly contributed to the severe shortages aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. Food, hygiene items, and basic supplies have become scarce, adding to the strain on a crew that has spent over 250 days at sea without a single Liberty port. Iran also reportedly fired 2 ballistic missiles at Diego Garcia on March 20th, a clear message that even the backup hub is also within reach. Now, that last point, that was not verified, because I had read it was actually like Israel doing it, trying to drag in Europe into the fight to say, see, look, they're attacking this British hub too. So Britain, why don't you come in and fight Iran with us? So that may have been like a nefarious plot to try to drag others into the war. However, the initial reporting was that a threat from Iran, like we could hit this shit too if we want to hit this shit. Not sure I buy that. But either way, we don't even have basic supply lines working, bro. It is so over. Okay, more. Hormuz report says, breaking, U.S. allies in the Gulf have completely lost trust in the Trump administration, growing increasingly frustrated over his inability to end the war with Iran, stating that American actions in the region make them less safe, not more safe, per the Washington Post. Oh, you don't say. It took them this long to figure it out that, oh, we're sitting ducks because we're allies with the U.S., because we have their military bases here? No shit. You'd be safe as hell if it wasn't for them, if it wasn't for us. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, and Bahrain are all growing dissatisfied with Washington as the conflict drags on. One Arab official said bluntly, quote, Trump started this war and we are paying the price for it. Okay, this has multiple consequences associated with it, because not only are these top allies, but also Trump is doing a tremendous amount of corrupt business deals with all of these governments. So if they really want to send a message, they can send a motherfucking message. In fact, Saudi Arabia already did when they pulled out of the Live Golf League. They were trying to create this competition for the PGA Tour, and they threw a gazillion.
Why don't they just deliver supplies via drone? I can hear you get delivery in LA by drone, land only though. Yeah. I think it's just logistical, right? Battery packs. Depends how heavy shit is. Right, like it may work for like a tiny little Amazon package, Blue Room, but it doesn't work for like hundreds, if not thousands, of rations and supplies that you would need for like hundreds, if not thousands of miles away, right? I'm back. Hey, chat. Hey, Gonzo! Welcome back. Good to see you again.
A lot of top talent on the PGA Tour to try to poach them, right? They had a lot of the events at Trump courses.
Gonzo like Alonzo.
And he got paid
what
for
up?
that. And then they just wrapped it up. They're like, you know what? We're done. Why are we done? And the real reason is the war in Iran is straining their budget. They don't have the unlimited money they once did. Okay? And so that was Saudi Arabia sending a message to Trump like, hey, bitch, you're going to want to wrap this up soon, because we're getting crushed economically here, and we're not going to throw you hundreds of millions of dollars anymore for your corrupt crime family. So it's all happening. It's all happening. The frustration is now translating into action. The recent defense pact signed between Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Pakistan was described by a senior European official as a direct signal to the U.S. and an effort to diversify security partnerships. The European official said, from their perspective, America alone is not enough. Gulf leaders feel they have been dragged into a war they didn't choose. Firas Maqsad of the Eurasia Group said U.S. allies feel they are unnecessarily trapped in a war that Trump is now struggling to end. Trust in Washington has eroded. The Gulf states believe that American actions in the region make them less safe, not more safe. The message from the Gulf is clear. Washington is no longer seen as a reliable guarantor of regional security. Allies are looking for alternatives, and Trump is running out of time to win back their trust. And then the big point is, how long until they go, hey, China, how you doing? Because China, as you all know, they're doing the Belt and Road Initiative. They're using soft power as opposed to us using our hard power. They're getting a lot of allies in the process. They're much more reliable. They're much more true to their word. And so how long until our top allies are just like, we're done with this American bullshit. See you later. We're going to go speak some Mandarin and Cantonese in this bitch. I don't think it's going to be that long. I don't think it's going to be that long. Okay. Then we also have this. Jim Stewartson says, the president of the United States says North Korea, which is sending ballistic missiles and tens of thousands of soldiers to murder Ukrainians, is, quote, unthreatening and respectful. Apparently, South Korea hurt his feelings by not sending their navy to fight Iran. Sheer madness. So Trump was demanding South Korea join the illegal war against Iran. And when they didn't do that, now Trump is basically coming out there.
It's just retaliatory, right? It's just like, well, you didn't help us, so we're not helping you.
Saying, we're switching sides in the fight.
Yeah.
We're no longer going to guarantee South Korea's security. We're no longer going to have, any defense capabilities there. We're going to stop doing our joint military exercises with South Korea. And the reason why we're doing this, he says in a not so subtle way, is that you guys didn't want to help us in the war against Iran. So you're on your own if a war with North Korea starts to pop off again. Good luck. So stop and think about this. Are we going to have any allies left by the end of Trump's time in office? And I mean that seriously. Are we going to have any allies left? Because Europe fucking hates us. Look at what we're basically telling Denmark. Like, yeah, we're going to steal Greenland. Trump already started doing some illegal oil drilling in that bitch.
Yeah, I forgot to cover this. Trump is doing illegal oil drilling off the coast of Greenland, guys. Let that sink in. Right? You get up to 200 nautical miles for your coastline to use to like do this kind of stuff. He's doing it right on their what is considered their borders, right? SK was pissed that the U.S. South Korea was pissed that the U.S. removed their THAAD missile systems. Yep. They were. Congrats on hitting 25 messages. Who's gonna stop him? Exactly. You see what I mean? Well said. It's not like right? He feels like he has the power to do so. He's gonna do it. Who's gonna stop him? Well said.
Okay, so you make Europe hate you. You make the Middle Eastern countries, which are reliable allies, hate you. Now, South Korea, same shit. You're having Japan struggle colossally. They have the currency crisis over there, which we're trying to backstop, which is really about saving our own ass. But also, the Strait of Hormuz being shut means that our Asian allies are getting crushed and not getting the oil and gas that they need. All of this is our fault. At what point does the world just look at us and go, oh, forget the slow decline of the U.S. empire. We're just going to get off the dollar as the world reserve currency, and we're going to leave you motherfuckers
it's like a speeding train
to wither and die on the vine. That is not very far off if Trump keeps acting like this. I mean, this is...
he's been getting ready to invade Baffin Island. I've been calling this for over a year. Yeah. And there have been a few stories we've covered. I know you haven't been here as much, but I mentioned you, McKay. I was like, McKay brought this up about the Northwest Passage, right? And Baffin Island and shit. And yeah, like I referenced that video you sent us a few months ago, right? It was like last year, actually. Shit. I heard that they may have gave up on Israel's assets in Iran and in exchange for some oil shipments, but I have been unable to publications. Sadly, the reality of watching Twitch streamers watch YouTube content late night. Well, especially late night, right? Because, yeah. But at least you say that, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, Baffin Island and the Greenland were being in the entry in. Yeah, because Greenland's on the other side, Baffin Island, right? So, like, the entry point into it, if you control both, which, I mean, is a stupid way of thinking, but to Trump, that's what he's thinking, right? Because Greenland and Canada are friends, so it's like, who would care? So dumb. The state should be run like a business. Businesses are cutthroat and poor social actors. Well said. Well fucking said. Aeon Wagoneer. Or Aeon Lord. 50 days straight. Let's fucking go! Congrats. Ship route. Yes, exactly. Welcome in. Yeah. Also just ended a 75-year war.
Completely and utterly unhinged. It is impulsive.
The whiskey war.
It is stupid. And as I've always told you, either Trump...
I watch you until my meds kick in and then I pass out after 10 minutes. Hell yeah, girl. I love it. I'm your bedtime streamer.
is a Manchurian Candidate, or he's just so stupid.
But you're like active in chat. I feel like a lot of bedtime streamers, like people that, like you guys barely even fucking pay attention to, right? You just kind of like listen to them and then you go to bed, right? Like you're not really in their chats, like typing away.
He acts like a Manchurian Candidate, even though he isn't literally one. But that's where we're at now. That's where we're at. So, prepare yourself.
Canada and the Danes had the nicest war
military
of all.
now also in revolt.
The whiskey war, yeah.
We are in uncharted territory, and it's getting worse and worse by the day.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Oh shit. And then speaking of Iran, we're in full retreat, guys. This is what I wanted to talk about too. Apparently. Holy fuck. I was a tofu ghost regular.
Turning now to
I'm in DGen hours. Oh, I used to do that. I used to stream the DGen hours. I feel like there's a lot of competition, like if you look at it that way, right? Meaning there's like it's hard to grow in the DGen hours because, yeah, there are people who watch, but they're very like particular, right? And it's hard like as a newer streamer to grow when people are very much used to watching, like this is their late night streamer, or they have like a list of them, right? And I guess you could argue the same for during the day, but yeah, I'm in the DGen hours. Oh, I know, Thorn. I've seen you a few times over at Kids stream, but when we raided over, right? Or no, you were in the raid, but like, what was it? I think it was, yeah, like I remember you raided into us. That's how you found us, remember? That's how you found us. Yeah, you were over there. The worst for me is mainly while I'm drunk. I pass out on the duvet flops on the keypad with Chatterino. Oh, really? Yeah. How many hours do you guys sleep? Like, that's crazy. I don't get how, like, I feel like you all should be getting at least 6 hours, and that's not my opinion. That's like what most doctors say. And then maybe if you do like a siesta of a 1 or 2 hour nap, like in the early morning, early like afternoon, maybe. But I feel like you guys aren't getting enough sleep. I worry about you guys, right? I wonder if I fell asleep on my keyboard because I got banned from chat, never watched. No, not enough. Yeah. Isn't 8 recommended? Well, yeah, but okay. I was watching a really cool video about this, and like this is why it's cool to look at how other countries do stuff around the world, right? We were just talking about this in Spain, right? In Spain and Italy, they have a thing called siesta, right? So let me just give you the breakdown, right? In Spain, you generally eat dinner around 10 or 11 p.m. I think in Argentina, it's the same way, right, Lucy? And then you guys literally go to bed at like 1 or 2, maybe even 3 in the morning. You wake up super early. And then you have a siesta, right? And the siesta is like a 4-hour event where everybody's forced to go on break, essentially. You go home, you eat lunch, and then you nap for 2 hours. So then it basically ends up being roughly an 8-hour nap, like sleep schedule. But it's called, what's the word? I'm blanking on the name. It's called bimodal sleep. That's what it's called. Look this shit up, right? Don't take my word for it. It's called bimodal sleep. And apparently, most of the world used to do bimodal sleeping. And it's good for you to do bimodal sleeping if you feel like you can have that kind of energy, right? So that might be a good way for you guys to do this stuff if you can't. But the problem is the US system, the Anglo system, doesn't allow you to do that. I have that during the winter. My sleep is fucked because they've messed with my meds. Yeah, I aim for 8 hours. Good, yeah. 8 hours is the recommended, even in a bimodal sleeping system, right? Which, if you look at like countries like Spain and Italy, right? They all sleep like roughly around 5 to 6 hours at night, and then they do the like 2 to 3 hours of napping. Sometimes like 1, right? There you go. So that, even there, they're doing great, but you're doing it at a different time intervals, right? That's why marijuana was banned, because Mexicans wanted siesta in the hot summer afternoons, and the Euros didn't like it. Yeah. Well, they got that from Spain, but yeah, for sure. Gonzo. Yeah, no, I mean, when I went to Costa Rica, they still practice siesta, so. And Spain still does it. It's also because it's just really hot in Spain and Italy, especially, right? So it's nice to nap when like the sun is at its most peak. But I swear to God, guys, it's probably due to that bimodal sleeping shit, right? This is why bimodal sleeping is kind of based, actually, now that I think of all over Latin America. Yeah, it's awesome. Exactly. And again, they're very healthy. Like, they don't have sleep problems, right? So apparently we all used to do bimodal sleeping. I watched a video about this and read an article, and I was kind of blown away. I was like, oh shit. So actually what Spain and Italy and all these other countries in Latin America do is actually giga-based. Okay. See? And you would have never guessed, because you would be like, oh wow, but they're lazy because they're sleeping at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, or whatever the fuck the Anglo propaganda is, right? Damn right. But yeah, definitely try to get 8 hours at least. Six is the minimum, they say, right? So if you're not getting 6, maybe do the bimodal shit. I don't know, right? Do something. Nap, right? Nap for 2 hours, an hour, whatever. Do 2 naps if you have to. I don't know, right? It's up to you guys. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, but yeah, it's just interesting to see that in action, right? How other cultures live around the world, because if that's the case, that would actually make a lot of sense, right? How do they do it in Argentina, Luce? Is it the same way? I'm kind of curious now. Yeah, like that must be C in Argentina is the same. Yeah, she's from Argentina. That's why I asked Gonzo. So okay. Oh, it is. Okay, cool. Yeah, I figured. I mean, Argentina is like the most, like it's very similar to like Spain and Italy. So sleeping. Oh, it's so important. I never understood why it was so important, and now I understand why, right? After doing like the degen hours and sleeping the hours I used to, the very few hours I got to sleep, I'm so glad I switched to this schedule. That, and it looks like people are watching. They prefer this time period anyway. Right? I'm getting more viewers than I did during the degen hours. I think that's part of it too, right? Is the degen hours are a little bit more like everybody's just more set in their ways, right? Because they're on their couch drunk, like Blue Room says. Meth can also do that, except for to lose weight. Yeah, I visited Argentina. You did? Oh, cool. What did you think of it? That's cool, dog. I'd like to go one day. I want to go to so many places around the world.
The logistics crisis. How did
I really want to go to Cuba too? I want to go to Cuba, Japan, Argentina, Mexico, Colombia, Peru, basically all the European countries, Bolivia. I really want to go to Bolivia too. So, yeah.
All of this happen. It again demonstrates the fragility.
It was great. I had traveled to Argentina, Costa Rica, Mexico. Oh, I've been to Costa Rica. Cool. Wow, you travel around Mexico. I lived in Ecuador. Oh, cool. Yeah, I really like Costa Rica. I ended up just staying because I was like, fuck it. And I just like, it was just like a spur of the moment thing, right? Like I'd found out that my job was like downsizing and all this shit. And I was like, why the fuck would I want to go back? Right? I can apply to jobs from Costa Rica, and I did, and like I eventually got something and then went back. I met Oscar Arias. Oh, he's the GOAT. That's awesome. I didn't get to meet him. I did go to the presidential like palace or house, and that shit was cool. That shit was really cool. I went to the National Theater there. It's beautiful. In case you don't know, guys, the National Theater there, they do like operas and fucking other stuff there, but hold on. And they have no military, the education. So yeah, like women are really well educated there. I really grew to like Costa Rica a lot. Like so many ladies going to college over there. Like I've never, like it's crazy what equality will show, right? Yeah, this is the National Theater. It was beautiful. Like I was like blown away how gorgeous this place was. Apparently it was designed by an Italian. What up, Italy? And a Frenchman. It was imported. Like they had some French stuff that was imported, but the designer of it was Italian. Yeah, mamma mia, exactly. Perfecto. Yeah, look at this. I went in here. It was fun. And then underneath is what's really cool. Is underneath they had a Native American museum.
Lasagna.
Right underneath this facility. There is a Native American museum, guys. And it showed you like the Native American influences in Costa Rica and stuff. It was very cool. And I was like, that's very nice that they do that, because obviously most places don't give a fuck about that shit. Oh shit. Yeah, this was the theater. Look. Like it was gorgeous, guys. It looked like It looked like something straight out of Versailles or something, right? It was crazy. Cuba seems like a place that seems realistic for me to visit. Crazy long plane ride. Poor even to make it. Yeah, I really want to go to Cuba too. It's just a hard country to go to. You got to have like some girlfriend or something, right? I don't know, family member. Yeah, it's not exactly easy for an American. Although if I do get my EU citizenship, which I qualify for, guys, because my parents are EU citizens, that would be pretty easy to do, right? Yeah, look, this was the inside of it. It was gorgeous. I was like, holy shit. An Italian built this? Hell yeah. Right? Gonzo, so like, I really grew to like it. It was like, I like, not even this stuff. This stuff was fun and cool to look at, but what I liked was just like how chill the people were, right? I liked the overall attitude of I learned a lot. Like I absorbed a lot of really good lessons from there. So pura vida, you damn right. Living the pure life, as they call it. Literally everyone would tell you that at the end of every single thing. Pura vida. And I'd be like, pura vida, what up? Love it. And like they meant it. Oh, they meant it. They meant every fucking word of it. Every time. Yeah, so I think we could learn a lot from other countries, but especially, yeah, anytime, anywhere. Hell yeah. So many Canadians in chat today. God, Canada. I blame Josephus.
Welcome back to Face the Nation. We turn now to Pennsylvania State.
Oh, we already watched this. Sorry, we're going back to this.
the American empire and how Iran really was able to show all of the cracks within it. Let's put this up here on the screen. The Navy
People seem to like us sometimes. True. I ain't that popular.
Be me.
Rare. I just want to let you guys know, and if you ever think I'm like picking on you or something, I'm not. I'm just like, it's just a dumb thing I say to like get you engaged, right? That's all it is, guys. Like, I don't actually blame you on it for anything. I have to say that because one person told me that and I felt really bad. So I'm like, that is not my intent at all. I would never pick on anyone in chat unless you're maggot. Then you are getting picked on chat. Fuck you. Just call us just no Mexicans. Oh shit!
Carriers.
Oh no. That's oh my god.
Problems are tied to attacks on the U.S. base early in the war. So basically, on the war's very first day, when Iranian missiles and drones destroyed much of the U.S. Navy base in Bahrain, it had served as the key logistics hub for decades. With that hub gone, along with several other regional ports like Fujairah in the UAE, within all Iranian missile range, the Pentagon was forced to shift its main resupply point to Diego Garcia, which is obviously in the Maldives. So that means 2,200 miles from where the carrier strike groups are operating is where their main
It means he likes you, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because I had to explain that. I was like, listen, it means I actually have this, you're endearing. Because I wouldn't be doing that to anybody. If I don't care about you, I just ignore you in chat. It's actually the opposite.
Space what?
It's the opposite. Like if there's something I don't like, I just ignore it. I pretend you're not there.
As opposed to a few hundred miles. So the reason why then that the deteriorating...
But, you know, I do try to take into account people's feelings, so I just want to make that completely out there, make it perfectly crystal clear that that is my style. And it's he's a masshole, exactly. I'm a masshole, right? That's how I grew up. My mom is like that too, actually, now that I think of it. My mom used to like always pick on stuff, and it was because I was the favorite. Thanks, mama. Yeah. Oh man, you know, the more I think about it, guys, my sense of humor is exactly like my mom's. Like me and my mom, when you see, like, I wish I could have her on a stream. She's not really much of a stream person, but it's hilarious because me and her like just vibe in this like very unique way, right? Like we get in this like giggly mood, kind of like how I do on the stream, and it's just like the funnest thing ever. I don't know how to describe it. Like, we will people watch, and we'll just like laugh our asses off, and everybody's like, "Why are you guys laughing all the time?" Well, no reason. Teehee. My son and I are like best friends. It's like that best friend kind of vibe. Yeah. My dad doesn't really get it as much. He's like more of a... He was more like I used to be. I used to be very like serious and like, I don't know how to describe it. I used to be very like serious, stick in the mud, right? And my dad is still kind of like that. He's lightened up a little bit, thankfully. But my mom and I are like, we're like two peas in a pod, right? Like this. Yeah, my mom's my best friend. Exactly. So like that's kind of how I am with her, right? Like I can not see her for a while, which I haven't been able to because we live so far apart now. But she, like, we could just like mention one little thing and we get all giggly. And you know, I still carry that. So and I'm glad, I'm thankful for that, because like those are positive things that, you know, parents can do, right? Not everyone has positive parents, and I'm thankful for that. Ally in HD, I love it. Yeah, thank you guys.
crew conditions.
I
and all
told you
that.
guys, we're such an awesome community. We're such an awesome community. Gus is, I'm always giggling. And that's where I get it from my mom. I get it from my mama. Hell yeah. A lot of people don't get it because people are way too serious here, and we're not. We're always like cracking jokes and giggling to each other. Joe mama. Hell yeah.
Are linked.
Yeah, but it's okay. Eventually, like, I feel like the right people in your life will always get you for who you are. Right, guys? And you guys appreciate that, so I love you. Hell yeah.
Is because you just have
Where is Tobra? So many mom's jokes missed. I know, she was just here. She's working. She's traveling right now. October.
a shortage of basic supplies.
She was just here. You missed her, Blue Room.
It's got to come from thousands and thousands of miles away. And so when you go 9 months without the port, it's because the port they would go to was to Bahrain. So when you put those two things together and you have Diego Garcia.
Oh my God. It can just be like the silliest thing, right? Like I remember when we went to Costa Rica one day, right? The like, there was like a store we went to, right? And it was crazy. It was totally crazy, right, guys? We went into the store and there was a guy like cutting up pineapples. And he was like, "Would you like a pineapple?" And I was like, "Sure." And he gave one to my mom. And my mom was like trying to haggle with him. And my mom is blonde, right? So he was like, she was like, "How about 2 pineapples for 1?" And he was like, "This blondie's trying to take advantage of me." But he said it in a playful way, right? He wasn't like being mean about it. And I literally laughed my ass off. And we giggled about that the entire night, guys. Like to this day, I still bring it up. It's a teaser. So it's just like little dumb shit like that and a lot more than there's that, right? I saw her way earlier, but I couldn't chat. The worst thing about my never marrying is that I didn't get to have Mama Got Ass by Juvenile played at the wedding reception. It's like she got it from her mama song. Confirmed. Ass. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Love it. Sucks you didn't get to play that song. Mine October is seen yours in a while. Yeah. October. Yeah, like meant. Wait, what? Meant? I meant October. I haven't. Yeah, I don't know. October was just here, just a. Now that I mention it, wasn't Jersey here like a month ago? Yeah, I think she hasn't been here in over a month. I think something like that. Gloggy praised it. Fine, she's probably busy with something. And looks personally betrayed. Yeah, thank you for letting me know that, Kirsten B. She was here like a month ago. He was chatting in chat. So, the crowd was spoken. Wait, I actually got my ass from my dad's side of the family. Oh shit, really? Not from your mama? Joe mama?
Obviously, being the main logistics hub, you add several layers of logistical complication.
Yeah,
even
she was
bigger
here.
than that.
She was here like a month ago, but I haven't seen her since. October's been busy for like a couple days, I know, but she shows up every day now. When she's not like working and shit. Yeah.
And this makes sense. I kept wondering. I go, why is Trump so obsessed?
Like she's a makeup artist, right, guys? She does a lot of traveling and shit. So, but yeah,
Diego Garcia. He was constantly hammering the British for like giving it away and changing the treaty under which it's administered.
She popped in for a minute. Yeah. And like at least she chatted for a while.
Now it all makes sense, is that we have been so pushed out of those Middle Eastern logistics bases that Diego Garcia becoming the #1 hub for logistics, which again, none of us really knew anything about this, means that for once, you can see an actual forcible retreat of the United States military and changing of logistics is what threw this entire thing into complete chaos.
And it actually could have been even worse, is what that reveals, because Starmer originally did not want to let us use Diego Garcia, and Trump really bullied and cajoled him into doing it. But no, the reality is that we have to get ships from Asia all the way to Diego Garcia, which is just this little island, and then be able to supply carriers from there. So you've got this very long.
She was yapping up a storm. I love her. She is a fun chatter. She is such a fun chatter. Like, oh my God. Some people are just really good chatters. Uh-huh. Yeah, she's amazing at she is. Oh my God. That's why I rated her. I was like, oh shit. That, and I was like, I wanted to support an LGBTQ plus creator. It was like, right? It was that month. And I'm just glad I did, because she doesn't stream all that much. I'm not. Oh, sorry about that, buddy. I always wondered why she disappeared from this chat, but it's not really my business. Yeah.
Distance to travel. By the time the goods even get to Diego Garcia, you're already having to deal with shelf life issues.
I think it just depends on the person, right?
Right.
So
you gotta let people
the real
do
key
their thing, right? I've noticed that the more you try to control people, guys, the more it just ends up blowing up in your face, right? And that's why I try to do that, and you just got to be comfortable with it, right? You can't just be too attached. Their energy is just infectious. Oh yeah, I mean, October is awesome. And you and Lucy and Lucy and a few chatters just vibe really well, right? I'll even throw Jers into that. You guys all vibe really well off each other, and it's special. It's something very different in this chat that you don't get to see in probably other chats, right? But yeah,
is that we did not anticipate that Iran would be able to destroy our bases throughout the region. Our entire logistics supply chain strategy was built on this basing approach. So when that basing approach was taken off the map, we were left scrambling, and that
This is the problem with having bases all around the world, right? This kind of logistical nightmare becomes a huge problem. Which is why I really appreciate the Empire Files, right? You gotta be willing to critique this stuff, because we shouldn't have a military industrial complex like this. Yeah, same. I was worried about asking in case there was drama or something. Yeah, probably. Or something, seen them around, but it's mainly due to the early stream.
Directly to the situation that our sailors find themselves
Insane
in
numbers.
Today. We've both been watching Sal. How do you say his
Abby
last name?
the Goat. Yeah, Abby Martin.
I don't know.
I think that's a good analysis, Blue Room. I want to avoid drama, right? You guys are fun. You don't want to get into more drama, right?
Oh, his last name.
We'll go with that.
Shout out to you, Sal. We were trying to get him on the show today.
Yeah, we'll still work on that. But in any case, he has a great YouTube channel. He's a shipping and logistics expert, former military himself, understands the stuff so deeply. We can put this tweet from him up on the screen, and really go and watch the video that is linked in this tweet, because you will understand both the problems today and also the historical context. You were bringing up how even in World War II, we didn't have this long of sailors being on board ships. We had to figure out a supply chain that worked much more effectively than what is working here. In any case, he says, is logistics the U.S. Navy's greatest weakness? The Lincoln case study, an analysis of the USS Abraham Lincoln's 266-day deployment, including 200 days in a combat zone, and the reported mental health toll on the crew due to prolonged operations and resupply delays. So here's what he points.
Well, And if it's meant, you know, if you set it free, right? What's the saying? If you set it free and if it's meant to be, then, right? And that's how like friendships are, right? Any sort of community is like this, right, guys? So that's why I keep chugging along, because I really believe in this community and you guys are awesome, right? So things change all the time, and I think we have to just she's always says hi to me when I see her in chats. Oh, there you go. So even when she's away. Guys, I just found this. Good to know. Let's see. Gus has a lot of green flags. Oh, I love it. Thank you. Thank you, Blue Room. Yeah, like that's just kind of how I've learned to like live life, right? And I'm applying that to streaming now, right? Because at first I took it like really personally. And then I was like, why am I taking it so personally? It's because I'm thinking of it like a popularity contest or like and I just can't be like that, right? You cannot be like that. Right? Like things change and you just kind of have to go be able to go with it.
On August 6th, police made another life-threatening flock cameras mistake after pulling a Brookfield woman over twice in a week.
I haven't been asleep since this happened. Every time I close my eyes, all I can see is guns. My mom is like my go-to person. I wanted the car so bad yesterday, but I'm like, if I make a sudden move, it's going to be over. It's going to end my life.
The system flagged her vehicle as being connected to a homicide. Police surrounded her on the highway, leaving the woman traumatized.
It was very embarrassing because after they put us in cuffs, they walked us to the car. I'm not knowing what's going on. I'm scared. All you see is people in their cars recording.
Nationwide, we are seeing people reject flock cameras as they are being connected to mistaken identities, and after multiple officers have been accused of stalking previous lovers with the cameras.
My daughter keep asking, Mama, is the police gonna get us? She don't want to ride in the car no more because she don't know if the police gonna pull us over and do it again.
On August 6th, police made another
Wow. Another one of these fucking events. I mean, are we surprised? Yeah, drop it in the Discord, McKay. Thank God we don't have these garbage ass cameras where I'm from. But thank you, Blue Room. That's very nice of you. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. You're the GOAT. Thank you so much. You've really like become an integral part of this community as well. I don't want to take away any part of anybody being a part of this community, right? Like, you know, people come and go in your life, but like, I hope you guys stay, right? Because you guys are awesome and you guys understand what we're doing here, and I love that. I fucking love it. I did, it's a 3-hour long review, and it cut into the couple sessions. Yeah. I used to take everything personally. I snapped out of that when I realized how egotistic, exactly. Right. And I think like with streaming, I think like, I don't want to like trauma. I don't want to like dump on you guys emotions and stuff, right? Because it's not really trauma dumping either. Or I'm not trying to like emotion dump on you either. But I think like growing up in Massachusetts, I grew up thinking that like your work and your performance was indicative of who you are as a person. And I've just been learning that that's not how life is, right? Like you need to stop thinking that just because somebody disagrees with you in terms of like, even in chat, right? Like we had a discussion with Kami Kanoa Club, and I think it went well, right? Like we weren't yelling at each other. We weren't, he wasn't saying anything mean either. Like we just had a discussion about it. I think like we can get a little, like we can take things a little too personally, and then that can lead to like egoism. And we need to get rid of egoism, right? We were talking about this the other day. Like take pride in what you do, and be like, how do I say this? Like maybe not pride, but take care of what you do, but don't have it be so personal to you, right? Because things change all the time and you just have to learn to adjust to it. And that's kind of what I've learned while streaming, right? I think it's made me a better streamer. I'm not like constantly like taking things like out of context and stuff. And I learned this just in being in politics too. And now I just applied it to my streaming like career, my streaming life. And I just feel so much better. right? I feel so much better. Like I just like don't have that mentality. So I totally agree, Ducky. I really appreciate that. That's a great comment. Yeah, it sucks. I'm tired of this flock shit. Yeah. Hugs, chatter. How sweet. I love that. Love it, Ducky. That's a good one. Yeah, and the fact that you're willing to say that you took things really personally, like, that shows growth. Right? I think we all can to a certain degree. Some more than others, right? There is no need for people to use trauma dumping as a pejorative either, in my opinion. Sometimes people need support, and that's what community's for. Bingo, I agree. Which is why I don't consider that trauma dumping. I just don't like to talk about those kind of things with you guys because I want to keep this place a positive and open place for you guys, right? It's not about me, it's about you. I'm trying to work on my social anxiety. Yeah, and this is a good place to do that, right? You're a very active chatter in here, Ally in HD, so you're awesome, right? We all have stuff to work on, and I think the more we just kind of admit it and move on, right? Or try to do it, the better we all will be, right? And I think we can do that together. I think the right wing really suffers from problems because they don't do things together, right? The only things they do together are like gather at Nazi rallies and fucking, you know, racial supremacy stuff and like those things that they do together, right? But like actual work, like, yeah, they don't do any of that. Oh, I mean it. Thank you guys. That's very nice. But that's just life, right? Things change, and you just got to roll with the punches. And I'm glad that you guys are here as well, right? Because I will still do this regardless, right? I'm not giving up. I'm seeing a lot of progress, and I love it.
Cheer 100.
Gus and Chad has had me get through a lot this past year. I am grateful for you guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's literally a part of my, right? I'll tell you an example, right? I'll tell you an example. I was like, when I first started streaming, I was like, I'm not going to do a Discord. Who cares? Discord is for people, right? Like, who cares about this? And then I started realizing, no, Discord is a great way for people to get a community together, right? For you guys to share. And then when I did open the Discord, right, I realized it's not just like about posting. It's about connecting with one another when we're all offline, right? And then I was reading through everyone's like Discord comments, and they were saying like, I miss you so much because I hadn't been streaming for a day or two. And it just shows you how like integral the community is, right? So like, that's where I really started changing my mind on it, right? I didn't want to do a Discord because I didn't want to be like everyone else, right? So I had the wrong idea of why I should be doing a Discord, right? When the right ideas were the correct ways to do it. You get what I'm saying? So like, that's just another example. And I've just like learned so much. So I'm really thankful. Great wording. This is our home base. Exactly. Right. And I think like people on the left can be a little like rebellious, right? Like I remember I said, hey, yeah, you should really learn how to use, I think it was Jersey, right? Yeah, Jersey was like, I don't want to use Discord. I don't like using that. I never want to use Discord. I don't like it, right? And I was like, no, do it because Jersey, like I was like that. I feel you, but it's like a good way to communicate with the rest of the community. And there's a lot of different things you can do, right? And Living Lily came out to me and was like, I think Discord's dumb, right? And now look, she's on it all the time, right? So, yeah, she has her own Discord. Like, I think it's easy to be rebellious, especially on the left, for no reason. Or like be like, whatever, right? But like once you start to break this shit down, you're like, oh shit, no, actually this can be really useful. As long as you're all getting like benefit out of it, then I find benefit, right? That's been my change. And I really appreciate you guys doing, like helping me get to that point, right? Like to give, like collectively, we've all done that, right? I know some of you guys were on the Discord all the time. So yeah. So again, I'm very thankful. I don't like the Discord app, but there's really not an alternative. Agreed. Yeah. There's a bunch of reasons not to use Discord, right? I don't like the app either that much either, right? I really don't. I don't like it very much either. But at the same time, it's like I had to like be like, okay, that's not about me liking something. It's about the community, right? And what we're trying to build and all this stuff. So I've learned so much, right? And that's what I tried to tell other people who were not Discord users, right? Like who were like not into using it because they thought it was stupid or something, right? And you know what? You still have a right to believe that. But I'm just proud of everybody who like had differences of opinion and still actively partake. And now, like, look, we're really growing, right? So, and you know, this might be silly to you because like you're like, I'm on 100 Discord servers, right? If that's you, then obviously that's the opposite of what you were talking about here, and power to you. But we're talking about how this stuff can get kind of misinterpreted, right? And you have to just change your mind. It's really that simple. But yeah.
Too. Wartime tempo versus peacetime support. U.S. Navy is currently conducting wartime-level operations, strikes, and blockades with a logistics infrastructure designed for peacetime. The gutting of the logistics fleet, a look back at the 90s policy shifts that replaced Navy-crewed auxiliary ships with civilian-crewed military sea-lift command vessels, merging station and shuttle fleets and reducing overall capacity.
Yeah. I almost always use the app. I rarely use it on the desktop. That's probably why I never noticed my DMs. Yeah. Right. And I think like it's okay to have all those opinions, right? You can think Discord is dumb. Like there were people who thought that and now like, right? They were on the Discord all the time, or they're on the Discord all the time now, right? So everything changes. And I think that's like what I'm trying to say, right? Like keep an open mind. Always be willing to like grow as a person. Look at how long it took a long time to get used to Discord. The phone app totally sucks, but on PC I can't navigate it until now. Yeah, there you go, buddy. See? So that's what I've realized is like I don't know. You just can't be so rigid in life, right? And sometimes you'll be surprised how wonderful it can be if you just fucking let go. Stop being so rigid. Almost always use the I did my makeup for the driver's license picture and I did trans colors. Thanks so much. Oh, I love it, ally. Love it. I fucking love it. Same. Twitch has helped me for much of my social anxiety. Yeah, and I think part of it is Discord, right? If you're in the right I will say this, and listen, I'm not going to shit on anybody if they're on 100 different Discord servers, but the way I look at it so far, right? I could change my mind on this, so don't quote me. But the reason I'm in like certain Discord servers is either to get notifications or to get like some sort of like, but I do think if you're like in over 100 or way too many, it can kind of like get you distracted, right? I think like it's important to invest in the ones like our community, right? We have a great Discord server because you guys all care about one another, right? So like I think that's where I came across it, right? Like I didn't want it to be like Facebook or like Instagram where people were just like not really invested in what you care about or you as a person, right? So that's where I've really evolved on the issue. But yeah, it really depends. From the early 2000s when we used forums, yeah, the list servers, and yep, I was in so many Yahoo groups. Yeah, exactly. I think like there is a balance, right? Like you can just join a Discord server for certain information and that's it. But I think when you try to like you know which ones are the ones that are the most wholesome, right? Oh my god, that's sick to hear. Yahoo Scrabble, hell yeah.
So this was after the end of the Cold War. All right, we don't need all of the.
But I only post exactly, yeah. Bingo. See, Ducky? That's what I'm trying to say, and I realized that, right? I realized that. I left a bunch of them just because I didn't care about any of that stuff. So I was just like, right. But I've been invited to a few other ones, and like I happily will give it a shot now. I give everything a shot now, right?
These extra ships that do the supply chain, all of that stuff. So we're going to just rely on the bases and let those ships come out of service. Loss of forward bases, why the loss of central Persian Gulf bases has forced the Navy to rely on distant hubs like Diego Garcia and Singapore, drastically increasing resupply transit time. So that's as a result of the Iranians' effective strategy here. The tyranny of distance, a comparison of modern logistics challenges in the Arabian Sea versus the massive dedicated replenishment groups used during World War II campaigns like Okinawa, and the invisible force, why logistics remains the bottom end of military funding until you find yourself in a situation like this, where food, fuel, or ammunition start to run low, and why that mindset must change to maintain a viable global fleet. I am by far not even close to a military expert. I am a complete rube when it comes to this stuff.
I don't know. I'm kind of curious what you guys have to, like, I think I agree 100% with Ducky. Me and Ducky are on the same exact page. Josephus, I'm on the same page with you. I kind of want to hear Blue Room's opinion because I'm curious, but like that's kind of how I have come to evolve, right, on the issue there, on the Discord. So
even I know that the first rule of war is make sure that you can supply.
But this is the thing about me. I generally tend to listen to people, especially people who have been doing something for a long time or have done stuff in the field, because I understand like that point of view. So even though I may not be like 100% on board with it, right? When I was told I definitely should have a Discord server, I did it immediately, right? I think we can be really stubborn on dumb shit like this. Really stubborn, right? And I don't think it's good to be stubborn on this stuff, right? I think it's really important to keep an open mind, and that's really what I'm trying to tell you guys, right? Like, even when you're like, I don't know, Discord is, right? Like, if that's like scratching you in the back, give it a shot. You will never know until you do, right? It might help your social anxiety. Hell yeah. There you go, Ally in HD, right? And I'm glad you joined, by the way, because you're awesome. It's a good way to resilience in the communities you are in. If you're a streamer, got banned in one platform, it's a good way to keep in touch. Exactly. That's when I started to realize the benefits of it, right? There's a lot of benefits to it. I think like, you just have to really like figure it out for yourself, right? You got to do you, basically, is all I'm saying. Oh, I was there too on AOL, and I still have this. Yeah, and McKay, I think you were one of the first to join, right? I remember you joining.
The troops. And we failed on even that very first basic level as evidenced here. And, you know, Starmer is no longer the prime minister in the UK. You've got Burnham in now, who's trying to position himself as more of a progressive and can see, sentiment in the UK, which is also very against the traditional relationship with Israel, very opposed to the Iran war. And so there's no guarantee that Burnham continues allowing us to use Diego Garcia the way that we have been. So we are incredibly, incredibly vulnerable here through our own faulty thinking, lack of strategic.
Well, here and the Discord, you were one of the first. Yeah. I remember. Yeah, because I was like, oh, I'm making a Discord because you guys want to make one. And I was like, hell yeah, let's go.
Planning.
Here you were 14 viewers. Discord was the same day, shortly around that time. Yeah.
And complete failure.
You've been around a long time, man.
Yeah, the designers like General Marshall and these people, they are rolling in.
It's like you, Living Lily, and Gandalf. Gandalf can't even watch me the way he used to, McKay. Remember Gandalf? And he still subscribes to me. Love him. My goat. He's over in Kuwait. Gandalf the 3D, my goat. Shout out to him.
Their grave at this disaster. It honestly boggles the mind that this could happen in the year 2026, but it was all predictable. We had no drone preparation. We had no ability to counter them in the beginning. We launched the war thinking that they were a paper tiger, and they showed us on day one, and now you got guys out in the middle of the ocean. Honestly, I worry. I mean, you got no fresh food? I mean, it's scary. like scurvy? I don't know. I mean, maybe you could take vitamins these days. I'm not a doctor or anything, but malnutrition and working 20 hours a day, it seems going to take a toll on anybody, no matter what kind of medical resources that you have access to. Put B3 also up on the screen just to underscore all of this. The U.S., I honestly, I cannot believe this. The U.S. has now pulled its last aircraft carrier in Asia as Trump has to focus on Iran and the Western Hemisphere. So what they show is that the USS George Washington is now departing the Pacific and is expected to replace the Lincoln in the Middle East. The Lincoln's time at sea had originally had to be extended, like we talked about earlier, but as they show now, the lack of a U.S. carrier in the Pacific will be short-lived for the next couple of months, but it does show how open-ended operations with Iran are running the sailors ragged, and that they're going to have to get another carrier to the Asia-Pacific. They're going to have to sprint and force another group of sailors to probably suffer in exactly the same way that these guys did. This shows you, I mean, this is the crown jewel of the American empire, is its ability to project power on a blue
Did Kristen B fall asleep?
That's why we have it in the first place. And it's not for, just for the military industrial complex. It's so that we all get to buy cheap televisions and we get to enforce the free trade, which is obviously not free. But the entire reason that most people were okay with it in the post-World War II era is, yes, it protects our ability to prosper as a nation. There's obviously been huge chinks in all of that over the years. But if you were to choose Iran or South Korea, for no reason at all, I'll bring up that example. Iran, Israel, or South Korea, which one would you choose? Which one would you choose? Would you choose the 11th largest trading partner with the United States, which has been an ally for literally decades, which bled with America in Vietnam, which we defended, literally died, tens of thousands of Americans died trying to defend South Korea, and which is vitally important to the U.S. economy, or this place which has the Holy Temple?
I post on Discord when I need help with my son too. The community has definitely made his time easier. He got arrested last part of 2024. He gets out in May 7th, 2027. Wow. So in a little over a year. A little less than a year, my bad. Yeah, you told me he was in solitary confinement. That's crazy. Ally and HD. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? So I think, I don't know, my views on social media have changed, right? Like, it's not that I think it just depends on where you're investing your time, right? The community. I think we can get really lost in things, but it can actually bring people together. It's just it's the way it's done. Everything's about the technicalities, right, guys? The nuance, the communities themselves, etc., right? I have a few slurs for Sauger. He's doing much better since he got out of solidarity and got transferred to release. Yeah, and like, I love how we're all very, very much on the same page on this stuff. That's why I love you guys.
And ways. Okay, all right. And which we have to fund the entire, or, I mean, honestly, even just look at a balance sheet, look at Iran versus Israel in the long run. Which would you rather actually take a look at and say, oh, we should have better relations with this country? I mean, it is crazy. And yet, between this move, and I cannot let this go, B6, let's put it up here, because this is the future. This is what our future is going to look like. Trump, based on my very good relationship with Kim Jong-un, I am not happy with the fact the United States has long ago agreed to participate in joint military exercises with South Korea. These exercises are not only costly, which must...
Yep, we watched it. Before you got on. They closed the place, yep.
These costs paid for by the United States, but send a
he's releasing part 2, like the official part 2 soon, he said. But, I mean, yeah, the place is closed down.
Signal that is totally inappropriate and hostile to a country that, as long as Donald J. Trump has been president, has been unthreatening and respectful. Therefore, and based on the fact that it's too late to cancel, I have instructed the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to substantially reduce the joint military exercises. While somewhat unrelated, I recently asked the president of South Korea if they would like to join us in the denuclearization of the Islamic Republic. They said, no thanks. Thanks for your attention to this matter.
Can't blame them.
So, yeah, the country which we economically nuked with their stock market, with their AI nonsense, which we destroyed their consumer sector, with their energy prices, which provides Samsung and memory chips to the entire globe. We're saying, oh, that's not worth it. Oh, and by the way, where did we strip a bunch of THAAD missiles out of? South Korea. And now this is the future. The neocons have bought us this future. We have no carrier in Asia. We have no THAAD missiles. And North Korea's got a nuke. So guess what? You got to give it up. And I'm not even saying I don't support better relations with, I supported the summit. I think doing a deal with Kim Jong-un is the only rational thing because he has a nuclear weapon. But just think about the downstream consequences. We cannot defend South Korea now. We probably never could, but now we especially can. And now what does it mean? South Korea has to choose. We get a nuke, which is very likely now, in my opinion. In the next decade, I think they'll have a nuclear weapon. Or they just kick us out and they have to do a better deal with China. And remember, they got so much shit. Back into, I think it was 2018, when we deployed that THAAD radar to South Korea, China cut them off and economically waged war on them. They stopped all their tourists from going to South Korea. They took a several $billion a year hit in South Korea. The government said it's worth it for our long-term security relationship with America. We just fucked them triply. I mean, it's over. And so think about what the future, if you're Taiwan or South Korea or Japan, good luck to you, man. Seriously. I mean, it's one of those where you've got your security relationship with America, but you're going to start seeing all kinds of side deals. Because I read the Asian press every day. The Japanese and the Australians are signing things. They're doing all kinds of security meetings and things between the two of them. I mean, the empire is shattering before our eyes. And it's all because of Iran and Israel. It's insanity that we would choose this over them.
I mean, Iran and Israel, the Iran war has revealed how weak and retrograde the empire really was.
Yes.
We turned out to be the paper tigers, truly. And it's very difficult to wrap your head around what that is going to mean for the future, because our entire ability to basically scare the world into compliance, oh, we've got all these, bases all around the world and we can project power anywhere, we can protect our allies, you better not cross us, it's done. That world is over. And so we've talked here a lot about preparing for a multipolar world and being in a multipolar world and how that's going to go and what that's going to look like, how the U.S. should change and adjust. There is very much a possibility that we are heading into a unipolar world where we are not the unipole. I mean, that is a very real direction that is possible on the table at this point, because we are doing such an incredible job of shattering every useful illusion
the living
about
Lily.
The American empire that exists.
You at work, girl?
So, yeah, if you look at China's technological advancement, where they are so far beyond us in terms of drones. They're so far beyond us in terms of EV. They're maybe 6 months behind us in terms of frontier AI capabilities. We got to start thinking a lot differently about the way we comport ourselves in the world. But on this North Korea, South Korea piece in particular, this just strengthens the logic of acquiring a nuclear weapon.
Exactly.
Where North Korea, they clearly made the right play here over the long term. South Korea's got to feel like fools, like, okay, well, I guess that's the path we need to pursue. Iran, the whole supposed reason we're in here is prevent them from pursuing a nuclear weapon. The logic for them to get a nuclear weapon has never been stronger than it is right now. And there are going to be countries all over the world that are thinking the same exact thing. This is the ultimate way to preserve our sovereignty, to get it so that the U.S. doesn't mess with us, and that we have an ability
the whole time.
to maintain our own.
Yeah, guys, Living Lily works mad hard. She works till like 10, 15. What did you say last time? Fuck. 11:30. Fuck that. What is that, like a 12-hour day? Oh, good analogy. Yeah. It's like a bee. You can use your nuke, but it automatically dies after. True, it's a good analogy. Yeah, because bees have the stingers, and the stingers hurt like a motherfucker. But what ends up happening is the bee dies because the stinger comes out, right? Long-term security means everyone gets a nuke. Yay. Yeah. How about we try the opposite approach to do security, right? That was my point earlier with the moronic psychos. Yeah, somebody remove these moronic psychos. Yeah, well said. Nukes for you, nukes for you. Everyone gets nukes now. Hell yeah.
great. We live in the craziness. Yeah, no, she works mad hard, guys, and she shows up to all the streams and still lurks and stuff. I really appreciate you, Living Lily. Like, I don't know how you fucking do that all the time. Work that many hours.
Domestic policy and conduct ourselves in the world the way we want to. So it truly is the dawn of a new era, and it's very difficult to predict how all of these dominoes are ultimately going to fall, because there's already been a lot of things that have happened that I could never have predicted. You know, when Iran at the beginning was like, we want the U.S. out of the region in particular, I think everybody looked at that and like, well, that's a joke. That's what a joke. Like, who are you to be able to say that? You don't have the strength to be able to say that. That's a delusion. That's like a religious fanatic's delusion. And now here we are, like, it's basically done. We've had to retreat all the way to Jordan, and our service members are getting blown up there. You know, we had significant casualties and deaths there, and that's basically what has led to this new pause in the war, because we didn't want to take further losses. So those bases that we had in the Middle East, like, that's never coming back. Not certainly in the way that it was. And those Arab allies do not want us back, because it made them a target. They're desperate, most of them, for this war to end, because they see the dire consequences.
And look
here.
at what happened. You have the Saudi deal with Turkey and Pakistan. So
Yeah,
same
it's
thing.
exactly
Saudi
right.
has now a side defense. Is it real? I don't know. I mean, we'll find out. I hope not to find out. We might. You have all these reports that Egypt was strong-armed to not join into this pact. I mean, that would be a serious... Egypt, it's been so long, we forget, but, you know, the balance of Egypt and Israel is the traditional American foreign
Better
policy.
meds.
You pay
Damn
off
right.
both corrupt governments and hope that they don't fight.
Yeah, you said, didn't you say like you were experimenting with them, like, because you get them a lot? Yeah.
Fight each other. Well, now what? I mean, we're living in a world where post-Sisi, he could die at any moment. What's it going to look like? Nobody has a clue for this critical.
Yeah, finally. Yeah. I mean, like you were, she's been talking about like her thing with migraines, her experience with migraines for a long time, right? And like, I always just thought migraines were headaches, right? But no, it's like way worse, guys. Crazy.
Linchpin. I'll just come back to, you know, the final thing on the pivot to Asia. It is
they're way worse, and not only that, but it's just they're very different to deal with. It's not something you can like take a pill necessarily and fix, right? It's not like you take a leave and you've gone, right?
Oh, it's not disappointing. It is genuinely insane.
Yeah, migraines are horrible. Yeah, and that's kind of where the distinction is. But we get told, I think this is another thing, right? Like our society devalues pain, right? It devalues a lot of the stuff that we're not supposed to feel. So this is how we like lump together things like headaches and migraines and any sort of like pain that people feel, right? Menstrual pain, menopause, all this stuff, right? It gets like labeled into, who gives a fuck, because just get over it, sugar cup, right? And that's not good. It's not good for society to do that, right? Migraines make me vomit. Yeah. No, it's a muscle and a fascia. Yeah.
Because I will tell you,
it's very personal. Yeah, exactly. And I think like we sort of cheapen that when we shit all over those kind of things, right? You can lump a lot of things together, right?
The chief goal of Bridge Colby, who is the number 3 at the Pentagon, was to avoid war and entanglement in the Middle East and to pivot.
Especially with the more debilitating ones. Like yours are pretty debilitating, but like, yeah, like, I don't know, right? Everybody feels pain differently, so.
To Asia. I mean, he's the literal head of policy at the Pentagon. So for this to happen on his watch is insane. I mean, several
migraines. Yeah, I never understood that. Like I'm admitting my ignorance here, right? I never understood through like the experience, because I don't think I've ever had a migraine, or maybe I have and I just don't remember. I just treated it like a bad headache, but they're not the same thing, guys. They're completely different. It's like chronic pain in general is ideal. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say, right? Is we shove under the rug this chronic pain shit. And like, it's not good for society. It's not even good for us, but we do it and we accept it. And yeah, like it's something that has to change, right?
Members of the cabinet and of the Trump administration's national security, they write in their documents about how they want to prioritize Asia and here at home. Now what? I mean, this is what the war has destroyed all of it. It's not just South Korea. We really have to think the entire world is going to get nukes. Like Australia, you are going to see multiple countries which previously were very dependent on the United States for their security umbrella. Like Poland, for example, has expressed an interest in a nuclear weapons program because of their proximity to Russia. South Korea is going to get a nuclear weapon. You are almost certain to see Japan and Saudi Arabia and, I mean, any of these Middle Eastern countries, they might not get a nuke themselves, but they will definitely sign more of these defense pacts with side nuclear weapons powers. This gives tremendous power to North Korea, to all of these other countries, and the strategic logic.
I have chronic pain, and it gets accused of drug seeking all the time. It makes me hurt more. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm making and this is what I mean. This is something that we have to fix in terms of, like, this is conservative shit that is ingrained in us since the very beginning, right? The suck it up buttercup, and the pull yourself up by your bootstraps. All these things are in the same camp, right? Is what I'm trying to say. They're all like ways that we are told from a young age to just disregard, right? No, if you work hard enough, you just pull yourself up by those bootstraps. Those bootstraps. Did you get vertigo? Yeah, I mean, oh my God, guys. It's a crazy thing. Actually, I think we watched the video on this too, and I really had a lot of empathy for this. And the reason I do too, right, is I actually worked on a campaign to label, to have like chronic pain people who were going to die of cancer have a way to end their own life, right? And it didn't pass here in Massachusetts, but I was like the financial director for it, the finance director. So we did pull in a lot of donations. It's just, you know, people are very conservative about life, and not only that, but people are very conservative about pain, right? They think, oh, people need to suck it up and they need to feel the pain, and it's really about their loved ones. They're very selfish about it, right? And that's kind of what I learned at that campaign, the right to life, or the right to end your life, right? That was one campaign that I really like. It really impacted me in terms of how I saw the issue of pain management, chronic pain, terminal illness. All this stuff kind of flows within that, right? And it has very much to do with politics because, again, we get taught this shit from the beginning. We just so much, guys. It's overwhelming. The more you learn about this stuff, the more you're just like, I'm tired of this, Grandpa. In fact, I got a new clip. I don't know if you guys will like it, but I have to upload it. Can you hear it? Let's see. Did you hear that?
I'm tired.
We do it for our pets so we can have that option instead of suffering. Well, that was a really good argument that swayed me, right? Because at first I was kind of like, I don't know what I feel about it. And that was a really good argument. Yeah, like we put our pets down when they don't want to be suffering, right? So yeah, this stuff is important, guys. Like, never let anybody tell you this shit is like, right? And this is how neoliberalism works, right? It makes you feel othered, so then you have to deal with the problems that society has put on you, essentially, or that you have encountered, and then you basically get fucked over because, yeah, well, good luck for you, Buttercup. I feel like there's too much incentive for certain parties to push assisted suicide on people for economic reasons. Not the way we did it. There was a very strict process, Ducky. I think that is one concern, but the process that we had here that was based off the Oregon model had it something like along the lines of this, right? You had to be seen by 3 psychologists. They had to check you to make sure that it was not something that was being coerced on you. You had to be approved by a doctor, or I think it was 2 doctors, and then you had to also be diagnosed with a terminal illness that you were going to die within 6 months, right? So there were a few safeguards, but I agree. I think like that is a problem with the system in terms of like the incentives. So that's another issue to take into account. As long as BIPOCs are especially discounted, I've seen racist shit about black and brown people's medical textbooks. Oh yeah, I mean, when we covered that too, right? Like black and brown people will be disregarded for pain much more, especially black women and black men, right? Or black women and black and brown women, because and then they'll end up dying in the hospital or something, right? Like this is a thing that actually occurs, guys, in this country. It's ridiculous. Thanks. Anytime, you're the real MVP here. Hell yeah! What up? It's unacceptable that some med students and by extension doctors think black people feel less pain. Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you, is that this is very much a real thing, right? And this falls under the same umbrella of what I've just been talking about, right? That this is something that we as a country have to like come to grips with, right? All this stuff. Yeah. Like the black market liver sale. Yeah. Yeah, it is. There was a ska band. I love ska. Called Jack Kravanovic and the Suicide Machines, and they had to change their name to Suicide because people would come to their show expecting to see the Jack Kevorkian. Oh, Kevorkian, right. Jesus. Jack Kevorkian. Mr. Kevorkian. Fucking love the Suicide Machines. Yeah. Mr. Kevorkian. Kevorkian was the head of the time. Yeah. Jack, remember when oh my god, remember that that interview with Hillary Clinton where she compared a like senator, I think it was, to Mr. Kevorkian? Oh my god, I feel like there's too much. Oh, I wanted to read this before we continue. I don't get migraines, but I have a lot of tension headaches, and the headaches are from muscles and fascia, hypermobile, so they work overtime and they lose together my joints. Yeah. I mean, I'd be curious to hear what Living Lily has to say about this, because she experiences that more, right?
Of a nuclear Iran only makes more sense today, which is why all of the reports that are coming out of, you know, who knows how much of it is true or not, of the supreme leader being like, yeah, actually, I'm not as opposed as my father was to a nuclear weapon. Why wouldn't you be? Look at Kim Jong-il or Kim Jong-un. He can do whatever he wants, literally whatever he wants, because he can hit the United States with an intercontinental ballistic missile.
One other thing I want to mention here, because there's a report out in the Wall Street Journal about how while we were during the memo of understanding time, we were like, okay, sort of living on hopium, like, oh, it's going to work out, and not really doing anything to prepare if it didn't work out. The Iranians went in with the assumption that it was not going to work out, that this was all a ruse from the U.S. in order to buy time
It's
because
been kicking
we
in
were getting our butts kicked on the back.
Have a good night. Bye. Love you guys. Thank you, Kirsten B. See you on the next one. Don't do anything stupid, because I'll know. That is my point. I'm not saying victims are criminals. I'm saying medical people who are involved are probably lawmakers are at fault. Yeah, it's a very, I think there's a lot of bias in the system that we need to find ways to correct, right? Clearly that's what's going on here. And this is why, like, yeah, things like when a black woman complains of pain, they treat it less so as a white woman. Right? It's sad, but it's the truth. Like, there's documented evidence and statistical information that shows, right? Now, is it because of the areas? Is it because of the doctors? Is it because of a combination of the two? Is it racism? It's probably a bunch of factors. But yeah, it's a huge part of it is racism too, right? Or internalized bigotry, right? Or, right? Because some of these areas do have black doctors or brown doctors predominantly. That's my concern as well. Very true. Yeah, so like it's important. Bye, Gus. Don't worry, I'll be getting in trouble. Oh no. Already not taking my advice. God. Listen next time. God, Kristen B. I love how you say your name like 15 different ways.
Battlefield.
Fuck.
And so they worked vociferously during that time to re-prepare themselves, dig out the missile cities, make sure they're manufacturing drones, think strategically about what they would do. And now there is reporting, again, it's very hard to say whether this is true or not, that they are thinking of going on a more offensive footing. Now, it does make some logic for them, some logical sense, because number one, they know that we're on the back foot. Like, our sailors are here starving. We've got, a very low morale. Munitions stockpiles are at disaster. We've had to retreat from the region.
They will get taught in the next textbook. That's the hope, right? And that's what I hold on to, right? And you know what's kind of cool about this? Like, thinking back at like how this stuff was already kind of in the ethos. It's just nobody cared. Like, if you've ever watched Star Trek, they actually mention this a lot. They're like, oh, well, Vulcans experience pain in this kind of way. We need to consider this kind of... And I never understood that until recently. Because... yeah, there you go, right? So, like, this is what I mean. Art is a reflection of what could be in politics, right? What's downstream of it. So, never dismiss it, guys. Never dismiss it. Right, I'm holding my breath for the American system. Yeah, Blue Room, right? And I think like things are starting to change, but this is why this stuff, talking about this stuff is important, right? Because like this is why like in certain parts of the country, the African American like child like the death rate for mothers is much worse than other parts of the country, right? And this is in accounting for like economic conditions, and then when you add that back in, that's still way higher. Read my comment above. Cool. Yeah. Don't do that. That you'll suffocate first. But it's resilient. So yeah. I mean, the argument that they shouldn't be able to use maid because they are too poor means that they should be given money so that they can live well. That is basically the argument that conservatives give, that women should not be able to have abortions, but we are not giving them the support for the birth or child care. Bingo. Well said, right? So all this stuff is interconnected, and that's well put, dog. Good job. Yeah. Right. And I mean, women get critiqued all the time for like, it's just period pains, right? And like some women have really bad periods. I remember like a few girlfriends would literally be bedridden, right? Because their periods were so bad. So again, and you know, like how can I compare, right? I don't go through that. But apparently there's like a jock strap that makes you, that men can feel like how it feels like to be. And I'm like, I don't even need to feel it. Ladies, you get a week off for going through that. I already approved it. It's Gus approved, but nobody cares what I have to say, so fuck it. Yep, on CBC this morning, I'm talking about clinical medical stuff. Right, and these are all different forms of pain, but like, we all need to take it seriously, right? It's not just like menstrual pain or whatever, right? It's all this stuff, Didn't Kennedy and Doge defund studies of mortality because they called it DEI? Yep. They called it DEI because it affects black people worse. Yeah. Well said. Women are side gigging for doctors. Exactly. Well said, Cheshire Cat. As well as things of safe testing for cars, etc. Yeah, well, that's
all
that's
the
a
way
whole
to
other
Jordan,
can of worms.
Where you know the Iranians are still able to hit and cause damage and service member loss of life. You know, the Gulf Arab allies are like sick of this. They are feeling very vulnerable themselves, and they are incredibly exposed because this is a region that cannot sustain life without desalination plants and also without lots of imports. So they know that they have a lot of cards that they could play here. And meanwhile, the U.S. strategy is to sort of like bleed them out slowly. So why would you let us do that? Why would you just sit there and take that? That doesn't seem logical. So I do buy some of the reporting that we're seeing, you know, in the Wall Street Journal and other places that says, hey, they are taking a more offensive approach and they are planning ways themselves to escalate rather than just waiting to see what the U.S. is going to do next. I think that's very much possible.
I bring it back to the analogy I gave last time about World War I and the Germans, you know, shifting to the unrestricted warfare in submarine, which is ultimately what really escalated the conflict, brought the United States in. It's the same line. Why would you sit there and be bled? Especially that time, at that time, it was a relatively novel situation where you had the asymmetric ability to strike back at a blockade. What, Iran? I mean, to be honest, their leadership often seems much more educated and history, and more knowledgeable of history than ours does.
It's not even close. You kidding me? Compared to Trump?
Yeah, it's like when we killed Larijani. I didn't know much about him. I'm reading about this, like, oh, he wrote a biography and series of essays on Foucault. You're like, what? Like, I cannot think of a single person in senior leadership, and I'm talking about both elite parties, like Democrat and Republican, who is remotely comparable at an intellectual level of something like that. So, yeah, I don't know. That's what we're doing. So they can look, they know to allow themselves to be squeezed by the blockade would be suicide in the long run. So they have the ability to escalate and to try and change the situation in their favor. Why wouldn't you? I think they would, especially considering the gambles that they've taken have almost all come up on the right side for them, at least so far in this war. Okay, let's get to the economy. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Hell yeah. All right. Speaking of which,
welcome back.
These are the voters that are determining our lives, guys.
Time to hit the road. We are less than 3 months from Election Day, and NBC's John Allen and his crew.
Can't girls just give themselves transfusions? I know, right? God. Women, do better. Jesus.
Embarked on an old-fashioned summer road trip, talking to voters in battleground congressional districts that could very well determine
done. Fix your period problem for you. Duh.
Which party controls the House.
Whammon.
Drive to Decision Day.
I always use that term, whammon. That's a joke.
That could never be me, but it could be you.
7th Congressional District. Pennsylvania's 7th
just
and 8th
rerouted.
districts were up next. Then they head further west. First to
I mean, that's what these
Ohio,
conservatives literally call for, right?
heading to Toledo.
Like it's sort of like it's a completely comical position, but their solutions to this stuff aren't that far from what we just said, right? They're either like suck it up, buttercup, or something stupid like that. Inject bleach, right? It's just completely asinine in every way.
Ohio's 9th district. Then they keep going to Iowa, hitting Davenport and Des Moines before wrapping up this drive to the midterms in Omaha. In all, that's 8 House races in 5 states in less than a
Blood
week.
for blood
We're gonna be
goddess,
checking in
yeah.
with John from the road all week, starting now. John Allen joins us from Hazleton, Pennsylvania, part of the 8th Congressional District. John, hope you enjoyed that graphic for you. What are voters in the
Sure,
8th
damn
telling
it.
you about
Where's my
that
fucking
competitive
bootstraps?
House race?
Where are my bootstraps? Everyone, pull them up as we speak. I don't want to hear any more complaining. You find those bootstraps and you pull them up.
That's a great graphic, Garrett. We're here in Hazleton, actually at a tire shop.
Bleach worked. I mean, come on, guys. They're brilliant. The bleached worked. Why won't that work? Duh.
Nail in the right front tire. We're gonna be fixing that. But before that, we talked to
It's
some
so
voters
funny.
here.
It's so
really
good.
Interesting. It is in this super competitive congressional
100
district.
messages.
It is both
What up, Blue
majority
Room?
Hispanic and majority Republican. It went pretty hard for President Trump in the last election, about 60-40. But what we're hearing here is that some of the Latino voters in this community are not pleased with what the president has done so far. Particularly, they're upset with the ICE raids and the interior enforcement. And while Hazleton's the 3rd largest community in the 8th district, it could be an important one in terms of both turnout of voters and a little bit of a shift potentially toward the Democrat. The Democratic nominee here is Paige Cognetti. She's the mayor of Scranton, which is pretty good distance from Hazleton, but that's the biggest population center in the district. The incumbent Congressman Rob Bresnahan has gotten support from the president. I was here with President Trump late last year, I think in December, when he spoke about the economy here, and Bresnahan got a shout out from the president.
I own my own defense. Worked hard to fix part of me. I guess women are such a mystery. I know. I've been thinking that too. God, women, why are you such a mystery? I don't get it. It's also interesting because you can control, because BC can control period because its primary function is BC. If you had medication that actually deals with the bad period as a focus, that would be good, but that's not what the research for reasons, correct. Women are side gig for doctors. Oh shit. I'm sure where are my fucking bootstraps? Pulling them down. I mean up as we speak. Oh hell yeah. Pull those bootstraps down. I mean up. Who shaved off Ben's eyebrows? I don't know. He came that way. Yeah, our bodies reject SA just fine to quit complaining. Yeah, remember that? We had a Republican saying that if it's a legitimate rape, the body shuts it down. Duh!
I think we were at that event together, actually. You spent much of the day in Pennsylvania's 7th congressional district on your way in, which Donald Trump won by more than 3 points in 2024. What do voters there think of the president?
Yeah, I lurk many days on another account. Oh, cool. I don't know, but I pop in this account when I'm... Okay, cool.
Now.
And look, there's a great mix. We were in Nazareth.
How have you and your girlfriend been? You still together? I haven't really seen her too much.
Today,
Good.
but
Okay.
for folks at home, This is basically the Lehigh Valley of Pennsylvania. It includes Allentown and Bethlehem. The
3 years on Wednesday.
district.
Based.
In terms of what voters are saying, you know, there's some Republican pro-Trump disappointment in the president. I think you got a clip here that we can listen to.
I agree with going in if there was a plan of how to get out. This has drug on too long. He doesn't have a plan. He does not have a plan. He can sit there and tell us he has a plan. He can tell us I don't know how many times I've heard we're going to bomb the heck out of him. That's not what we want to do as America. We don't want to destroy civilians and other people. So what was the plan? And he, you know, him and his, you know, all his staff that made these decisions did not know that they would use the strait as leverage against the rest of the world. So here we are again, can't afford the medical, you know, and now we can't afford gasoline. And he wants to say it's temporarily. How long is that?
And of course, that was specific to Iran there, Garrett. Same voter upset about the economy and some of the other issues that a lot of voters across the country are upset about. The question is that going to keep Republicans home, or is it going to switch some of them to Democrats in the midterms?
And you started today in New Jersey, in Republican Tom Kaine's district. If folks remember, this is the congressman who had disappeared for a while for medical treatment. What are voters you spoke to there saying about the president?
Banana. Okay, cool.
Race?
I was wondering, yeah, because I don't really get to talk to her that much. Damn, Gus, I might have the majority fem chat. I think Gus might have the majority fem chat. I think I do. I've noticed that. God, ladies. And it's crazy because when you look at the fucking statistics on Twitch is overwhelmingly male. It's like 67%, 67 male. Right? But not in here. What up? It's like the opposite in here. It's reversed. You do you swooner. Oh, that again?
Yeah, again, a big mix of feelings on the president, but, you know, folks in New Jersey have a way of saying things. We've got a little bit of New Jersey English on some of their ideas. Let's
New Jersey English? What is this blasphemy? They don't even speak English over there. God. Twalk. What fucking language is that? They don't speak English over there. God damn it. Jersey. Jersey.
Jersey English on the
race.
Blasphemy. Blasphemy. God, I'm sick of this shit. You know, I got called. Are you from New Jersey? Like, who was it? Who said that, Lucy? Was it Cosmopolitics? That I look like from the Jersey Shore? I'm insulted. God damn it.
Mix of feelings on the president.
I'm really not, guys. I'm joking. I've said it before. Yeah, you said it too. I'm insulted. I stand corrected. In fact, I'm really insulted. How dare you call me that? Okay? Just because I met Pauly D at the mall doesn't mean that I'm from New Jersey. God, could never be me.
No.
The Gus situation broadcast. I should just change it to that, right? Go full ham on the New Jersey shit. And then literally do this to it. That would be so funny. Yeah, I get it. I get it way too much. I don't even blame her, Lucy, like, and PV and Jan. I get it way too much. Everyone just like is like, you're an Italian New Jerseyan, huh? And I'm like, sure.
Folks in New Jersey have a way of saying things, and we got a little.
It's honestly, I find it funny because it's like, okay,
bit of
I'm
New
not.
Jersey English on some of their ideas. Let's take a look at what they had to say.
New Jersey English, God. I'm sorry, like, what does that mean? New Jersey English. Fucking New Jersey, God. And yeah, I refuse to call it New Jersey. No, it's not called that. We say it the proper way here in New Jersey.
Just needs to shut up.
God, I'm sick of this shit, guys. I love it. You guys all laugh along with the joke. That's what I love about you. See, well, their hair does blow in that direction. Yeah, it does. And people say like, hey, listen, you spike your hair. Guys, this is not spiked. Okay. You can't do this with spiked hair. This is not spiked hair. Okay. It may kind of look like it is, but it's actually quite soft. See? It's soft. It just sticks up. God, sick of this shit. I assume they speak Italian American. That's a language, right? I think that might be it. Yeah. There's like a lot of Italian Americans in New Jersey. I don't know why. And I think they're mostly from like the south of Italy, which is ironically where my dad is also from. So like, yeah, fuck it. I don't know. I just give up, guys. Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Mail time for watching because mom does laundry for them. Yeah, but it's so true. It's so true what Blue Room says. It's like this one chat is like overwhelmingly female, and most of Twitch is like all males. It's like a, what did my friend say? Yeah, this. He called it a sausage fest. Yeah, no sausage fest in here. Oh man, suffering with Gus in New Jersey. Yeah, isn't a sausage party like a taco? It's a taco fiesta. Yeah, exactly. We're a taco fiesta in here. Not a sausage fest.
Lasagna.
Hell yeah, I love that PB and J. No fucking sausage fest up in this stream, guys. We're a taco fiesta here. Oh, I love you guys.
Everybody, so everybody should deserve dignity of a right life.
If you could say something to President Trump, if you had an opportunity to talk to him and say something to him, what would it be? I love you.
Oh no, this guy's so New Jersey too. Look, he's got a fucking patch hat. My God. This is a New Jersey pirate, guys. Oh man. That's hilarious.
And Garrett,
I do love a good sword fight, but
folks,
yeah.
to answer your question, we're going to be asking
God.
pretty much everybody we talk to the sort of letters for Trump.
Could never be me, guys.
Road trip. What
But
would you
it's
say
definitely
to the
them.
president if you had an opportunity to do that?
It sure is a shame none of those people would tell you what they really think. Well, talk to me about Tom Kane. He faced scrutiny, obviously, for his absence from Capitol Hill as he was dealing with clinical depression. How has that showed up in this race? Is that a concern of voters in that district?
Yeah, there are a couple of layers here, Garrett. When we talk to people on the record, on camera, people were very compassionate. They said that that was not going to affect their vote in the election. Both those who voted for Kane in the past said they're supportive of him. But we did talk to a woman who said to us that she had just been talking about it with her husband the night before, and she's a Republican, and she voted for Kane in the past, and her husband the same way. And they both said that they were unhappy, not necessarily with the fact that he missed time or got treatment, but that he wasn't transparent about it during that huge absence from the House. I think it was about 4 months. And she said
Do
that
not
they're
come.
thinking about withholding their votes for Kane.
Do not
because
come.
of
I'm gonna
that
come.
situation, but nobody wants to say that.
Hell yeah.
Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
That makes sense. So, assuming you get this nail tire situation fixed, you'll be in Ohio when we talk to you tomorrow. Probably not a state that was on a lot of people's radar 6 months ago, but certainly more interesting and more competitive now. What are you looking for in the Buckeye State?
We're going to Strongsville, Ohio, which is a suburb sort of southwest of Cleveland. This was a pretty Republican territory, still is a very Republican territory, but the congressman there is the issue, Max Miller.
Oh, God.
Folks may recall that he has been accused within the last couple of weeks of abusing his ex-wife and his daughter. He denies those allegations vehemently. An interesting family fight in there too, because his father-in-law is the senator from Ohio, Bernie Moreno. We want to go talk to voters there and see whether these allegations are going to cost Max Miller votes, or if folks will look past that.
You crazy.
And say, look, there's a guy that's voting with the president. We don't really care what's going on with this family.
Oh, yeah, the kitties basically have an iron stomach. Sounds like a bad habit, though. Oh. Yeah. Ducky. Slow
Perhaps
King.
The allegations are unproven, and they're not going to kick him out of office.
All right, John Allen with a chance to stock up on the
100 messages. What up, Cheshire Cat?
Trip snacks while you're resting.
You
here,
did it
taking a
again,
break. Thank
almost.
for
You
all
were at 250 before.
your great reporting, and we'll see you in Ohio tomorrow for day 3.
Thanks, Garrett.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Yeah, the most we've ever gotten PB and Jan was, well, we've had 3 people now achieve 250. I think 4. Ducky said maybe she did 250 one time too. I'm blanking. But I'm going to start tracking that. I'm going to work on some code that tracks that shit. So that should be fun. Do you condemn hASaN PikER? I do. God, I'm sick of you, chat, for not condemning hASaN PikER.
Condemn hASaN PikER.
Well, yes, absolutely, I condemn him.
Yeah, I can't wait to track my achievements. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm gonna work on it probably tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Sorry. Are you going to cover the DSA liberal war? What about them? I mean, we've talked a bit about them already, but who in particular?
His choice of clothing, he dresses far too well. For anyone in the podcast game.
This is part of it, right? The whole like condemn hASaN PikER, which is really cringe. It's fucking stupid as hell. Ugh.
He's making the rest
Holy
of
shit wars, yeah.
look bad. He works out, which is again a real attack on the opposed to exercise community, of which I'm a proud member. It's disgraceful. He has a way of like reaching out and talking to ordinary people and getting his message across, which again, you're making us look bad. You're basically a scab against podcasters, and this is the ground.
You may have done it already. Wait, hold on. You may have done it, but it's probably closer to online drama with Destiny, Owlish, and Pisco. Oh yeah, we talked about that. God, she was such an idiot with Pisco or whatever. I mean, here's the thing is, like, it's more online drama, that stuff, but we did talk about it. She really didn't do too well. Like, she just, like, the problem I have with those kind of arguments is, like, Pisco's a lawyer, and she could barely even form a couple sentences. And then when he misspoke, she shot on him. Right? And this is what I mean. Like, it's drama. I think there is, like, I did talk about it from a political perspective in terms of, like, she was punching way too high up in terms of, like, she just isn't in her element. Pisco's a moron. Yeah, even Pisco, who's not very good at talking about this stuff, like, you can't talk to him like that. Right? Because he's a fucking lawyer. Now, if you know how to talk to those kind of people in politics, then you can own them, right? But, like, she just didn't have the temperament, the facts on the ground, any of the, like, tools, any of, like, the charisma to go against that stuff. It just sucked. Like, I was like, right? And this is where, like, I feel like a lot of the centrists, like, I will say this too that I forgot to mention, a lot of the centrists and, like, libs, just, they don't have, like, a lot of the same swag that people on the left, or even, like, well, Pisco at least has his education, so nobody can take that away from him, right? But the thing is, if you're going to combat him on these topics, don't do it from a right-wing position. Do it from a left-wing position. Because Pisco's pretty libbed up anyway. He's like progressive liberal, right? Yeah, no, it's just like it was a mess. I didn't get her point at all. She basically was turning this into a giant hASaN fest. Everything is about hASaN. And even he said it. He was like, what the fuck are we smoking here, right? I got streams that'll cover it, but I know the stream is more about current news and events. But yeah, it's less about that drama stuff, right? I did talk about it though, because what's his face rated in here? Chris Speaks. He's awesome, and he kind of like broke it down for me, and we talked afterwards, and we saw a few things together, but. Yeah, like she was just completely out of her element. And this is why I didn't want to spend 2 or 3 hours watching it, because a lot of it is just very like, she's just stirring up drama. Right? And I don't mind if you guys watch that, but I try not to do the drama on here as much. I'm not crazy busy right now, guys. I will have ways less 3 or 4 weeks, but I have you in the background programming. Would love to help you out with some things. You were talking about making Twitch and a Twitch extension. I'm going to talk to Maple because he's developed a Twitch extension before. A playlist manager that also scraps the chat and can be managed with mods too. Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I'm working on that by myself. So like any help I could get on that would be awesome. Thank you, Blue Room. That's very helpful. Appreciate you, my goat. True, he can practice law, but I guess leave the streaming to Gus. Yeah, that's the problem, right? I don't think they're not the same thing, right? He's good at the law, but the law is about words and like understanding the context behind stuff. It's why I never like I told you guys I wanted to be a lawyer, but then I was like, this is really bad. I don't want to do this, right? Pisco, the oil lawyer, yeah. Him. He used to be more moderate back in the day. He used to be more right of Chud logic. Yeah, crazy. Oily lawyer, yeah. I didn't know that. That's fair. Back to the hASaN condemnation. Yeah. So that was kind of like what I covered of it, but like it was a pretty bad. It was a pretty bad discussion, right? Because there's no real, like I've told you guys, like I'm willing to have these discussions with people, but they always just like talk about hASaN or Destiny or Owlish or whatever, right? And I prefer to have it on like a more like over the top, right? I just care less about the content creators and the drama. And when I do watch that stuff, it's just like, oh God, that's crazy. Right? Because like she was just attacking every position was about hASaN. Like she just hates hASaN. And it's like, okay, well, how about you not talk about him as much and you mention why you don't like him? Because I just don't. This is basically the argument. hASaN bad, I disavow, yeah. And they're really grasping at straws here because they don't really have much arguments anymore, right? That's basically what I was trying to tell you guys that stream, is that they just don't want change in certain aspects. So they're going to say this person is bad. It's essentially what they did to Trump, and it didn't work, right? We all agree that Trump is bad, orange man bad, but it didn't work. So we need to stop with that kind of drama. And some people just feed way too much into it, right? At least I will give Pisco like some credit. At least he did try to keep it on the issues and not just hASaN. But she was just completely out of her league. Like she just, like if she were to debate my ass, I would have steamrolled her because she just is so uninformed on the issues, right? The reason there's a war between the DSA and the liberals or the centrists of the party is because there's a real ideological battle going on, right? and you don't need to bring up hASaN PikER every fucking 5 seconds to talk about the issues, right? And that's like the one thing that I commented on. She's just making it about people and not like ideas or like big themes that we're talking about here, right? Does that make sense, guys? So that's kind of why I mentioned it in that way, but that's about all I'll cover on that in terms. So silly, yeah, and boring like an obsession. Yeah, it's very boring because like everything is just about people, right? And there's a really good quote about this that you should always like look into, guys, right? Strong minds discuss ideas, average minds discuss events, weak minds discuss people, right? And her idea, her weak, like essentially she's in that latter, she's in that that last category, right? Right, it's a very philosophical concept. Whenever you're pointing to like this person, this person, this person, anytime you get into too much of that, yeah, you're going down the wrong path, right? Because life shouldn't be about the people, it should be about the ideas, right? And I think at least with Pisco, he did try to do that. She just failed miserably, right? Because she doesn't really have very much grasp on the concept of it. On like the big things we're talking about here. So hopefully this is that kind of discussion and not about hASaN PikER. Smoke weed every day. We need to get that on the soundboard.
hASaN PikER.
And let's be clear. He has left nothing but much older people to watch cable news.
That's right, yeah.
He is taking the youth audience. There's a lot of things that we could go through on all of those, but I appreciate the cOnDemNation, Jeet. Now we can move forward.
Yes, now we can have you on the show.
But
that's right.
I mean, I am curious to get your reaction to like what's going on with that. It's sort of fascinating to me. But let's also talk about it in the context of Minnesota and Wisconsin this week.
You know, it is absolutely fascinating because the hASaN PikER was made like in both races. It was made like the major issue of confrontation, and this is like at a time where the United States is like fighting several wars, losing badly in the Middle East, is led by, you know, someone who's like an openly authoritarian.
Yeah, but when we do watch that stuff, like we watch the, what was it? That was pretty brutal too. PB and Jan. Where is it? Oh, right. The tomfoolery show. God damn. Like that, see, that's kind of my problem with a lot of these events that we cover. Like, especially from like YouTube or Twitch, is there's no real structure, right? So we ended up watching that whole thing. And basically by the end of it, it was just a giant suck fest. Oh yeah, I agree. But there was no real point. They didn't like bring anyone on that was like a part of the DSA who could speak on the issue of like what the DSA, like the DSA versus DNC. You missed that, PB and Jan, but we watched that whole thing, right? And kids showed up to it and everything. But there was really none of that. It was just about, well, I think DSA bad because hASaN PikER, essentially, right? God, that's what it boils down to all the time.
and has had killed American citizens on American soil. And you would think at a time like that, a political party would be focused on, you know, all these genuine, real issues. But for some reason, the centrist faction has decided to make this podcaster who as I said, he's making the rest of us look bad because he's quite popular.
Oh,
But
you are? You're too much of a lurker to mod.
he is like, a Twitch streamer, which like not one person in 100 on the street would recognize, but they have made him the litmus test. So to me, this indicates, I don't know, either a lack of seriousness or the fact that I think the centrist faction, for them, the factional fights within the party are more important than anything else. And the only thing I would add is, like, they repeatedly lost on this. Zoran Mandami is the mayor of New York, right? El Said is the nominee. And although the Hong did not win, she, came within a few thousand votes. Like they've repeatedly lost, making hASaN PikER the issue, but they continue to do so.
But I think they're working the long
Okay, let
game.
me break that down. So, is that true? Yeah, that's absolutely true. You want to know how I know it's true? She lost by only a few thousand votes. I think it was like 3,000 votes. That's peanuts, guys. In any election, if you're that close to losing, that's really bad. Right? So this is where that lib strategy doesn't work. And anyone not telling you that needs to reevaluate the numbers, right? They're only talking about hASaN bad. Objectively, the data says it didn't work. It just didn't, right? How do you spell NCC? and that's what I try to do on here, right? I try to give you not just that view, right? But I try to also give you like the political science view, the political science take. Clearly, nobody cared about hASaN PikER in that election, or not enough people, right? In fact, if anything, I kind of made a joke about this, but I wasn't joking as much as I'd like it to be. Probably her stance on Thanksgiving was a bigger indication or a bigger swing factor than anything hASaN PikER had to do. All right. And that's really part of the discussion that nobody's really saying, or a few people are saying, but not everyone, right? Like her position on Thanksgiving. Now, was it slanderous? I mean, yeah, like she didn't really believe that, right? I think it was hyperbole. But either way, that's not a good thing, right?
Because it's crossed over now officially. Like
that,
people...
and I actually agree with her, like ideologically, right? We should probably phase it out. But people like holidays. So this is what I mean. This is where the policy or the ideology meets the pavement, as they say, right? You can't just like abolish that stuff or feel like you're going to without taking into account that people like holidays, right? People like spending time with their friends, with their family, right? People like eating turkey. It brings up a bunch of good feelings, right? Even me, right? I'm a Thanksgiving baby. If you all know, my birthday's always around that time. If you celebrated last year, you know, right? A lot of you did. What happens? Yeah, like there's a lot of good feelings around that time, right? So you can't just like deny that, right? Sagittarius, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I watched them years ago and had too much viewers. It was like too much drama for me. I have to pick up talking about lately and spiel their name right and shout out. Well, also, if she wasn't in an open primary, a lot of ours would have voted for Crowley. Yeah, that's another thing, right? I mentioned that too. The open primary, that, right? So there's a bunch of factors here, but we're not even talking about that, right? If the discussion is, well, there's a war between DSA and libs because hASaN PikER, then that doesn't really get into the nitty gritty of what we just talked about, right? And that's basically what that conversation was about. Well, I think we need to do not socialism. Cool, why? Because that's what we've been doing. And hASaN PikER bad. Wow, your birthday's in October? No, November. That's Canadian Thanksgiving, dog. Isn't Canadian Thanksgiving in October? I'm a Christmas baby. A couple weeks after Christmas, but still. I love. Yeah, that's another thing, right? Yes, I know. I knew you were making that joke, motherfucker. You can't trick me. I knew it. Canadian Thanksgiving. What a joke. Canadians, am I right, guys? Stealing our holidays. God. Claiming them as their own. Could never be me. Imagine appropriating other people's holidays.
In my life who would definitely not know who hASaN was or now know him by name, and I think they're trying to build a level of like engagement from their already existing core voter base that can combat hASaN turning out young people. So when hASaN comes to their city, then somebody like these moderate older Democrats are going to be like, hey, this is an indication that I should oppose whoever he ends up backing. That's to me what I think they're trying to build, is some sort of like understanding with older Democrats who are more conservative that it's the opposite indicator. Like we see hASaN campaigning with a DSA candidate, and on the left we're like, okay, a lot of people will go be drawn to that candidate. They're trying to create the opposite incentive, I think.
Yeah, no, and I think that's a very good reading, and it's sort of in keeping with the sort of Bernie bro strategy that we've seen since 2016. The thing is, I don't even know if it's like working. I mean, like as I indicated, there are those things that they're lost, but even like older Democrats, I mean, you poll them and they might be willing to buy the electability arguments, but like politically, like in terms of like the actual issues, like in terms of like Israel, in terms of crypto, in terms of like AI and data centers, like I actually don't think that they're like that different. So I think the danger that they have is like in building up hASaN as the sort of foil, they're actually, might introduce them to a larger audience. And I will say the same geniuses who like are trying to build up hASaN.
Yeah, like I kind of agree with you, Ducky. The rot is, oh my God, and it's pretty bad.
Many of them are former Clintonites, and I'll mention Neera Tanden. Their strategy in 2015 and 2016 was to build up Donald Trump, because their idea was that if Trump is the foil, this will mobilize our base, and he's the
and it didn't work, right? And if we're talking with people that, like we saw in that panel, PB and Jan, like that's what I would argue. And then apparently the only argument they have is, well, hASaN PikER bad. Okay. It just like, what the fuck?
Best candidate that we could go against. And we have like memos from the Clinton campaign where they said this, as well as like emails from Neera Tanden where she said, the PikER strategy. And so they are trying to do to build up the enemy that they want. They want hASaN as the enemy, as the same way they wanted Donald Trump as the enemy. So, to my mind, the way this ends is with, President PikER. If they're unsuccessful in using hASaN PikER as a foil.
Can you imagine if we got hASaN PikER as president one day? PB and Jan, their fucking heads would explode.
It's a two-term presidency we're looking
at. It's fascinating because people should understand. I mean, this started out with PikER, and now, Sean Hannity will say his name as a boogeyman.
I don't know if he's going to run for president or not. I'm not saying that at all, right? Nor do I think he would win. I don't know, right? I don't have all the answers. All I'm saying is it's not that much of a stretch to believe, hey, Trump, nobody thought he could win because he was a clown. And now he's been president for almost, right? He's been in like the public discussion for 10 years plus. right? 2 terms. So never say never, especially when the person is a millionaire and has connections, which he does. So check that little box off. Okay? Right? Everybody said there's no way Trump could ever be president. Bullshit, right? It happened.
Employed by the right now as a way of attacking Democrats.
I dated a guy who was super into hASaN and I thought it was cringe. Yeah, the reason is because, oh, good God, like it depends, right? Like if, just don't fall in love with the person or the, like, when your whole mantra online, right, is like a Destiny orbiter or a hASaN orbiter, or you hate fucking hASaN or you hate fucking Destiny, that's where you get into trouble, right? Because you should have like an actual ideology of your own, right? And if it happens to align with hASaN and that's why you like him, awesome. There's nothing wrong with that. But that's not even what these people are doing, right? Their arguments are hASaN bad, Destiny bad, right? I can tell you exactly why I don't like Destiny or Vosh or any of these clowns. I don't care about them for various reasons, right? Because some of their outlooks are just problematic.
Candidates. So
yeah, you got to pick and choose what works for you and be ready to drop any heroes. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Well said. Yeah.
In some,
if Trump gets elected, anyone illegally eligible can. Exactly. Well said. Right. So like, don't let this. Essentially, what they're doing is they're doing the Trump bad strategy on hASaN, and it's backfiring. Right? I think this is pretty good analysis, and I actually agree with it so far, right? Could things change? Yeah. We'll have to see how they do in the election, right? But if there's a sweep in the election, oh yeah, get ready. hASaN PikER is going to be a big part of the Democratic Party / DSA, whether you like it or not. Eat shit, guys, right? Especially, that's really how it is, right? Now things can change, so let's see what the elections are like, but it's just how it is, right? Like what was it? Chavalier won by like 2,000 votes, and that's enough he was able to pull out an extra 2,000 people to vote. So like these are actual numbers, guys, right? These are actual numbers of like his audience going out and voting and making a difference. Let's see if it holds up, right?
Respects, it certainly may end up hurting Democrats in the general. I don't think it will, but that's the way that this is
but
being
I don't
weaponized.
think it will
but we
either.
got to remember where this started. This started with exactly the cohort you're talking about, centrist Democrats who feel like their influence in the party, whether it's Carvel or some of the folks at the Bulwark or et cetera, maybe even on cable news, feel like they're losing their influence on the party. And the fact of the matter is that just from an age perspective, time is not on their side. I mean, honestly, this is a white knuckle fight because they are their power is waning. That doesn't mean that they're you're going to have DSA candidates all across the country or whatnot. But the point is their power within the Democratic Party is, I don't know if it's going to go away, and I don't know if they won't have a resurgence.
Yeah, and
it's certainly trending against.
Do you notice what he's saying? He's not declaring anything. Anyone declaring this is the age of hASaN PikER, all hail hASaN PikER, is just like, we don't know, guys. Like you shouldn't be listening to people like that. Anybody who's saying that, no, he can't win because blah, blah, you don't know that either. This is the correct way of thinking, right? But that doesn't mean that this civil war, as they call it, is not like being fought. This happens a lot in political parties, right? It's just happening online and with a lot of drama
right now, and they're panicking. And let's also be clear.
But like, I don't know, Owlish, right? I don't know anything about that content creator because I just heard about them when Chris Speaks raided into here, right? But can you tell me, how old are they? Because she sounded like she was in her 20s. But again, even like what fucking Sam Cedar just said, PB and Jan, like she's literally, her positions are all boomers. Like it's all just a boomer take. Right? You heard that. That as like the party becomes younger and younger because all these boomers are leaving, like that's going to probably be the how the party looks like. It's certainly going to be more left wing. Yeah, I've never heard about Owlish until now. Yeah, how old are they? They're like 20, right? So why is a 20-year-old fucking supporting the positions of like a geriatric 60 to 90-year-old, right? It's a little strange to me, but whatever.
The cohort,
late 30s. Okay, well that might be it.
The people who are doing
that actually would make more sense, right?
Yes.
She's like a 90s kid and she is really nostalgic for, right? That could definitely be a part of it. Right? The golden age of neoliberalism, the 90s, right?
I don't know if they line up one-to-one with, you know, support for Israel. But if hASaN's name was Harry, it would be a much harder thing for them to be doing this
Harry
stuff.
PikER? Harry PikER?
Going forward. So let's, you know, and
Harry
certainly,
PikER.
you know, we have seen
elder millennial. Yeah, no.
As, you know,
and I think that's
Sidney Blumenthal.
That's like the real stuff that I care about, right? That's what I try to talk about on this stream, PB and Jan, because this is Harry Sinson. Yeah, fucker. That's what I try to talk about, right? Like, I don't mind the drama every once in a while, but like, this is like where the actual juice and the politics are. Like, why is someone like that defending the positions of a bunch of 90-year-olds in the Senate or in the House? Right? There's very little reason for that. But when you do uncover it, generally it's because of stuff like that. And I've debated a few people like that are just very much like, who else is like this? That Canadian YouTuber. We can watch something on this and you can get that very, like, he's very much a liberal in terms of like how he thinks about the US and the economy and stuff. What's his name again? Oh my God, I'm blanking on it. The Surfs? No. We'll see. Not Maple. Maple. I'm sure he'll love that. No. Oh my God, I'm blanking on his name. David A. Pacman. That's so funny. No, well, it's JJ McCullough. That's him, right? He's really good at talking. So unlike Owlish, who's shit and boring to listen to and way too much drama, JJ's really good at speaking and talking about his positions, but he is incredibly liberal when it comes to like the golden age of neoliberalism and how we need to have this system still because that's how we grew up, and makes me feel all warm and cozy inside, guys. Look how beautiful it is, right? We can watch like a clip of his and you'll get exactly what I feel. That's what that felt like to me when I was hearing that, PB and J. And I always am very skeptical of people who use way too much emotion in politics. Yeah, very cozy, but in like a fake, fictitious way, right? So we can watch that next, but you'll see what I'm talking about. He does a lot of these same fucking arguments, right? It's a very like lib-centric argument about how we need like consumerism and stuff because that's our identity. But like in reality, it's not exactly true, and it's actually not true at all. And I've kind of broken down on the stream a few times why it isn't. Lived up. Yeah, incredibly lived up. And listen, I like JJ as like a content creator, right? But obviously I don't take his politics seriously because he's a clown, right? But Sam is an
the Clinton primary in 2008. There is a willingness amongst folks like this to deploy a certain amount of Islamophobia if it
JJ's a hack. He really is, right? Like in terms of politics, he's a hack, but he's fun to watch, but it's very fluffy. It's very like, I don't know. It's very like mushy and very like, I don't know how to describe it, guys. You all know because the Canadians here know him really well, right?
Marshals, what they need. But
it's bouncy.
Right now,
yeah, it's very bouncy, very like very like idealistic, and like not like a hey, let's do a better world, but like idealizing the past in this like rose-tinted glasses kind of way. And I'm always really skeptical of that, right? Never like look at people who do that kind of stuff. Like just always be careful, right? Even when I talk about historical stuff, have you noticed that I don't like view the world with rose-tinted glasses, especially history, right? Like I call out problematic history, but I also say, yeah, that's also the time period, right? We got to accept it and move on. But I don't sit there fucking with rose-colored glasses being like, if we just got back to the USSR, everything would be so much better. Tee hee 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 hee. No, fuck that. Oh, fuck that.
Let's also be clear.
Let's go back to the time when Fidel Castro, right? No, like, come on, guys. No. I am very much, I try not to live in the past. I use the past as a template to move forward, right? And I have always done that on this stream, and I will continue to do that. That's the way I kind of look at this shit.
It just sort of plays out in their benefit, theoretically, only during the primaries. And we're near towards the end of the primary.
Bouncy? Can we add this to... I gotta make somebody... Can I make you emote editor, PB and Jan? Would you like that? We gotta add that. That's pretty good.
Season. And
I don't know how to do that.
Ken Klippenstein just posted this the other day.
That's JJ. I mean, literally, it is JJ, right? And again, I like his videos are well produced and stuff, and like it's not that I hate every fucking video and everything about him, right? It's not. I don't operate that way. I just think they're very uninformed, and I think they're way too rose-tinted glasses, right? And you got to be careful with that kind of thinking in general, right? I think a lot of these people, especially on like the center and the center left, are thinking way too rose-tinted glass. They have rose-tinted glasses on, right? It's a great way of... The chair is like bouncing castle.
On Twitter, there have been 10 incumbents.
No worries,
who have,
PB and Jan.
been defeated in these primaries across both parties.
You
but
disappoint
I
me,
think,
girl.
in the Democratic Party versus the Tea Party era
do
where
it
there were
again.
6.
I'm joking.
And so this is significant stuff.
Yeah, no, there's absolutely a turning of the party, especially on the Democrats. I mean, I think people are saying that it's a Tea Party moment. That's true, but it's actually like that undersells it because unlike the Tea Party, this is actually an organic movement that's not being driven by plutocrats. And it has actually some of the people who have lost, like the earlier races in New York. You had very senior people in the party who lost. So
Espaillat was the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus.
Yeah.
You need to brush up on your emote skills. Yeah, I've kind of learned how to do it myself, but if you guys want to be editor, feel free. There are people who tailor that stuff really well, who do a really good job. His chair is like a bouncing castle. Yeah. I need a Yeah, welcome in.
And even like, you know,
welcome back
in Wisconsin, where, you know, the centrist won. Like, I'm sorry, but like, you know, like the closest of the race, and the fact that the left insurgent candidate had like so many issues and was also doing some fairly eccentric things in terms of like, you know, not doing as much TV advertising as would have been wise. I mean, like none of this reflects well. But the more fundamental, substantive issue is that if the centrists are losing power, they're losing power, you know, based on the fact of their repeated failures, going back decades. You know, going back to, you know, I think like Barack Obama not responding substantially enough to the Great Recession, going back to like, you know, first of all, elevating Trump.
No, it's not very difficult. It's just what you basically have to do is have a passion for emotes. Look through other people's emotes and then add them to the list. And then make sure that when you tag the emotes, you're doing them correctly. Because I will say that the last person we had doing this has made like some of the common words emotes. And the reason I'm not a fan of that is sometimes you have to like stop and then remember what the emote is and scroll over it. Ducky. So preferably the better way to do it would be to like, instead of having Trump as the Cheeto, maybe have Trump as like Trump C, right? Something like that. Sticking around. Hell yeah. Sticking around. Look at that. I was still lurking for 6 hours, and yeah, damn girl. You were still lurking and twerking. Hell yeah. It's hard to learn, but it's not very difficult. It's really just about wanting to do it. It's very easy to do. It's about, you're just a curator. That's a good way of putting it. The reason I want to find somebody who to curate it is like, we have a lot of emotes, but like your job would essentially be to like look through them and be like, as a chatter, what would be the most fun to use, right? So it can be really fun, but it depends on the person, right?
Pied Piper strategy, and then
I should just be sending emote suggestions from 7TV. Yeah, do that, and then we can add them.
Losing to him, and then like, you know, consolidating around Joe Biden.
Can't mess up my streaking. Damn right, girl. Hell yeah.
Even though they won,
don't mess that up.
Like, you know, that was not a good decision.
Great.
And then losing in 2024. Like, I think that you know, a lot of the voters,
yippee,
the sort of, you know, vote blue no matter who, party loyalist voters. There's a lot fewer of them, and even among them, there's a lot of anger towards the party. And Israel, and I would add data centers, has given a wedge issue whereby insurgent candidates can win. So yeah, I think that you do see the sort of James Carville, Neera Tanden, Joe Scarborough types that were, you know, like they're basically worried about their phony baloney jobs. And the thing is that they've always been worried about that. I mean, this is the same reason why this same cohort were so heavily against Bernie Sanders. And at that point, they had used the type of identity politics of, you know, the Bernie bros. And I think the hASaN PikER stuff goes against, is a continuation of that. And I think AOC made a really good point, which is about the hASaN PikER discourse, which is that, you know, we just had this period.
Yeah, you're think of it this way, guys. To be a 7TV like editor it's just a curator job. You're looking through all the emotes and you're like, do we use this anymore? Nah. Has the stream evolved? Yeah. Okay, let's add this one in. Let's take that one out. Let's change the way this shows up so it's better, right? That's all you're really doing. It's not like anything super hard. It's just about creating the right vibe with the emotes for the community. So it's a very much a community type role. Does that make sense? Joe Scarborough. Yeah, that fucker.
After the 2024 loss, where everyone in the Democratic was saying, where's our Joe Rogan? Where is our, how can we reach young men? And suddenly they're deciding,
neoliberalism,
actually we
yeah.
have to...
But we're going to get to that because I'm going to shit on JJ McCullough for his neoliberalism take. His especially pro-consumer take, right? Again, it's very emotional, but on the very premises of his premise lies on, well, we've done it this way and it was great and look how great my stuff was kind of argument. That's essentially what his argument is, right? Oh, I'd be happy to do that. Oh, okay, perfect. I can have anyone who wants to do that who would find that fun. Let me know. That includes you, Ducky. It's not like mod, let's just say. It's not like being a mod. It's just a curator, right? You're going through lists and you're finding stuff that people would love to interact with and use in our chat, right?
Media figure who was
yeah, I'm super bonker busy. Yeah, I understand. That's why I didn't ask, dude. You're already moderator here. You're doing a lot. Hell yeah.
Most able to reach that audience.
Well, not like that. But that's where I want to emphasize this. If they're able to effectively make hASaN a boogeyman and make the left appear toxic, and these candidates say the Democrats do well in November, but some of the leftists fail, that's a perfect scenario for them. They would truly rather, and I was skeptical of this claim for years because it felt too conspiratorial, and perhaps I underestimated the moral depravity of the liberal consultant class, but they would rather Republicans win than true left-wing candidates be victorious because it makes them irrelevant and it's ideological.
I think they are genuinely committed to the centrism, but it's also the case.
This is another really good point that I will bring up. You can't have centrism without the appearance that there is some sort of side that changes every once in a while, right? Hence the system that we have now. They become irrelevant when there's a clear distinction in policy, right? So let me give you an example. If there's a side that wants to get rid of abortions for women, right? And there's a side that is overwhelmingly for it, the centrist position would be somewhere in between that, right? Well, if you just pick a binary like that, right, in these kind of issues, like we had before, that position goes away quickly, right? And we saw how well that worked before that. It's why I'm not much of a fan of it to begin with. Anyone know the name of that movie or documentary that was along with the same lines of Reckless Ben thing? That was on Netflix. Patricia posted it in the Discord. I still need to make a 7TV account. No worries. Yeah, I think all you have to do is sign into your Twitch. That's all it is. I think I'd like to do that too. Yeah, have fun. It's fun, right? A few of the curators we've had in the past basically did that, and you guys can play around with it. The only thing I ask is when you make if you could go through the lists, there's a lot of stuff that will get overridden, like life, right? Whenever somebody puts life now, it just does the emote. Maybe there's a better way to do that, like life S or something, right? Or life something, right? Instead of using the word so it doesn't confuse certain people who are watching it on 7TV or using it, right? Life, yeah. See? There it is. Wait. Was it life? I forget which one it was. It's one of these, I think it's capitalized. Yep. See? So now it does make it a little more difficult because then you got to scroll over and remember what this is, right? So that's like that's the only thing I ask for you guys, to not maybe do that. Right? Because the reason there are like certain things you do with the emotes is to make it easier to read the chat, right? What about all caps? I think that would be better. Yes. If we change that to life, all caps, then that might be better, right? See, that's all you're really doing. Stuff like that. And then you're going through other people's emotes and adding them on our channel, right? So it's really that simple, guys. It's badass. Here, let me see if I can figure this out here. We watch this and then we'll watch the JJ, and then I'm probably gonna go eat dinner because Starving Like Marvin, guys, is offline. Oh shit! He fucked off. Oh no, I knew it.
We see this. Like, this is a historical problem. This is always.
How do you do that, by the way? Life, the universe, and everything. Wait, you got an achievement for that? Oh hell no, buddy! How do you do that? What the hell? You got an achievement for that, me.
My biggest worry about Bernie Sanders, like if he ever became the Democratic nominee, which is not that I didn't think he could win, but I thought that there'd be enough powerful
McKay
Democrats
just hit 100 messages.
Just as there
what
were,
up?
like, powerful figures in the Democratic Party that worked to sabotage George McGovern in '72. Just as Jeremy Corbyn, his biggest enemies were within the Labour Party. Like it is the case that like if you get a left candidate presiding over a center-left party, factions within the party would rather lose and maintain control of the party. That is a real danger. Now, having said that, I think that like there's the broader mood of the party is like very anti-Trump. People understand, like that letting Trump control Congress, would be a disaster. So I do actually think that I'm thinking that in Michigan, there's still there's a real opportunity for like a consolidation, and but yeah, right now this faction, they would rather, their big worry is not that Said can will lose. Their big worry is that he can win.
Yep.
Yes, and also we should also just be clear though, like some of this is ideological, some of it is just classic corporate CYA. I want to maintain my position in this sort of like this institution, this business, this industry, and this is a direct challenge to my ability to get these big contracts.
Yeah, I don't have that set up, PB and Jan, yet. I'm gonna do that probably Wednesday. I have a lot to work on, so
some of it is also performing on behalf of those contracts. Mm-hmm. If I've got donors for the Center American Progress, of course I'm speaking hypothetically, but just as a hypothetical, if I've got donors who are very, very concerned with U.S. relationship with Israel, and I can go to those donors and go like, look how I'm attacking hASaN PikER on Twitter. That could be worth literally hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars of support. I'm just saying hypothetically, I'm sure there must be some type of pressures like that. We should also say that there is a non-ideological also like,
I love that. I just discovered that feature on Twitch.
Towards the Democratic Party, even amongst those who share. I mean, like, and I'm thinking, Larson's loss in Connecticut to Josh Bronin. This is.
That was another one.
This is a long time. I wouldn't call him, full-on progressive, but very, very supportive of Social Security, and he lost in what I think you could argue is a generational, fight, and an idea that the Democratic Party is aging, and we need to get people in there who are up to the task, and it's an easy sell. And this could be going on with Markey and Moulton in Massachusetts. I hope it doesn't. I think Moulton's a huge downgrade from Markey, ideologically speaking. But I agree. This is the danger in running candidates who have been, the electorate may see past their prime.
I
Hey, folks,
completely
don't forget to
agree.
hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
I completely agree. All right. I think this is the video he says this. I think this is the epitome, like understanding this is why so many like centrists and libs don't get what we're talking about. I just want to, like, this is the video that kind of encapsulates that in a perfectly 10-minute video, right? Like, I know it's more complicated than this. I'm not saying it as the end-all be-all, right? But there you go.
Hello friends, so I was trying to think of a way of describing the sort of culture that I am most attracted to, and here is what I came up with. Middle class. But what is the middle class, you ask?
Okay, this is the problem with this term, right? A, the middle class is a bullshit term. Especially in North America. Why? Because it implies a lot of things. That you can afford certain things that people in the upper class, I guess, can afford, like, without, very easily, or that they take for granted, right? And it's most important, it's missing one class, the lower class, right? The working class.
Why do I love it so much? Well, let us do a deep dive. For most of human history, there were basically only two classes, the very rich and the very poor. This is because the economic system was very simple and there weren't a lot of jobs other than landowner and serf. But then over the centuries, we went through a number of economic and technological changes.
Wait, did he just use the surf emote?
Dive. For most, because the economic system was very simple and there weren't a lot of jobs other than landowner and serf.
What? Isn't that their emote? The serfs? What? Lance of the Surf spotted. Yeah. What the fuck? Clip it. What the fuck? Uh-huh. Yeah, that's that guy. I've seen him in the emotes. I like his hair. What the fuck?
But then, over the centuries, we went through a number of economic and technological changes, creating a whole bunch of new jobs right in the middle of the income spectrum, which allowed a new sort of lifestyle to emerge, the lifestyle of the middle class. And over the last century or so, the middle class grew huge and basically squeezed the other two classes to the fringe. The middle class has now grown so big, it has actually developed new classes within itself, like the lower middle class and the upper middle class, as distinguished from what is sometimes called the comfortable middle class. I personally grew up in a very comfortable Canadian middle-class family, possibly even upper middle. My parents both went to college and had very solid middle-class careers. My mother was a high school teacher, while my father was a bureaucrat for the federal government. They had two kids, my sister and me, and we all lived together in the suburbs of Vancouver in a nice house with 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. All my school friends when I was growing up had parents just like me and lived in houses just like mine, meaning I basically never left the middle class bubble. I never knew any poor people, or for that matter, any really rich people. Only families of slight gradation within the middle class spectrum.
Okay, do you see how this could be a problem? This must be really nice. But do you see why this could be a problem? Must be nice, asshole. Exactly. See why I say this video is like a kind of like a cultural understanding of a liberal? When this is where they fall into these traps. They're not looking at this shit, right? And he is a liberal. Guys, like in the United States, he would be considered a liberal. I know he's a conservative in Canada, but that's a liberal here, okay? Sorry, it's just the facts. He's sheltered. Yes.
So what are...
He is a liberal, right? And this is what I'm saying, that you need to challenge the way you were raised by that very definition, because yeah, you may be well off now, or your family was well off, but what happens for the people who were not well off? Right? They're not looking at that. Let me continue.
Middle class.
Con and neoliberal aren't exclusive. Exactly. Well said. Right? So this is why we're watching this. Again, I think his presentation is great. I love his like little knickknacks and shit, but his politics are shit, right? This is what I mean about it, right? We're actively listening, we're learning, we're like critiquing and all this stuff. Like all this stuff you should be doing all at once. I know it's a lot to do all at once, but this is what I do, right?
People like? Well, people, or for that matter, any...
I grew very well off, and I'm poor as fuck now. Yeah, and you know what? Now you understand that he's coming from a position of privilege, right?
Really rich people, only families of slight gradation within the middle class spectrum. So what are middle class people like? Well, there are a few broad themes that define middle class existence, including consumerism, conformism, and anxiety.
Okay, all things that when you study them on a political science level, you should be fundamentally against. First of all, like, some consumerism is all right? Whatever. We've talked about that. It's not the biggest thing ever. But especially hyper-consumerism? Are we fucking serious? Are you out of your mind? Right? Conformism. Well, weren't we just talking about how pain, women's pain, all this stuff is basically under the guise of conformism? Right? A lot of these things are conforming to what society wants you to do. And you know what I say to that, guys? Right? Yeah. And anxiety. This one, I forget what he meant in this point, but probably a shit point anyway.
These might sound like very bad things, and they are certainly...
They are very bad, but anxiety is never a good thing.
Aspects of middle-class life that a lot of...
Right? Thank you, PB and Jan. Exactly. I love that emo.
People like to judge.
I love that. I do that all the time because of that now. I've been doing this a lot too. We need an emote for that. I'll make you guys editors when I log in after we end stream.
When you look at these things from a more objective perspective, I think there is a lot of good stuff to be found in them as well.
Sure, some. But I'm more critical than it. I'm more critical than you about it because it does come with a lot of problems. Right, guys? So here we go.
Consumerism basically just describes the idea of having enough money to spend on the small luxuries of daily life and deriving a lot of pleasure and identity from them. So the idea would be that while the rich derive a lot of their pleasure and identity from super expensive stuff like fine art or giant houses, the middle class derives equal pleasure from stuff they can buy at the mall or supermarket. For example, when I was...
My boyfriend loves to take the middle fingers out of the pocket. I love that.
Houses, the middle class derives equal pleasure from stuff they can buy at the mall or supermarket. For example, when I was a kid, I was really into stuff like video games and action figures and candy, which my parents could buy for me because they had enough money left over from servicing the family's basic needs for food and shelter. This is basically the essence of middle class economics. My possessions were a big part of how I related to other people. They were what I talked about the most with my friends and what I had the most passionate opinions on. And it wasn't just kids either. I grew up in the 1990s, which was sort of a peak age of middle-class culture wars over competing consumer brands. Everyone was either Nintendo or Sega, or Pepsi or Coke, or Mac or PC. It was fun. Consumer culture also plays a big role in how the middle class celebrates holidays or enjoys vacations. What were your favorite types of candy to eat at Christmas? What sort of restaurants would you like to go to when you visited a different city? All of this, incidentally, is why I really love to get stuff in the mail from you guys. Since I grew up in a very consumer culture, seeing the consumer objects of other places is an easy way for me to learn from and relate to them. If I was rich, things like sports jerseys or seasoning cans would mean nothing to me, because I wouldn't have grown up in a culture that taught me to find value in things like this.
Do you hear this? Do you hear this? He's always had this wacky hair. Yes, I think he has.
And if I was poor, well, I wouldn't be making YouTube videos.
Are you hearing this?
Conformism relates to the idea of wanting to be like the people around you and having very...
Around you. God, Canada, can you speak English, motherfucker?
Clear standards for the way things should be. So middle class world tends to be one where the people have a lot of the same basic hopes and dreams, like going to college and getting a good...
I'm gonna start using that. I haven't heard that one. I do miss Whataburger in Colorado. Yeah, and this is what I mean. There is some, like, I think it's unhealthy to be like, hey, all consumerism bad, right? But it's all within reason, right? Like, you have to be the one to critique that actively in your own life. But to, like, say this is, like, actively should be a part of everyone's identity down to, like, what they identify with on a daily basis. Yeah, that's where I think we can get into conformity, and that leads to a lot of the problems we were just talking about earlier, right? Dang, Canada, we got lots of Canadians in here. We do. Lots of Canadians, around here.
Out in the suburbs, just like the one your parents had. Somewhat paradoxically, this conformism with a certain...
Yeah, you're doing pretty good with the emotes. Damn, girl.
Unexpected lifestyle is also seen as a real demonstration of independence. The defining struggle of the middle class is securing the freedom to live the kind of life that they want. And it just so happens that the stereotypical middle class lifestyle is the one that is most conducive to freedom. Owning your own house means being free of landlords, having a good job means being free from painful or degrading labor, and making good money means being free to buy the consumer goods that give you pleasure. So that creates a lot of pressure for everyone to follow the exact same path. I mean, you want your freedom, don't you? Consumer culture also tends to foster a lot of conformism in terms of taste. When you have...
Yes, and that can be a problem, as we've discussed.
A lot of people living in close proximity to one another who all have the same amount of money and watch the same advertisements and...
Canada, keep your garbage over there. We already have our own problems. Oh, shit. Shots fired. God, Canada, do better. Don't they know we have Trump? God damn it. Dude, that's like the funniest comment tonight. Oh my god. You guys are way too influenced by me. That's like something straight out of my head. People are like, who can make certain types of labor degrading? Yeah, exactly. Like, this is, it's such an asinine way of looking at the world, right? It's like this very like rose tinted glasses way of being like, no, this stuff is great. Capitalism, neoliberalism, right? Hyper consumerism. Again, I'm not saying consumerism in general, but like some of it is decent, right? Or like it can be fine or neutral at best, right? Neutral or even okay. Canada MAGA is the wildest thing, I know. It's so funny. This is a wild emo. Yeah, that's a pretty good one too. Oh man, yes, I love hASaN. Dank Chat have great ones too. Oh my god, poor you. I do like his hair though. It reminds me of Martin Gore from Depeche's Mode. Okay.
Shop at the same stores. Surprise, surprise, they tend to buy a lot of the same stuff. This is part of the reason why it is so easy to foster a sense of middle-class community around things, like I said before. For example, think about all of those sentimental list articles you see on BuzzFeed. 29 things all 90s kids had in their parents' house growing up. These sorts of things work because they very skillfully exploit the high degree of conformity among their readers. But of course, middle-class people do also find...
That's essentially what a lot of this stuff is, right? It's exploiting like nostalgic feelings of, oh, I grew up with that song. I grew up with that. I grew up with that, right? And we all do it to a certain degree. But it does conform us to the system of what we're talking about, right? And, you know, if you do it all day, every day, there's nothing wrong with doing it every once in a while, right? But when it's literally all day, every day, right, there can be some problems.
The conformist nature of middle-class life to be somewhat smothering, which is why various forms of mild rebellion are also a very big part of middle-class culture. Things like being a goth or an atheist or doing something weird with your hair.
I blame Ducky.
Are all examples of middle-class rebellion that show the tension between conformity and independence. The next big thing is anxiety. One thing that the rich and the poor have in common is not caring too much about what other people think of them. The poor, by definition, spend a lot of time just struggling to get by, while the rich are off in their own world doing whatever crazy thing they want. The middle class, however, have a unique anxiety that comes with being between these two extremes.
Oh, right. That's what he was talking about. Yeah.
There existed.
There's like a constant, and this is what I've come to realize about, like, there is a constant anxiety to perform, right? To do better, to constantly, right? And this is not good. And this is something that has been programmed into us for a long time. We feel like failures because we're stuck in a situation. We feel like failures because we're not progressing. We feel like failure, right? Et cetera, et cetera. There's so many examples of this. We don't feel as like, right? Women in particular on Instagram don't feel as pretty as this girl because she has more fun. These are multiple examples of this anxiety, right? There's 1,000 things you could list here.
Is defined by a constant struggle to A, not fall into poverty, and B, seem wealthier than they actually are.
Exactly. This is the catch that a lot of people who buy these luxury brands end up falling for, right? This right here. We've talked about this, right? We've watched several videos on this on the stream. There's a really good video that a girl, I forget her name, and she mentioned this, right? She mentioned that like the luxury brands are often purchased by like middle-class people because they just want to appear like they're wealthier than they really are, right? It's all just the appearance of being this like really fabulous person and stuff, right?
The point I really want to press, however, is that
there's a lot of FOMO. Yeah, and this is why I'm like, dog, why are you supporting this garbage, right? Listen, some consumerism, fine, right? Like, we all partake in it, whatever. But when it comes to that shit, and FOMO, what are you talking about, dude? Why are you supporting this, right? And this is where I think a lot of libs operate. They use this like this like kind of feels about how they grew up to the rest of their politics, and I don't agree with it, right? I think it's fundamentally flawed, which is just a newer way of thinking about keeping up with the Joneses. Well said. Well said. That's a perfect way of describing it, PB and Jan. There's a lot of FOMO. Fear of missing out, right? In case anyone doesn't know. We love our Canada friends here. We just asking you to keep your smoke and garbage there so we can have enough of our own junk here. So funny. She is amazing independent journalist who does major neo-Nazi groups here. Fuck status symbols. Hell yeah. Middle class, we hold your nuts in a sling, so you better do well. Bingo, right? So this is what we're doing, right? We're critiquing. This is why like this idea of applying liberalism in this sense doesn't really make a lot of sense as societies become more and more stratified, right? Listen, I'm all for like some of this stuff, right? I've already said consumerism, right? By the way, America, we're not taking Crowder back. He's yours. Oh no. Yeah, you guys send us the shittiest. Lauren Southern. Remember that disaster? We're still cleaning up that mess. God, Canada, do better.
Is not just about money. Middle-class people are big into the idea that wealth and poverty are states of mind born from habits and character. Therefore, one of the keys to life...
Which is bullshit! Did you just hear what he said? This is bullshit! I'm gonna call huge bullshit on this. You try to tell Josephus that he's poor because reasons. Right? Like he can't even find a job. This is what I'm saying, guys. Oh my fucking God. And I'm not singling you out. I'm just giving you an example, right? Fuck you.
And B, seem wealthier than they actually are. The point I really want to press, however, is that it is not just about money. Middle-class people are big into the idea that wealth and poverty are...
Yeah, but you're not getting the kind of job, and you're not getting the because of your injury, is what I'm saying, Don.
States of mind born from habits and character. Therefore, one of the keys to life is learning the good values and avoiding the bad ones. My parents were very strict in a very stereotypically middle-class way when I was growing up. They were always very worried that our family would do things that would look lower class, so they could be quite bossy about what my sister and I should and
Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he just fucking said?
Shouldn't do. This could involve stuff like how we behaved at the dinner table, or what sort of TV shows we watched, or who our friends were, or even what sort of cereal we ate. The rule was always that our family should embrace high standards because that was what this imagined higher class of respectable people did. My mother in particular would often say things like, do you think that they eat with their mouth open when they're dining at the White House? This sort of middle class social anxiety manifests in all sorts of other ways too, like take politics. Middle-class people are sort of pulled in both directions when it comes to politics. There's obviously a conservatism inherent in being middle-class because conformism makes you very defensive about the status quo and very skeptical of radical changes to it. But at the same time, being too right-wing is associated with a kind of stupid poor person, so you don't want to be that either. But there is also a liberalism inherent in being middle-class too.
There's that word.
Middle-class people are always looking to say
there is a liberalism. Ah.
Money, so there is a lot of support for the idea that government should pay for, you know, college tuition and healthcare and maternity leave and things like that. Those things are all very expensive, and we would prefer to spend our money on consumer goods. But at the same time, you never want to go too far in asking for government help, because then you would be on welfare. And welfare is like the middle class hell because it represents a complete loss of independence.
What did we talk about during the 1930s? That this was very much a problem with FDR and his administration. A lot of people didn't even want to accept New Deal benefits, right? Because they just didn't want to appear like pores. Right? So this is very much, this is what we're talking about, right, guys? We need to actively critique this stuff. And that's why I say, like, you need to look at this stuff in your own life and be like, yeah, how am I doing this, right? Because, like, you can't operate a frame of politics with this kind of jumping off point. Because it's very rose-tinted glasses, right? It's assuming way too much on the actual material conditions on the ground. Funny thing is my mom grew up rich and I was in middle class, and people tell me I come off as more high class than her because the way I talk, all she talks about is her fucking damn house in Maine. I talk about my house in Maine. God, what a douche. I have 3. My aunt was like, when I was a kid, I lived here for a bit, and she was like, okay, are you classy? Are you exactly, that's what he's talking about. See, and this is what I mean. Like, I like his presentation style, and I think it's very, like, informed. He's clearly read a lot about these issues. However, like, his conclusions are shit. Therefore, this is good, right? No, fuck you, dog. I'm gonna critique this. Right? That's why we're critiquing this video. Yeah, it's successfully demonizing people that don't utilize the help. Exactly. Well said, right? We talked about this. It happened in the 30s, and it continues to happen to this fucking very day. And I will critique that because this is a part of it. This, what he's just talking about right here, the social anxiety of being a part of the middle class. Fuck. You need to do better. Critique the system better, right? Who doesn't? 3 birds to house, yeah. Then my cousin's fiance, 3 bird houses. I get it now. Plural. I do. I have 3 bird houses in Maine. Then cousins, fiancés, families start talking about their rich yachts, and it gets interesting. Wow. Wow, Living Lily. They're giga douches, huh? Know who doesn't turn down financial help? The rich. Oh yeah. This is another thing, right? I wonder why that happens, JJ McCullough, right? Why don't they ever turn down the tax and the help, the social welfare for the rich? It's like poor people's fault. Exactly, right? So this is what we should be. This is why I wanted to watch this video, because I feel like this, it's not that it's like the perfect representation of liberalism or being a lib or being a liberal. What I'm getting you to see is this is an aspect that is deeply ingrained, and I think in a lot of like liberal things, in the way liberals think, right? Is that they fail to realize that maybe like this system isn't working anymore, right? That there's way more problems with this than benefits, right? And I will happily critique it because, of course, that's what I do here, right?
And respectability. So it might sound...
I'm not a yacht rich. God, Eon Wagoneer, do better.
Like I'm being sort of snide and
Jesus, what are you, on welfare? How can you not afford a yacht?
Sarcastic about all of this, but in all honesty, I really do like middle class culture. I think that the creation
I know you do, buddy.
of a strong middle class is actually one of the great triumphs of humanity. Indeed, the reason why I love Canada and America so much is because I think these are the 2 countries of the world that really embody middle-class culture in such a pure and unapologetic form. Middle-class culture is easy to mock because it can look very fussy and insecure. It can also beg uncomfortable questions about what the purpose of life is, which is why Hollywood often makes movies like American Beauty or Edward Scissorhands that make middle-class life look kind of grotesque and soulless. Or why subverting symbols of the middle class have been such a rich target for artistic satire over the years. But you know, there are honorable ways of framing the middle class too. Like check out this interview of David Frum giving an interview with C-SPAN a while ago. In it, I think he makes a very eloquent case for a sort of middle class conservatism in the sort of small C sense of the word.
I have what you call bourgeoisie values written down so everybody knows what we're talking about. Thrift, diligence, sobriety, fidelity, procedure, and orderliness. Where do you get those? I mean, what is a bourgeoisie value? Who's a bourgeoisie?
Well, I think the idea is, I mean, these are sort of the once much mocked middle class values. That what they are a list of are sort of the small virtues of everyday life, not the grand heroic passions that opera composers write about, but the civic and familial virtues that make for the ordinarily decent person. And what conservatives worry about a lot is making sure that the ordinary person lives up to a certain standard of decency, and we don't set the standard of decency too high. We don't ask everybody to be a hero. That, I think, is a lot of the conservative critique of what's wrong with leftism and socialism. That by asking people to share all their belongings with everybody else, that you set a standard of morality.
Nobody is doing that! See, this is the stupid critique. Nobody's doing that. I don't want to share your fucking tampons. I don't want to share your fucking toothbrush. I don't want to share your fucking car. I don't want to share any of that shit. We just want to give people a basic standard of living. Do you see this crap? God damn it.
Up to
things from Dave would never do. Exactly. Ew, shared tampons. Yeah, essentially they want to share everything. What the fuck? Excuse me.
And that if we want a moral society, we have to give people moral requirements that are feasible.
These days, one of the big...
God damn it. Right? And this is like, this is where they're jumping off from. So when they're talking about hASaN PikER, right, bringing it back to that discussion, you know it comes from a bullshit, because they're coming at it from this like, well, the middle class is a virtuous class, that I'm not a poor, I'm not a rich, so things value to me because I have consumer, all this stuff that he just said. Yeah, no, fuck off. I'm going to critique this shit, of course.
Arguments in politics is that the middle class is dying. When a politician says things like this, she's usually talking in a purely financial sense, which is...
Yeah, Liz Warren.
To say she's worried that people aren't making enough money, or...
Yeah, that's what she really means, right?
That too much of their money is going to healthcare and taxes and whatnot, which is causing too many families to drift in this direction. And fair enough, perhaps that's true.
That is true,
think
dog.
that the middle class is dying.
It's objectively the truth, though, right? The middle class has been shrinking in this country and Canada for the last, like, 50 years. And your side, we have literally done everything your side has told us to do, and it hasn't worked. So by your very own metrics, right? You guys are the conservatives in this situation. It hasn't worked. So what do you want? What do you want us to do? It's not like us sharing everything has caused us to this, right? By that very fruition, David Fromm. God damn it.
To the extent people don't really appreciate what it is to be middle class, or the fact that middle class culture has a lot going for it. A lot of middle class people, particularly...
They started attacking the New Deal gains almost immediately after the... Exactly! Thank you! Thank you! Like, literally months later, they started attacking it, right? They just say, like, FDR's favorite bureau was the CCC, right? Which was a non-neoliberal organization that actually gave anyone a job and gave everyone food, clothing, right? All that stuff. It just provided that stuff. Housing, right? And in 1943, they shut it down. Why? Because, of course, they did. So, like, what the fuck are we smoking here? Of course they've done that. And that's a really good point, Josephus.
Middle-class young people feel very alienated these days. They feel that their existence is really empty.
It's empty because, I'm going to tell you why it's empty. Because you're not actually building community. You're not engaging with people. You're just like doing fluff, and you're engaging with fucking useless, like, hyper consumerism. That's why people are feeling so fucking isolated, right? Everyone's feeling like they have to compete with one another, like they're very lonely. All these things are due to neoliberalism and your system that you strive for, right? That you still defend to this day. So I just want to point that out, right? That's why I wanted to watch this video.
That they have nothing to be proud of. I personally think that one of the ways we can help combat this is by making the case for a certain sort of middle-class pride, which is to say looking...
Oh, right, guys, that will fix... Josephus, why aren't you more prideful? God, I'm sick of your shit, Josephus. Fuck you, buddy. Blue Room. Why aren't you pride?
Closely at the...
What a joke. Like, come on. This is slush, right? This is shit. This is emotional shit that has very little to do with it, right? And again, feel your emotions. I'm not trying to say any of that, right? I do believe you have to fully feel emotions. But this is not like a policy to fix the problems in our society. This is not a policy. This is just emotional fluff, right? And this is what I was talking about. Because I don't have a car. Middle class pride is a new straight pride movement. Okay, that's like the second. That's like the second best comment I've read tonight, guys. Most of the middle class are blissfully unaware dullards who do not see the impending boulder. Exactly, they're right. Oh my god, fucking brilliant! Thank you. That was brilliant, Bibi and Jan. If you live with your parents and you know they won't understand how people your age fall below a certain amount of money, you're already below, then as long as you got a job and you're not overdrawn, just lie, just fucking lie. Yeah, fuck my goddamn day. I'm sorry, Oxpecker, you had a rough day, buddy. Sorry to hear that. What happened? Most of the middle, yeah, so oh no, fuck this shit, guys. Yeah, so you see what I mean? You see what I mean? Presentationally, like even some of the stuff in the cool, right? But it is fluff as fuck.
Most of the middle class are blissfully unaware dullards who do not see the impending boulder.
Well, fucking said. Thank you. There you go, Aeon Lord. Living Lily did that for you, boy.
Life you've lived, and the things that that life is full of, and learning to appreciate those things as having some inherent worth. Not just things in terms of objects, although I do think that those matter, but also like, you know, traditions and customs and just the sort of understandings that govern day-to-day life. We don't have to believe that these things have worth in comparison to some imagined heroic standard, but rather just be able to acknowledge that they are important to us, and that makes them precious and worth defending. But anyway, I suspect that most—
No, they're important to you, and they should just be important to you, but defend against what? Like, this is drivel. This is conservative drivel, see? And this is the problem, is like, whenever you get into, we have to worth defending. Defending means conserving. Yeah, no, fuck that.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Gonzo went clang. K just got a 5-day stream streak.
What up?
www. What it tit. 5-day
oh my god,
work
it's
week. Middle class bliss.
Damn right. Middle class bliss. Thank you, Gonzo, for the 5-day stream streak. My go. Streaker! God, put it away, dog. Put it away. We get a lot of streakers in here.
You
or
guys
don't. Yeah, or don't. You could do it either way. We're nudists here.
Knowledge that they are important to us, and that makes them precious and worth defending.
Yeah, no,
but
I disagree.
anyway, I suspect that most of you guys are middle class yourself, so I'd very much like to hear what you have to say.
Wow.
The whole
He's assuming we're middle class. Fuck you, pores.
Middle class identity. What do you consider some of the defining qualities of middle class life? Which ones were pressed hardest on you as being really important when you were younger?
I mean, and I think this part I will say, this is something that I've had to do in my own life, right? Because I've been pressed on a lot of this stuff. We all have, right? But we have to be able to detangle it. So, like, you have to have that discussion with yourself, right? There's a lot of this stuff that we've haven't really examined in our lives, right?
And of course, if you do not come from a middle class background yourself, well, then I would be even more interested in hearing what middle class is. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this weird little video essay of mine. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and please do.
Oh my God, fuck off. All right. And with that, guys, I'm going to go eat dinner. What up? I really appreciate everyone being here. What a great discussion we had. Peace. Yeah, I hope you guys got a lot of that. You guys got a lot out of that like I did, right? Because I was able to critique that with that kind of same bravado, right? It's important to do so. With that, you know what time it is. Din din time, everyone. It is. It's that time of the night where I say good night, good day wherever you are. Thank you so much for joining me on another episode of the Gus X broadcast. I'm out of this bitch. Quitting time. Hit it and quit it. What up? All right. Stay tuned for the credits and who should we rate out to? What up? Everyone do your summaries. Shall we raid the middle class? Take care, Thorn. Have a good one, Stalking Gus. You're so funny. Right there with you. Holy shit. All right, who should we raid, guys? Seriously. Gonzo, thank you very much. Let's see, who shall we raid tonight? Or no comment chick. Let's raid no comment chick because she doesn't always come on. Which one? Is she on? Let's see. She is on, but sometimes her waiting screen is on. All right. I'll see everyone soon. Bye. Yeah, JFK. Let's raid JFK. Just because he came in here before and he's the GOAT. Love him. He's working on some emotes, apparently, he told us. Bye.